In the territory of Ardel, in this small country estate in the middle of nowhere, a baby was born. The old woman turned to Milady, who was in bed. She said that the gods had blessed them, for the child was a boy. Milady reached for the baby's small hands. The old woman added that the infant looked like the landlord. Also, the woman wondered if Milady had chosen a name for the baby. The girl replied that the baby's name was Ruin Ardel, adding that she had hoped that the child would become the light of the world. Ever since he was a child, Ruin hadn't stood out for anything. Ruin overheard a couple of men discussing catching good seafood. Ruin cut into the dialogue by addressing Uncle Beggins. Mr. Beggins wanted to know what Ruin wanted by calling him a young gentleman. Ruin told Uncle Beggins not to go to the street by the South Mountain, because there was a strange mana flow there. When Uncle Beggins heard this, he didn't understand what he was talking about at all. Late in the afternoon, it was raining heavily. The landlord opened the door, saying that Mr. Beggins was late, and the man began to get worried. Beggins first expressed his apologies, revealing that he had taken the longer route. Beggins added that he had escaped trouble by listening to the young gentleman's advice. The landlord was surprised at the information he had heard, and he said that because of Ruin's words yesterday, he didn't go through the street by the South Mountain. Beggins added that he had just now learned, that there had been an attack of beastmen at South Mountain. This shocked the landlord. While the landlord was recovering from the shock, Beggins also said that everyone who was there was in danger. But thanks to the young gentleman, Beggins was not among the casualties. Beggins asked the man if he thought Ruin was able to sense the mana hovering in the air. The landlord replied that it was hard for him to say at the moment. The man said that if Ruin could sense mana, he would be Ardel's future. From that day on, Ruin's talent for magic grew stronger and stronger. At 6, he could sense mana, and at 7, he could manifest it. When Ruin turned 10, everything changed. A voice introduced the elder as a representative of the firstborns. Ruin outperformed countless children from prestigious families entering the Ignite Magic Academy, the best magic academy in the Radiant Kingdom. Ruin Ardel was the best among the entrants. Ruin was also enrolled as the top entrant, earning the title of genius among magic for doing so. This attitude weighed somewhat on Ruin, but he comforted himself with the thought that his name would raise the status of the family. However, Ruin couldn't say that he excelled at everything. The teacher asked Ruin to demonstrate the skills of the best among the entrants. On the first day of commencement, it became clear that Ruin was far from the best, or even second best. Ruin was trying to release firepower. The teacher prodded the student, but he couldn't release the magic at all. The rest of the students, along with the teacher, were stunned. Ruin had a mana release disorder. Ruin lacked the innate ability to release magic even a meter away from his body. Ruin was broken, for to use magic, his body was the worst of all possible options. It didn't take Ruin long for the others to learn of his noble origins and his lack of talent for magic. When the students found this out, their attitude towards Ruin changed for the worse rather quickly. Some of the students were mocking Ruin. One of the passers-by purposely hit Ruin with his shoulder. The students started joking around. One of the boys asked his friend if he was all right, because he had touched a disabled person. The other student replied that he should have cleaned up sooner. Ruin was a person incapable of using magic, a defective human who wasn't even able to cast magic at a magic academy. For the envious, Ruin's current status was the highest pleasure they could get. One of the students wanted to taunt Ruin. He took a swing at him, asking how dare the insolent man who couldn't use magic look at him like that. Later, Ruin was at a remote spot where he was alone with himself. He leaned against the wall and was silent. The main character, though, was still holding his own. He couldn't hold back his emotions. Ruin was in tears, wondering if he could become a mage at all. Ruin Ardel was the person who entered the academy with the best grades, more promising than anyone else, more diligent than anyone. But because of the curse that burdens Ruin's life, a certain genius has become handicapped by magic. At this point, Ruin thought it was over, and now his life was a living hell. The glimmer of light changed Ruin's mind, and he realized that nothing was lost. Ruin had never imagined that in the depths of despair, there would be room for a miracle. The status window has been unlocked. Ruin's player artifact had been activated. Ruin at this time couldn't realize where he was at all, feeling as if he was deep underwater. A tall figure appeared before Ruin. It informed the hero that Ruin was the embodiment of the Drake, the destroyer of worlds. Ruin thought it was a dream, but he still thought it was too plausible. The entity in front of Ruin was staring deadly into his eyes. Ruin noticed that the statue was trying to say something, but Ruin couldn't hear a word it said. As Ruin tried to make out the figure's words, His eyes recognized an indescribable sight. A few hours earlier, Ruin was at the Ignite Academy's training ground. Combat Magic Professor Heidel pointed out that it was Ruin's turn. As explained earlier, Ruin only needed to create a fireball and hit the scarecrow. Ruin stepped into the center of the crowd of students. Ruin knew that fireball was a magic that any student of the academy should be able to handle easily. But for Ruin, it was an impossible task, because he was not capable of using magic, and he was not sure if he could do it now. Professor Heidel decided not to wait any longer for Ruin's preparations, giving him the command to begin. Gathering his strength, Ruin finally created fire. He decided that he shouldn't have given up. After all, this time it might work out. Ruin wanted to accomplish this task at any cost. Slowly, the fireball exceeded its former size. The disciples who had not previously believed in Ruin were horrified, for the size of the fireball surprised them. The disciples didn't believe in that amount of mana. Ruin knew that if he continued like this, he would succeed, but his strength was running low. Once again, this happened to Ruin. Ruin's body began to shake, but he tried to hold on. Ruin was barely holding the fire in his hands. Due to the great exertion, Ruin began to vomit. Teacher Heidel asked Ruin to release the balloon. Ruin replied that he couldn't do that. The professor rushed Ruin again. Ruin was confused, saying that the fireball had not left his hand. The professor was a bit puzzled. He said that Ruin was already in the graduating class, and if Ruin was still unable to perform ordinary magic, then he wouldn't be able to pass the final exam. Ruin lost his confidence. Professor Heidel added that Ruin was destined to fail, which Ruin could not contradict. Ruin clenched his fist, apologizing to Heidel. Ruin said he would practice more. In this practical shooting test, the disciples had to create 10 fireballs and hit the targets several times. Ruin, on the other hand, was unable to load even one ball into the target. The other students began to mock Ruin once again. The protagonist realized that at this rate, he might not even be able to count on being a third-rate magician. Because the best entrant was the scion of a nobleman from the provinces, peers from more prestigious families became jealous of Ruin and felt inferior. This was also the reason for the hostile attitude. Ruin could endure the taunts, but the reality of being deprived of hope was beginning to destroy the boy from the inside out. The curse had been the only thing holding Ruin back for the past 6 years. Though Ruin had been holding up pretty well all this time, he was now involuntarily beginning to wonder how much longer he would last like this. Ruin's group finished the exam. They went about their business, and Ruin lagged behind the others. A couple guys told Ruin it was time for him to pack his bags, and if it were him, the other guy would be too embarrassed to show his face. The boy asked Ruin if he knew what the smaller group called him. As it turned out, the smaller ones called Ruin dumbass. Because of Ruin, the graduating class was not a role model. Therefore, the students suggested that Ruin should go back to his province. Ruin decided to silently walk through the guys. The second bully said that since nature hadn't bestowed Ruin with skills, he should at least be rich. Even so, Ardel's last name was only heard by the other guys when Ruin entered the academy. The blonde said that his father had said that Ardel were just assholes acting arrogant, even though they had nothing. Ruin was barely listening to the words of his foes anymore. Blondel added as he immediately realized the level of the Ardel family. At this time, Ruin began to turn around. Ruin turned around and punched the blonde man in the face. The arrogant guy didn't have time to finish his taunts before he fell to the ground. Ruin was angry. Reigning in his anger, he asked the blonde man to ask what he had said about his father. The blonde man was holding onto his broken nose. His face had a large mark on it from Ruin's punch. He asked Ruin how dare he hit him. The main character said that Ben Folt should have known when to stop. After all, he wasn't someone important to say anything about Ruin's father and family. The second bully decided to attack Ruin. He asked Ruin if he knew who he was up against. Ruin's revenge didn't end there. Swinging a second time, the bully received a kick to the stomach. Just one blow was enough for the bully to fall to the ground and grasp the place of impact. At this time, there was a bright white aura around Ruin. The blonde man stood up. He created a lightning ball over his head and asked Ruin again how he dared to hit him. The bully directed his magic at Ruin, saying that he was trash with magic release disorder. Ruin was quite surprised that the guy dared to use magic on the academy grounds, because he could have been expelled for it, while a ball of lightning flew at Ruin. Ruin was unable to move. Professor Heidel noticed this, and rushed to his aid. Professor Heidel wasn't fast enough to secure Ruin from being struck by lightning, so Ruin was struck by the bully's attack. At this moment, the protagonist thought that he was finished. The status window was unlocked again, and a figure appeared in front of Ruin. Ruin glanced at the figure in front of him. He didn't know at all what was happening. or what it could mean. While Ruin was trying to understand about what was happening, the figure opened its mouth again and spoke Ruin's name. Ruin opened his eyes. A bright light assaulted his vision, as did Helen, who was the Academy's top-ranked healer. Ruin rose slightly from his bunk and asked Helen where he was. The girl replied that he was in the recreation room. Helen added that everything was fine, and Ruin didn't need to get up. Ruin replied that he was a little dizzy, but he could sit down. The protagonist remembered the vision with the figure. It was strange, for it seemed all too real. Ruin wanted to know how long he had been lying down. Helen replied that he had been resting for a day. Helen added that nothing worse had happened. But before that, Helen had to run some tests on Ruin. But even so, he looked pretty good for someone who had taken a direct hit from a lightning ball. After the direct hit, there were no wounds or burns on Ruin's body. Even the organs were intact. Helen noted that she'd never seen anything like it before. Ruin also didn't believe it was possible, because a ball of lightning was a terrifying magic that burned the body in seconds. And Ruin took a direct hit, while Ruin was musing about his condition with Helen. Professor Ardel entered the break room. Helen turned to Ruin, telling her that the professor was here and she would go to further analyze the results. The professor first found out about Ruin's condition, after which he said that a professorial council was being assembled over the incident. First of all, Ben Folt will be expelled from the academy, using battle magic with intent to kill, spreading false rumors about the head of the Ardel family, and treating and bullying Ruin unfairly. After hearing the reasons for Ben Folt's exclusion, Ruin said he hit Ben Folt too. As it turns out, Ruin is also grounded. Given the circumstances, Ruin will be doing volunteer service for a month. Professor Ardel asked Ruin if he possessed the artifact. The protagonist was extremely surprised to hear this question. Ruin said that he didn't have the artifact because if he had something like it, no one would have bullied Ruin. The professor replied that based on the value and rarity of the artifact, the head of the Ardel family would have already used it for his men. Ruin was sure he did not possess such an item, but he wanted to know why Ardel had asked about it. Professor Ardel was certain that before Ruin was struck by the lightning ball, a red light surrounded his body. It was as if the protagonist had been protected by a high-rank artifact, reflecting Ben's magic. Ruin speculated that the whole artifact story had to do with that dream involving the mysterious figure. The protagonist dismissed this theory. He told the professor that he didn't understand what happened, but he probably didn't possess the artifact. The professor started to leave the room. Ruin really had no idea what had happened, and the teacher did not ask further. Ruin reflected on the dream, for it was an experience indistinguishable from sleep, and the strange voice of the figure before him. The figure has reported many times about an artifact, a fight, a destroyer of worlds, and a certain player. Ruin tried to remember what else the mysterious creature had spoken of in the dream. After a moment's thought, the hero remembered that the figure had spoken of a status window. As soon as Ruin said the status window, a blue panel appeared in front of him. Helen noticed the protagonist's consternation and ran to him. Helen immediately asked the guy about his condition. Ruin said it wasn't that, and pointed to the panel. Ruin kept talking about the blue thing in front of him. Helen didn't know what he was talking about because she couldn't see anything. Hearing that Helen hadn't seen the panel, it amazed Ruin, as it was something only he had control over. The panel stated that as a result of the pursuit of limitless power, the mage Draca had perished with his world. For Drac, deprived of the ability to unleash mana since birth, the source of power was physical strength. The player had Drac's artifact, summoning a status window and infinitely increasing the wielder's power through quests. At first, Ruin decided to make the excuse that he had imagined it. Helen replied that it wasn't funny. Holding the papers in her hands, Helen said that Ruin's condition was normal and he could return to the dormitory. The protagonist survived a lightning ball strike without consequence, met a man with a red eye in an alternate dimension, and had a status window that only he could see. The current window said that Ruin was the incarnation of Draki. The number of events didn't add up, but Ruin assumed that the artifact of a mage named Draca had been given to him. Before long, a strange window reappeared in front of Ruin, with a task written on it. It was a repetitive task, training the body. As the protagonist became a player linked to Draca, the destroyer of worlds, Ruin needed to prepare his body for his increased strength through training. The assignment required hand and foot strikes and all things related to physical strength. Ruin couldn't see how it would help a mage like him, but Ruin didn't have time to doubt, so he should have tried it first. Every time Ruin swung his fist, the system counted the fist bump against the assignment. The boy rejoiced as the number of hits was increasing. At this rate, he would be able to reach his goal quickly. Ruin decided to continue completing the assignment. But when he hit, the number of hits in the assignment didn't change. Ruin noticed this, assuming that a punch didn't count if there was even the slightest mistake in executing it. After a while, Ruin finally finished his task. He was tired, but glad. Ruin was given a reward for completing the task. He received +10 stats to his strength and a skill unlock. Ruin's body was hit by a feeling. He couldn't figure out what it was, for it was faintly circulating in his blood. It was something even more fundamental than mana. Ruin realized what it was after all. As it turned out, he was finally truly stronger. The hero decided to test his newfound power. With a swing of his fist, Ruin shattered the air around him. Ruin exulted, for the power entering the magic had become much more powerful. The speed, the air resistance, the destructive power. Everything felt completely different. The protagonist's fundamental strength has increased. And now he has decided, look, his second award. On the status window was information about Power Circle, a passive skill. This skill was replacing mana with physical strength. Mana circles will be replaced by force circles. From now on, all magic will be under the influence of the player's physical power. Ruin finally realized that all of his mana and magic would be replaced by physical strength. All those who feel and study mana have a circle around their heart. The mana circle plays an important role in releasing and amplifying mana. The number of these circles increase depending on the mana accumulated and the amount the mage can control. Ruin has 4 circles of mana, more than usually found in people his age. But because of his disorder, those circles could be compared to 0. Ruin noticed that the mana circles had actually disappeared. In that case, the insanely circulating force in their place was the force circles. He was unaware of mages without mana circles. If these new circles were not a full replacement, what would happen to him? Ruin thought about forgetting his life as a mage if things didn't go according to plan. But the hero decided not to give in to his decadent moods so soon, for he had to test that power first. He decided to summon a fireball. This time the fire was created much faster than before. There was no limit to Ruin's astonishment, for in addition to the speed of summoning, the power of the fireball was great. Seeing the size of his fireball, Ruin realized that it was actually the power of the artifact that had issued him a unique chance. Since magic has a basic triggering principle, it took an average of 10 seconds to be released. But Ruin managed to skip this step and created a fireball by internal force. After missing such an important part, he realized that this was definitely the power of the artifact. The system showed a new passive skill. Madness. Mage was a new skill. A sorcery method developed by a Drake mage who had trouble releasing mana. The character could attack opponents by filling his body with magic. Ruin suggested the possibility that Drake suffered from a similar disorder and fought by filling his fists and feet with magic. While Ruin was speculating on how Drake had created such a method, the system reported a new task had appeared. The assignment given to him had the goal of having the guy use a power circle and physical strength to defeat a tangible target. Ruin hadn't even thought of this method. But if he could become a mage with it, Ruin had to try it. Taking a swing, the hero struck the dummy without a second thought. Striking the dummy with his flaming hand, Ruin realized that his fire attack had worked. A tired Ruin waited for instructions from the system. Finally, the task was completed, and he received 10 forces. Ruin fell to the ground, exulting that he was able to complete the task. After all, before, every failure was at the discharge stage. But Ruin had finally overcome it. The protagonist wanted to understand how such a method could be devised, and what kind of person Draco was. Ruin's musings were interrupted by exhaustion, for he had fallen asleep. While lying on the ground, the students noticed a boy lying on the ground. Ruin inevitably woke up from the noise of the students. The other guys were startled from Ruin's abrupt awakening. Getting up, Ruin asked the boys why they were piled up, asking the students if this was the first time they had seen a man sleeping outside. One of the students remarked that it was the first time he had seen such a man, especially a nobleman willing to trade the comforts of a pleasant dormitory for sleeping outside. The students speculated various things, but Ruin replied that he had simply fallen asleep due to his fatigue. For the students, the surprise surpassed the limits, for they believed that Ruin had changed a great deal. In addition, Ruin left some scraps from the scarecrow, but the disciples chose not to believe that he had done it. Back at the dormitory, Ruin was walking down the hallway. A certain guy noticed him, asking what was wrong. A 6th-year student at Ignite Academy, Jason Damon wanted to know when Ruin returned to the dormitory. Ruin told Jason that he didn't need to know that. Jason picked up on the fact that the boy usually didn't leave the academy. Ruin knew Damon's family, for they were known for casting and mining metals. Jason was neutral about Ruin. The boy assumed that Ruin was with a girl. This assumption came from the fact that Jason was obsessed with alcohol and girls, which caused him to leave the academy grounds in secret all the time. Jason noticed that Ruin had picked himself up after being struck by lightning. As the boy tried to beat the information out of Ruin, he just threw his outer garment at him, and he managed to interrupt Jason's speech. Once in the bathroom, Ruin relaxed, but remembered the extra task at hand. Ruin glanced at the body training task, and noticed that the rewards were the same, but the number of repetitions had doubled. Ruin expected it to be difficult, but if it helped him become a mage, the path would be traveled. A month has passed since then. A repetitive task can be done once a day, but as opposed to an unchanging reward, the required number of repetitions grew day by day. If he failed to complete a task during the day, all progress was reset. So Ruin never missed a day of training. The only plus was that the performance requirements didn't rise above 3,000 reps. For the past month, Ruin had performed a repetitive task every day without exception. Aside from the usual reward of 10 strength, one day, Ruin gained a new body art skill. Body art was also a passive skill. It enhanced the body's abilities depending on the level of training it had received. During lectures, the students began to notice Ruin's strange behavior. He slept too often, even though he used to keep an eye on the blackboard. Also, the students noticed that he actually moved to the practice area, practicing hitting. The students decided not to touch Ruin while he completed his assignments for the past month, and searched for any clues about Drax's identity. But after researching the entire library, Ruin couldn't find any mages with that name in the historical summaries. Searches covered World Destroyer titles, player, status window, and quests. The nature of none of this was even close to being understood. Looking over his stats in the system, Ruin couldn't leave thoughts of Drax, the man who had given him this power. Jason found Ruin and addressed him, saying that something important to Ruin had happened. Jason realized that he didn't know what had happened, so he stood there quietly reading his books. Jason revealed to Ruin that his father, the head of the Ardel family, had come to Ignite Academy. As soon as the boy heard about this news, he immediately rushed to look for his father at the academy. When the father was reunited with his offspring, he was quite happy to meet Ruin. Ruin and his father sat down at a table. Ruin noticed that his father had sent Ruin to the academy when he turned 10. 6 years had passed, and the boy wanted to know about his father's life. Ruin also wanted to learn about Ruina. Father revealed that Ruin's younger sister had become all grown up and had begun to learn the art of sword-wielding. Ruina's younger sister wanted to protect her weak older brother, which made Ruina uncomfortable. Father added that Ruina was characterized by her self-confidence. Changing the topic of conversation, Ruin said that he was fine. After all, he hadn't been bullied physically or mentally. The father asked his son if he wanted to leave the academy, for that was the question Ruin's father had come for. The protagonist remained silent, while the father added that if his son was having a hard time, the doors of the House of All Things were open. Ruin has decided to make a deal with his father, that next week's practice test, Ruin must do well. The second side of the pact was that if Ruin failed, he would do what his father wanted him to do. After promising his father that Ruin would get good results in the practical exam, his father realized his son's determination and returned to the manor after this conversation. And soon the long-awaited day of the exam arrived. The teacher announced that the written exam for understanding magic was starting. Any infraction would be punishable by a 0 score. The exam was divided into written and practical parts. The practical part, in turn, was divided into 4 more. Target shooting, measuring magic power, real combat, and one-on-one combat. As a holder of magic release disorder, Ruin had passed the written part perfectly throughout his entire training period. In the practical part, the first place was always taken by Michael Garyhill from a reputable family. With confidence, the protagonist's pen began to dart from side to side on the paper. He was sure that this year's first place would be his. Once the written portion was completed, and after a few days of preparation, it was time for the actual practical exam. Jason turned to Ruin, noticing his strange behavior. Jason wondered if Ruin had a plan of action. Hearing from Ruin that he was prepared, Jason was glad that his friend had found a way to. Mikkel got into the conversation. He wanted to know if Ruin was going to take part in the exam, because with his disorder, it was useless. Ruin didn't lose his confidence. The protagonist replied that he had indeed come to take the exam. Honor student Mikkel decided to give Ruin some advice for someone who had already failed the practical part 6 times. Mikkel suggested that Ruin should give up instead of subjecting himself to humiliation. Ruin didn't find Mikkel's advice helpful. The arrogant guy thought that a person with a magic release disorder wouldn't be able to pass the exam properly. Mikkel hadn't been so bold before, and it pissed Ruin off. Mikkel said he would deal with Ruin in a one-on-one fight. The first part of the practical examination was target shooting. Officially, this stage was called the multi-target shooting examination. The purpose of the exam is simple: to determine how many targets a future mage could hit at one time. This year, however, the difficulty level of the exam has been raised because the targets are constantly moving. Due to the complications, the average score was abysmal. The highest score among a dozen students was only 4 targets. The professors observing this did not expect the results to drop so much because of a minor complication. Another teacher commented that the quality of the current graduates left much to be desired. Professor Elik, potions master and uncle of Mikkel Garyhill, asked his colleagues not to be disappointed so early, for it was his nephew's turn to be disappointed. Mikkel came to the center of the field, raising his hands. The guy summoned 2 balls of lightning and hoped Ruin was watching for it. Hearing the start command, Mikkel let the lightning bolt into action, with the goal of showing Ruin the difference between the two of them. The targets continued to move from bottom to top, but most of the targets were hit with Mikkel's power. The students did not expect anything different from Mikkel, surprised at his skills. The students expected Mikkel to be the first in points right away. Elik turned to his colleagues, asking if Mikkel was the pride of the entire academy, for he would surely be this year's representative at the big festival. Tyrion Ignite asked Elik not to continue, for this was enough time to assess the level of the current graduates. Tyrion was the current head of the academy and 7th grade archmage. Professor Heidel asked Tyrion to wait a little while as Ruin would be speaking next. Tyrion found it hard to believe that Ruin was still attending the academy. Head Tyrion decided to pay tribute to Ruin's persistence and watch him perform. Ruin thought it was a great opportunity to test his strength. A second after, the examiner asked the boy to begin. The protagonist's face adhered to seriousness. He summoned fire, brushing himself off with a wall of flame. Every single professor was amazed to see the unrealistically fast speed of summoning magic. Even the disciples were surprised, but Mikkel convinced the others that even if Ruin summoned 100 orbs, the disorder wouldn't allow something bigger to be done. The time refraction skill was activated. Within 30 seconds, time became distorted. Ruin took advantage of this, receiving an acceleration of 200% of his physical strength. Ruin had recently obtained the time refraction skill. It helped him move abnormally fast for 30 seconds in any desired direction. Due to its excessively high speed, Ruin was like a fiery typhoon. When Ruin finished his introduction, the ground around him was broken and the surroundings were struck by fire. The examiner was horrified, for Ruin had managed to incapacitate 27 targets. There was no limit to his surprise. He summoned magic in his hands and personally struck the targets. 27 targets struck was the highest result in the Academy's history, and at the very end, Ruin's speed was extremely great. The head of the entire Academy, Tyrion Ignite, stood up. Clapping his hands, he complimented Ruin on his behavior. Even the students that despised the protagonist began to elevate him, showering him with compliments. Envious Mikkel was furious. He didn't expect this from Ruin. After all, he thought he was weak. Warmth spilled over Ruin's chest as he received a standing ovation and recognition he had never received in 6 years. Elik noticed that Ruin hit targets by applying magic in his hands. Elik didn't think it was effective, for it had nothing to do with magic. Heidel replied that this was the hallmark of magic in its limitless possibilities. Heidel added that if everything happens as expected, it's no longer magic, but math. Tyrion stopped the altercation by saying that he beheld a flawless magical marvel created by an apprentice. Elik was unhappy that Ruin had caused things to go wrong, as he hadn't expected this to happen. A little later, Ruin was surrounded by apprentices. She wanted to befriend him and learn about his ways. Ruin had been an outcast until yesterday, but things had changed literally overnight, so the guy was still getting used to the attitude. As soon as Ruin entered his room, Mikkel was in it, waiting for the guy to come in. Ruin was not happy with what he saw. He asked Mikkel what he was doing in someone else's room. The arrogant blonde replied that Ruin was proud of himself for scoring some points with what couldn't even be called magic. Ruin's insolence pissed Mikkel off, and he was about to warn Ruin not to show off. Ruin asked if it was about the turmoil of losing to someone he had looked up to for 6 years. Those words infuriated Mikkel, and he grabbed Ruin by the shirt and asked him what he had said. Ruin grabbed Mikkel's hand and pulled it away from him. The blond man was horrified, for he couldn't move his arm. The main character told Mikkel that it was important for them both to graduate. If it was so important for Mikkel to defeat Ruin, he should have done it fairly in a one-on-one fight. Mikkel asked Ruin if he thought he was worthy of competing with him. A man who for 6 years had only failed. Ruin replied that they should have just waited. Then they could find out if he was worthy or not. An enraged Mikkel left the room, telling Ruin not to even think of failing before this stage. The guy was sure that Ruin would definitely fail at today's stage, not even making it to the one-on-one fights. Forgetting that, Mikkel glanced at his hand that Ruin had squeezed and wondered if Ruin was a mage at all. The second stage of the practical exam was to measure magical power through an ogre statue. The statue was a treasure of the academy, and a rare artifact of which there are only a few in the entire continent. The ancient ogre Kingram. 500 years ago, Archmage Freud turned the ogre Kingram into an artifact during his lifetime. Trapped in the artifact, Kingram absorbs mage's mana and is a magical punching bag. Ruin checked with Jason to see if it was only necessary to target the statue and use the spell. His friend confirmed Ruin's theory. Ogre is also famous for grading very harshly. To get a score above 20 from him was already considered something commendable. The first student to take up the task of the exam used a thunderstorm into a statue. Kingram told the mage to get out of his sight, for he guy only got 1 point. The broken guy scurried off to the side. The girl decided to stand in front of the statue next. The girl concentrated all her magical power, launching an ice ball at Kingram. Ogre said he would definitely remember the girl, for he was impressed by how hopeless she was at getting 2 points. Jason got 5 points, and the ogre said his magic wasn't clean. The guy argued with the ogre, but eventually he left. Mikkel Garihill was next. He used ice magic and directed all the power at the statue. Statue admitted she was disappointed. Kingram suggested that Mikkel was George's son. Mikkel waved his hands and said he was his proud third son, Mikkel Garihill. Kingram scoffed at Mikkel's words that he was proud. After all, his father had begged the statue to give him more points. Kingram said there was less talent in Michelle, but he got 27 points. The examiner asked Mikkel to calm down, asking Ruin to stand in front of the statue. Ruin was nervous, but despite that, the guy's confidence never faded. He knew he could handle it. Fire appeared around Ruin. He introduced himself to the statue, remarking that it was a pleasure to meet him. Kingram said it was the first time he'd seen Ruin, but it didn't matter, hurrying Ruin to the front of the line. When the students finally paid attention to Ruin's magic, they realized that it was 4th grade magic. Ruin concentrated the power in his hand. Kingram was surprised to notice Ruin's unusual stance. Ruin warned the statue that he was advancing, after which he flew into the air and shifted his power to his leg. Turning around, Ruin's flaming foot struck straight at Kingram, blasting the concentrated power of the fire. The examiner was shocked. He thought it was impossible. After all, Ruin had moved magic from his fist to his leg and blasted it in an instant. The watchers were even more amazed. They no longer thought it was a 4th-class spell, but a 5th-class one. The students believed that Ruin was at least a 5th-grade mage. At this time, the protagonist noticed that Kingram had a strange reaction, though his spell worked properly. Kingram asked Ruin who he was. Ruin thought the question strange, and replied that he had already introduced himself. Kingram told Ruin that he was waiting for him, turning to the guy named Draca. Ruin couldn't believe his ears. Over the past 2 months, Ruin had reread every book available, but couldn't find a single mention of Drac. But Kingram had some information. Upon learning that Kingram was familiar with Draca, Ruin asked the statue to tell more about him. Kingram realized that Ruin was not Draca, but still found himself surprised that he had met an incarnation of Draca. Kingram wanted to know Ruin's name again. After Ruin introduced himself again, he said he would remember it. The examiner asked Kingram to name Ruin's score before he left. The statue decided to tell Ruin about Draca later, for there were too many ears around. The evaluation was complete, for Kingram had said that he couldn't evaluate Ruin's magic. The examiner said that according to the rules, Mr. Kingram must grade students no matter what. This contract must be honored for 5,000 years from the death of Archmage Freud Ignite. Ogre got angry and asked the examiner how dare he mention the rules in his presence. After all, Kingram had been evaluating children who didn't even look like mages for years. The examiner fell silent, and Kingram said that rules are rules, so he would deign to evaluate Ruin. Kingram asked Ruin what grade he personally wanted on a scale of 0 to 100. Soon, word spread through the academy that Kingram had graded the student 100 points. Professor Heidel turned to Ruin. saying that the news of Kingram receiving 100 points had already reached the head of the academy. When Tyrion heard about it, he said that it was an unprecedented case, and Ruin deserved the reward. The professor handed the boy a paper. Opening it, Ruin read the text, and it was about the artifact room. Ardel motioned for Ruin to follow him. Soon the two were in a faraway place not for public eyes. Ruin didn't know that such a place existed. Ardel replied that it was the only place in the academy where entry was forbidden. This seemed strange to Ruin. For what reason could he have to be in a place where entry was forbidden? Ardel stopped and said that they were standing at the entrance to the artifact room. The professor was only allowed to go as far as the entrance. Ruin realized that this meant he had to go in there himself. Ardel confirmed this and asked Ruin to be braver. Not knowing what was going on, Ruin swung the doors open, looking for the reward he had been promised. A red carpet stretched to the throne, and there was someone in the shadows on it. There were many costly things on pedestals around it. Ruin looked around the room. There were so many objects in it that he had only heard of. Kingram told Ruin that he looked lost, adding that Ruin did not realize his true worth. At first, the protagonist couldn't understand what Kingram was doing here, but later he noticed that the ogre was no longer a statue. According to Kingram, this was the only place where he was allowed to appear in his true form. Thanks to the ancient mana filling this room, Kingram could be in his body rather than in artifact form. The protagonist cut to the chase, asking what was meant by Ruin's value according to Kingram's words. Kingram said it was extremely straightforward. Ruin didn't quite realize his significance, despite Ruin using the same artifact as Draca, the player. This alerted Ruin. Kingram added that it was a rare artifact, one of a kind. Ogre wanted to know how Ruin had gotten such an artifact, and what connected him to Draca. Ruin replied, mauling himself with these questions, asking the counter-question of who Draca was. Kingram replied, proclaimed a certain Draca as a being who wished to become a god. One day Draca came to the tribe of the Celestial Peak, to which Kingram belonged. He was low and small, which looked unsightly. However, his power was so monstrous that none of the tribe could resist it. Moreover, Draca grew stronger day by day, so even a few ogres could not defeat him. The ogre civilization respected Drac. He lived with them, and was a member of the ogre tribe. Draca had been teaching Kingram, the next tribal leader, language and magic for practically 100 years. Upon hearing the news of 100 years of life, Ruin could not believe it at once, for a man could not have lived that long. Kingram replied that Draca was not even human, for his true form was the black dragon Dracagonia. Ruin couldn't stop wondering, for he had learned that dragons actually existed. Kingram asked the boy if he knew that magic came from dragons. Ruin had heard about it, but they were only tales. However, Draca was not capable of using magic. Therefore, according to Kingram, he created a way to fight like Ruin by infusing his hands and feet with magic. Ruin realized that Draca was treated the same as he was at the moment. Kingram continued his story by saying that Draca had created an ability that only he himself could use. The ability to turn magic into power, which Ruin had demonstrated on the statue. And with that, Draca became the strongest creature in the world. However, he was not satisfied with this, and endlessly increased his power. Until eventually he destroyed everything around him and himself. Ruin finally realized that was why Draca was nicknamed the Destroyer of Worlds. Even so, the protagonist couldn't imagine how powerful Draca was to destroy an entire world. Ruin's thoughts were distracted. He had gotten an achievement. It was a series of quests to find Drac's tracks. As a reward, Ruin received the title of Ogre's Friend, the Ogre Rage skill, and the spirit of the embodiment of the power of countries. The title of Ogre Friend increased the probability that ogres would not show hostility to the bearer. Also, the skill allowed to communicate with ogres. Ruin noticed the sudden reward, noting that the companionship was better than nothing. The active Ogre Rage skill borrowed the power of an enraged ogre, and gave the wearer a temporary increase in strength. Strength increased by 300 for 30 minutes. The effect was greatly enhanced by the body art skill. The last thing Ruin received was the spirit embodiment of the country's power, depicting a small blue ball of power. Kingram knew it was a reward for the task, since Draca had a habit of babbling about such things while staring into the void. When Ruin suggested that Kingram might have known what the object was, the ogre looked at it and managed to recognize the spirit. Kingram said that the orb was not an object, but an incarnation, an embodiment that had always been near Draca. Kingram couldn't recognize this spirit, but given his current state, Draca must have sealed it in the spirit stone when he died. The spirit was the embodiment of power. Although he was called a spirit, he was different from ordinary spirits. Strawn possessed a vile character and asked Drac for infinite power every day. However, if his wish was granted, he would also promise the bearer infinite strength as well. Ruin hypothesized that an incarnation would be born from this stone. Ogre confirmed his theory. As soon as Kingram said that the spirit would soon awaken, the orb in Ruin's hands began to break down. Moments after, a small spirit appeared in the hands of the protagonist. The spirit pretended to be a small bear. The bear was angry about being called as such. The spirit was also offended at being called a talker. The spirit revealed that he was not a bear, but an incarnation not bound to a form, and he could be anything he wanted to be. The spirit wanted to demonstrate its power to Ruin, but failed to do anything. Trying to figure out where his power had disappeared to, Dahl turned to Ruin saying the problem was reincarnation with an empty stomach, demanding food from Ruin. Ruin knew that there was no food around him, and he didn't even know what the bear had consumed. Spirit was angry because of the weakness of his current master. The spirit wanted to sleep. Turning away, the spirit fell asleep with a request to wake him up when it was time to eat. Kingram laughed and said that thousands of years have passed and the character arc is still the same. Looking at Ruin, Kingram thought back to the good old days. The protagonist reminded him of the Strand and Drac he had encountered in his homeland. Changing the subject, Kingram wanted to know what Ruin was going to do next with the power that made him stronger. After all, that power could guide him to the righteous path, or it could eat him alive. The reason Ruin craved power was to protect his men from demons, and to elevate the Ardel family name by properly making himself known to those who despised Ruin. Ruin knew that, for the moment, it was enough. He had a lot to protect, so turning down this opportunity wasn't a priority. Gathering his thoughts, Ruin decided to answer Kingram by saying that he would live of his own free will. For the sake of his men, his family, and himself. Even though Ruin had gotten a clue about Drac's identity from Kingram, his daily routine hasn't changed at all, except for one detail. Added to Ruin's daily routine was another concern. He had to feed the land of the... As soon as Strawn was on the boy's shoulder, Ruin's hands were on fire. After all, the spirit was obsessed with food. Suddenly, Strawn began to absorb Ruin's magic, eating it up without any trouble at all. The food that Strawn fed on was the power that Ruin gets from quests. Strawn fed directly on his power. Strawn was the embodiment of the power of a single star. The only spirit of the physical world, responding to the most primitive manifestation of power, becomes stronger as the vessel grows, sharing everything with it. The unique skill of one-star country was that the companion's growth was shared with Ruin 100%, and he gained a bonus 100 strength. Ruin realized that he was getting an extra 100 to his strength every time Strawn got stronger. The spirit replied that Ruin would soon receive 200 strength when he got 2 stars, and so on. Before the ceiling, Strawn had over 31 stars. The protagonist was surprised, as Draca was getting 3,100 strength. Ruin didn't even possess 1,000 strength, and he already felt incredibly strong. Ruin wanted to know from Strawn if there was a way to build up strength besides completing quests. The arrogant spirit remarked that that was the reason he was great, adding that if Ruin wanted to learn something from him, he had to get a glass of water. Ruin got angry and told Strawn that he could keep his mouth shut if he wanted to starve to death. Strawn broke down and decided to tell. Strawn revealed that there were many ways to become stronger. For example, Ruin could take on tasks of increased difficulty. The harder the task, the better the reward. Strength was also given when crafting items or finding artifacts. You can also boil an ogre's tendon and make an elixir. Strawn disarmed Ruin by saying that these options were not for him, for he had to gain at least 1,000 strength first, as Ruin's body would not be able to withstand the power growing exponentially. Ruin's self-importance had changed, for he thought he was strong, but in fact, found himself only at the very beginning of the journey. Now Ruin's goal is to gain 1,000 strength. Ruin continued to train every day to increase his physical strength, and soon the strength marker reached 930. By then, the third stage of the Ignite Academy exam, the actual mage battle, had begun. Strawn learned of a nearby event that Ruin had been looking forward to, a trial by actual combat. Usually mages attacked while behind, so there was a chance that in the general chaos a spell could hit their own. This trial was to test the mage's risk management skills. This was the most important stage. Jason used fire magic, casually targeting his allies. Jason dropped out. The Knights of Faldron were invited to assist with the exam to ensure the safety of the students and to check compatibility with them. The test lasted for 10 days, and depending on their scores, the students were given different monsters. At the end of the last day, 13 students with high scores were identified. And as the final day of the test arrived, each student wondered what monster would appear before them. Lightning erupted around the monster. An enemy appeared before the students. It was an orc. Orcs live in groups and are common throughout the continent. They are much larger than humans and had comparable intellectual abilities. Orcs are violent by nature, so wars were constantly taking place between them and humans. After seeing the enemy, the students weren't so sure, for the orc could kill one of them. Professor Ardel told the students to keep their minds sober and consider this a real fight. Putting their best foot forward, the orc immediately rushed into the fray. The Knights of Faldron stood confidently with their shields raised. The knights did not miss the orc. At this time, Mikkel summoned his magic to strike the enemy from far away. But Mikkel didn't hit with his ice. The orc jumped over the knights, thus dodging the attack. Ardel shouted to Mikkel to dodge. The boy knew he should dodge, but his body was gripped by fear. The professor had to intervene. Ardel used a tree prison, restraining the orc in the roots. Mikkel was scared out of his wits. The examiner turned to the blonde man, telling him he was out. Alec hadn't expected this turn of events, so he wanted to somehow prevent Ruin from taking the test. The first thing the professor did was to approach the head of the He wondered if the exam would continue like this. Tyrion didn't quite understand what the professor was implying. Alec replied, Ruin Ardel is the only student to receive the highest grade from Kingram. To grade Ruin on par with the other students would not be fair. That was exactly what Alec thought. Tyrion supported the professor's point, but unfortunately, the academy didn't train other monsters. Alec knew that the academy had another monster. For when the Knights of Faldron had brought the orcs, they had also brought the ogres with them. It is very dangerous to use ogres in a test, but since Professor Ardel and the Knights of Faldron were present at the exam, this was the way Professor Alec wanted to see what Ruin could really do. Ardel met Ruin before the test. The professor revealed that this time the test would be harder than the others. According to Ardel, the academy expected a lot from Ruin since Kingram had given him the highest grade. Therefore, some felt that it was unfair to give Ruin the same monster as the others. The protagonist wanted to know about the complication. Ardel interrupted him, revealing that Ruin would be fighting an ogre instead of an orc. Strand laughed, remarking that Ruin's first real opponent was an ogre. This should be fun. Looking at Ruin's opponent, Jason at first assumed it was the Orcom captain, but was startled to learn the truth. The knight was asked to bring an ogre, but he didn't think it was right to use an ogre to test skills. Ogres are similar in appearance to orcs, but physically much stronger. Ogres could fracture skulls or dislocate vertebrae with a single blow. The knight asked Ardel if he was sure, because even knights had difficulty capturing ogres. The professor confirmed his confidence, because it was the order of the head of the academy. The knight remarked that the academy liked to put their lives on the line. Ruin showed up saying that he was betting his life. Looking at Ruin, the knight wasn't sure if this guy would be able to defeat the ogre in front of him. In case of anything, the knight and the professor would protect Ruin, but he wasn't sure. While the knight was full of thought, Ruin strode forward. The knight wanted to know where the boy had gone. Ruin replied that he was preparing for a trial. The knight refuted these words, for he must have been standing behind him. Ruin revealed that he would strike from his stance, for his spells were somewhat different from the usual ones. The knight replied that they wouldn't be able to protect Ruin if he was in front, for the ogre was not to be trifled with. Ruin dropped his coif and started walking closer to the ogre. The knight was stunned by Ruin's confidence. The knight remained speechless, for he didn't even feel any fear from the protagonist. As soon as Professor Ardel announced the beginning, the ogre was released and it immediately rushed to the attack. The knights were about to defend themselves against the ogre's attack, but Ruin pushed them away and rushed straight at the ogre. The knight was terrified from Ruin's actions. He shouted at him to stop, for it was too dangerous. Ruin's hand was covered in fire, and soon the ogre and hero's fists made contact, creating a surge from the impact. The gusts of wind forced the knights to stay on their feet with their last strength. They couldn't understand why Ruin was using a melee spell in such a situation. A large veil of smoke rose up after the impact. Even the professors couldn't see what happened to the student who went on the offense against the ogre. Ruin stood confidently on his feet. The knight couldn't believe his eyes that the boy was perfectly fine. The defender turned to Ruin, saying that he should have let him know at once, for he had nearly lost his life. Ruin had swept up that if he had warned the knight, the latter might not have allowed him to act in such a manner. Ruin's gaze returned to the ogre. He said there was no time to talk, for he had to complete the test first. The knight told Ruin to pull back, for he was strong, but it was too dangerous. The boy told the knight that this was his test, so the knight had to let Ruin finish what he had started. Ruin had 2 reasons why he moved so bravely into battle with a dangerous enemy. The first reason was his ogre friend skill, a title obtained from King Rem that allowed him to communicate with ogres. Ruin understood exactly what the ogre was shouting. Ordinary people only saw a ferocious monster, but not him. This ogre was scared because it was surrounded by mages and knights. The second reason was the sudden assignment. The emergency assignment was a battle with an enemy that Ruin couldn't avoid. The goal was to hit the enemy and defeat the enemy. The reward was strength and skill. It was a great reward for Ruin, who had to do the same task every day. Ruin knew that he had no reason to hesitate. After these thoughts, he immediately decided to attack the ogre once more. With his devastating attack, Ruin confused the ogre, for he was unable to overpower Ruin. The first part of the task, striking the enemy with his fist, was done, and Ruin knew that wasn't all of it. The ogre decided to counterattack. He jumped high into the air and was about to strike ferociously. The ogre shouted that he would split Ruin's head open. As it landed, it struck the ground, for the hero had time to dodge it. The time refraction skill was activated. Ruin's speed increased and he rushed to look for weaknesses on the ogre's body. Ruin moved closer to strike at the vulnerable point on the ogre's body, which was the abdominal area. The knight still couldn't believe that Ruin didn't flinch against the ogre. Ruin was amazing to them. The ogre began to fight back, and finally the two came together in a test of strength, trying to overpower each other. Ruin decided to strike with his foot, but the ogre shifted his arm just enough to defuse the guy's kick. Immediately afterward, the ogre took Ruin by the leg and threw him over himself into the nearest wall. Ruin manages to find his balance in midair, causing Ruin to land on the wall behind him. The protagonist didn't have time to fully regroup before the ogre attacked, but even this time, Ruin dodged it. The ogre's strong kick left a small crater on the wall. Ruin landed behind him. Ruin jumped high into the air, turning around for a leg kick. The ogre, however, did not immediately understand the man's intentions. Ruin was able to successfully strike at the ogre, sending it to the ground with just a kick from his leg. Landing on the ogre's body, Ruin set his hand on fire and decided to end the ogre. By activating the ogre's rage skill, Ogre realized that his death was coming, so he asked Ruin if he was human at all. Ruin had picked up on the fact that the ogre shouldn't have expected him to answer. After all, they weren't supposed to understand each other. Ruin stabbed at the ogre, using explosive burning mana and the impact enhancement from the ogre's rage skill. The ogre's rage skill put Ruin into a berserk state, increasing his fire at times. By the time Ruin finished his strike, the ogre was already dead. But the boy wasn't sure if he was done with the task at hand. Strand was surprised, noting that Ruin wasn't bad, probably even better than the spirit had expected. Upon witnessing Ruin's victory over the strongest monster possible, the disciples began to praise him. Even Professor Heidel was surprised that Ruin had managed to overpower the hedge on his own. The knight turned to Ruin Ardel to ask who had taught him how to fight so skillfully. Ruin replied that no one had taught him. The knight assumed that Ruin had learned everything on his own. Ruin confirmed his theory. The protagonist turned to the professor, asking Heidel for the results of his trial. Heidel didn't think Ruin could overpower an ogre, but Ruin didn't even give the knights a chance to intervene. Ruin had exceeded Heidel's expectations again, which meant that Ruin had managed to pass this test. Seconds after, the system reported that the emergency mission had been completed, and Ruin had received the rewards. One of the rewards was a new skill. The player's eye. It was a passive skill. With the player's eye, the wielder could see the nature of everything, collect and digitize all information. Strand said that after receiving this ability, Ruin had become a true player. Hearing this, the boy wanted to learn more about the new ability. Strand already knew about this skill. It was something that only a true player could possess. According to the spirit, enemies who conceal themselves using stealth or invisibility magic will be visually distinct to Ruin. A faint outline will be visible around these people. After that, the system opened a minimap. It was able to see everything within a radius of 500 meters. Strand revealed that it wasn't all surprises. From now on, Ruin could see the status window of the desired target, also viewing his information depending on the level of the target. Strand ordered Ruin to look at the ogre's corpse using the player's new eye skill. The system showed a window. The window said that the ogre shovel was a 3-star. It dwelled in the Thunder Mountains. It was distinguished by its protruding shoulder blades. This species was smaller than normal ogres. In addition to its milder temperament, it was also weaker than other ogres. Ruin wanted to check Professor Heidel's information, but the system wasn't readable by a 6th grade mage. The protagonist approached Strawn with this problem. The spirit revealed that he couldn't get information about people much stronger than Ruin. And as the strength grows, so will the amount of information available to view. After completing the trial by actual combat, rumors of Ruin defeating the ogre spread throughout the academy. Jason wanted to know how Ruin felt about what everyone was saying about him. Ruin replied that he didn't know because it was all new to him. In an instant, Ruin was surrounded by 3 Milady, each of them holding out dinner to Ruin. As the girls ran off, Ruin immediately offered the lunch he had been given to Jason. Jason replied that it was terribly disrespectful to the girl who had overcome her embarrassment and packed Ruina a snack. Ruin decided to look at Jason through the player's eye. The system said the guy had high potential. Over the past few days, Ruin had checked everyone in the academy. Besides Jason, only Mikkel had a high potential. Ruin glowered, telling Jason to try a little harder, because at this rate, he was sure to do well on the next test. Ruin wanted to tell Jason that he had high potential and good skills, so all that was left was to get his confidence back and work harder, asking Jason not to waste time playing games. The blonde man got excited and said that his goal for the next stage would be to get into the top 10. Jason became serious again. He asked Ruin if it was really him, for sometimes Jason couldn't believe it. Jason revealed that he wondered if he was the same Ruin he had known and been close to for 6 years now. The protagonist realized that even he had a hard time believing his change, so he could understand Jason's emotions. As it turned out, there were rumors about Ruin, that he would supplant Mikkel Gary Heel and become not only the top graduate, but also the Academy's spokesman. Ruin said he wasn't interested. Jason was surprised, for this year was the year of the Great Festival. In the 5th month of each year, representatives of the famous academies would come together and determine the best among them by holding a magical festival. And once every 8 years, an Olympiad was held, where participants competed for the title of the best magician. The Great Festival was called the intersection of these 2 events. It is a national competition for the best students of the most famous academies. The winner of this festival and the academy he or she represents will not only receive a huge cash prize, but can also enjoy various privileges. Therefore, there was a limit on the number of participants. 1 student for individual competitions, 30 for group competitions. A total of 31 participants could compete from the academy. And whoever was chosen for the individual competition became the academy's representative. The students speculated about the future representative of the academy this year. Some assumed that it would be Mikkel again, but Jason thought otherwise. He thought Ruin would be the best candidate. Jason asked the students to remember all the times Mikkel had participated in the Magic Festival, for his performances were not even memorized by anyone. The black-haired lad said there wasn't much to say about the group events, but in the individual events, Mikkel was last 4 times out of 5. As it turned out, due to Mikkel's terrible results, Ignite Academy was dubbed as a last-place academy, unable to perform well in either individual or group competitions. The only way to get rid of that stigma is to send Ruin out as a candidate. When the students wanted to know Ruin's opinion, he simply said that the exam wasn't over yet. It was too early to be confident and expect something. In the end, the participants of the Great Festival are chosen based on their first semester results and the recommendations of the faculty. There was still a 4th stage ahead, a one-on-one battle against Mikkel. Ruin wanted to focus on the next test. After all he was thinking about was beating Mikkel, 4 days after completing the 3rd stage. He continued to train, finally reaching the 1,000 force mark. The protagonist received the achievement of completed training. Strand suggested that Ruin start leveling up, while Ruin was trying to find out about upgrading a repeatable quest to level 2. Strand jumped on the boy's shoulder. Strand started eating magic. The system, on the other hand, reported that the difficulty of the repetitive task had been doubled and the reward tripled. As soon as Strand finished his feast, he flew into the air and emitted bright flames all around him. At this time, Professor Ellick was angry that Ruin had been awarded extra points on the final score. Ellick pondered whether Mikkel could defeat Ruin, but quickly dismissed that theory. For the professor, not only was Mikkel's participation in the Great Festival in jeopardy, but even the top alumni spot was in jeopardy. In Ellick's opinion, the Garyhill family should have been at the top of the academy. Because of this, Strand was able to raise his incarnation level to rank 2. Looking at the spirit, Ruin noticed that Strand now looked bigger than before. Ruin asked the smug country what had happened, for thanks to the spirit, Ruin's strength had quickly reached the 1,200 figure. Strand thought this was just the beginning, and was willing to bet that the difficulty of the tasks and rewards had increased as well. Looking at the repetitive task, body training had become the second level. The requirements became many times greater, and the reward was 30 strength. Ruin was already doing an increased number of reps, so it would be difficult. But Strand got a question about practicing in actual combat. Strand reminded Ruin of their first meeting, for Strand had said he could have been anything he wanted to be. Ruin could now transform. For now, however, there were limits to the transformations. Ruin speculated that Strand could take the form of a human. Strand suggested that he could become human when he reached the 5th rank, but perfect transformation would be difficult to achieve anyway. Ruin wanted to see who Strand could turn into. The spirit decided to demonstrate his skills right away. After a little while, the bear-shaped doll turned into a large stuffed animal. Strand got angry at Ruin's reaction. Ruin laughed and said that he had expected a little differently. Strand told Ruin not to look down on the scarecrow. After all, the scarecrow was useful when Draca first started real training. After clarifying the situation, Ruin considered that Strand was acting as a dummy. The spirit clarified that he was a helper in the task at hand. Ruin realized that he would need to train every day in actual combat with the scarecrow. Since Strand was still weak, he was at the level of a 3rd-class mage. Strand added that when he regains his former power, anything will be possible. If Ruin wanted to do so, Strand would soon be able to turn even a demon or a dragon. Ruin suggested that the spirit begin training right away, telling Strand to accept the role of the mage. Strand got a magic wand and said that even if his magic hit Ruin, it would at most backfire without doing damage. Ruin wondered if it would do damage to the spirit. Strand said he could attack as much as he wanted to. Strand decided to attack first. With a wave of his wand, a pillar of fire flew straight at Ruin. Like Ruin, Mikkel was probably training right now, so he couldn't wait for them to fight. Mikkel picked up on the fact that Ruin was pissing him off. Professor Elec asked why Mikkel had to tell him that. Elec thought if Mikkel had been stronger, things would have been different. Mikkel said that the professor had no right to resent him. If rumors were to be believed, it was Elec who contributed to Ruin's high scores. Mikkel was furious. He knew that putting the ogre against Ruin was Ellis's idea. Thanks to that, Ruin got the best possible result. If Garihill's family found out about this, Elec would be in trouble. Elec thought it was a provocation. Mikkel asked his uncle to stop idle chatter and think together about how to remedy the situation. If Ruin were to become the Academy's representative at the Great Festival, it would be terrible news. Elec convinced Mikkel that this would not happen, for he had an idea. Professor Elec gave Mikkel a flask that contained the awakening herb, a flaming flower, the herb of awakening, the blazing flower. Occurred in the northern territories of hallucination and was a rare and valuable medicinal plant, sometimes used to create special elixirs. Elec told Mikkel that if he drank it, he would get an awakening effect. This would greatly reduce the time it takes to summon spells. Mikkel replied that as a side effect, he would experience pain and stop distinguishing between his own and strangers. The professor didn't think it was a problem because apparently Mikkel didn't sleep through his classes. Mikkel wasn't sure if he should drink the drug. Elec had noticed that the blonde had already lost to Ruin, and now he hardly wanted to be dishonorably banished from the family. Mikkel thought it was a risky venture. Professor Heidel knew exactly what he was capable of. If Heidel noticed the change, he would not keep silent. Professor Elec said that drug testing was his responsibility, so Mikkel could confidently take the drug, and the potion would hide the fact of taking the flower. Elec asked Mikkel not to be afraid. After all, they are Garihill's family, and this is their way of going forward. The day of one-on-one fights had finally arrived. The students moved into the mana barrier room. Every year during the one-on-one fights, the grandstand is filled to capacity. Soon it was time for the most interesting and final battle. Ruina versus Mikkel. Strand said that the opponent knew that Ruin would try to shorten the distance. If Mikkel is ready for that, it will be difficult for the protagonist. Ruin and Strand were confident that if he got to Mikkel, one hit would be enough for victory. Since this test is as close to real battle conditions as possible, various geographical objects are placed in the hall. Before expressing his willingness, Ruin noticed that Mikkel was not in a normal state of mind. Mikkel wasn't as cocky as usual. Something wasn't right, so Ruin wanted to check it out with a player's eye. Mikkel Garihill was a 3rd-class mage with high potential. The system added the double summoning specialty to him, as well as a special berserk state. Ruin had never seen berserk status before, and it was also in a hidden state. Mikkel had apparently taken something to prevent the others from discovering that he had drunk some kind of drug. There was a drug test before the exam. Ruin knew that Professor Elek was responsible for it. The fact that the professor had helped Mikhail hide the fact that she had taken the drugs was quite plausible. The examiner said that the only prohibition in the duel was black magic. Any magic based on the 4 elements was allowed. The scoring was based on the level of magic that hit the opponent. The examiner added that they were now in the mana barrier room, where the effectiveness of magic was reduced by 99%. Ruin had another question. What would happen if it was discovered that someone had taken a forbidden potion? Anyone who took the drug would be disqualified from taking the exam and would fail. Depending on the seriousness of the offense, the examiner could consider different penalties, up to and including expulsion, at the discretion of the examiner. Ruin had no reason to ask such a question, so the examiner gave commands to the enemies to get into position. Right now, Ruin didn't have any proof. Only he could see the status window, so no one would believe him. Ruin created a plan for himself, that first he must get at least one proof of the... Soon the examiner announced the start of the battle. Ruin immediately moved into the fight, straight at Mikkel. Mikkel was in the air. He used the ability of the grass and bound Ruin's leg. Ruin had no problem getting out of the dense roots of earth magic. The students marveled at how quickly Ruin was freed from Mikkel's spell of earth magic. The Hall of Mana Barrier reduced mana power but had no effect on Ruin's power, so he had superiority. Mikkel said he wouldn't stop there. Creating a skull behind his back, he started letting out flames. The flames pursued Ruin, but his speed was enough to escape the fire without difficulty. When the flames practically hit Ruin, the guy managed to run behind the nearest rock and hide from the fire. Ruin noticed a decrease in summoning time and an increase in mana collection. These were the effects of Mikkel's potion. Mikkel was confident. He caustically beckoned Ruin to stop hiding. Ruin noticed that his enemy was more agitated than usual. Ruin was now certain that Mikkel had drunk the awakening herb, the flaming flower. Tremor of the hands, overexpression, suppression of pain receptors, decreased ability to distinguish between opponents and comrades. All the symptoms were consistent. Ruin has only one last detail to confirm, a decreased sensitivity to pain. The protagonist came out from behind the hiding behind a rock. Having said that it was no surprise that Mikkel was so confident. Ruin said that Mikkel became like this because of the blazing flower, but it didn't matter, so Mikkel had to prepare himself. Breaking time, Ruin's speed increased. He immediately began running towards Mikkel to deliver the finishing blow. Mikkel created ice shards, but even so, Mikkel realized that Ruin was too fast. The ice wall towered in front of the protagonist, but he didn't even think about stopping. The ice got much bigger. Ruin tried to break through it, but not even half of it was broken. The professors were deluded into not thinking Mikkel's magic was real magic at all. Mikkel was overconfident. He attacked again, summoning the third-class magic Fire Lizard magic. Ruin knew how to defend himself. The hero used the earthquake skill and struck the ground. The disciples were amazed that Ruin had defeated the fire elemental with an earth spell, while Mikkel couldn't realize what had happened. Ruin was right in front of Mikkel, who fell to the ground. Ruin asked Mikkel not to be so gentle and get a slap on his forehead. He delivered a flick that kicked up dust into the air and knocked Mikkel back into the wall. Mikkel left the crater behind him. The smile didn't leave the boy's face. The blonde told Ruin not to look down at him. As soon as Mikkel had something to say about the flick, Ruin immediately moved in and threw another punch. Ruin had no intention of stopping, continuing his attacks on Mikkel. The power of the attacks was devastating, surprising everyone around him. Mikkel lay on the ground and laughed, saying that the enemy wouldn't be able to defeat him with such a weak blow. Ruin was surprised that Mikkel was still conscious even after such a blow. At this rate, the guy might have died from the accumulated injuries. Professor Ardel knew it was dangerous to continue the ordeal, so he intervened and disarmed Mikkel with a restraining tree. The hero raised his hand and addressed the professors, saying that Mikkel had used a banned drug. The examiner couldn't believe his ears but said that if it was a lie, Ruin would be disqualified. The protagonist was convinced, because the use of the drug could always be covered up by others, or the reviewer could turn a blind eye to the violation. Someone who could get his hands on some rare materials for his favorite, and someone who did drug testing before matches. There was only one person in the entire academy who fit that description: Professor Elek. The students entered in confusion as the clues converged. Professor Elek was Michael's uncle, which was already a big clue. Professor Elek ran out into the arena and asked Ruin if he understood what he was saying. Elek couldn't believe Ruin's words that he claimed Mikkel had taken the drug and he had turned a blind eye to it. Ruin was confident in his theory, Alec offered another drug test in response. The protagonist knew that it was useless, for the professor had given Mikkel a special elixir to conceal the fact that he had taken it. Professor Alec wanted to know how to settle this dispute. Ruin approached the tree and decided to demonstrate. Ruin used his firepower, creating an explosion. The wood immediately shattered into splinters. He turned his attention to the stump and said that such was the force of the flick he had inflicted on Mikkel. Even assuming that Mikkel's magic was stronger after practicing, he was still laughing and conscious after such a blow, which was not normal. Ruin added that in his current state, Mikkel had at least a concussion and at least 4 broken ribs. Mikkel's face was horrified. He continued to laugh as if he felt no pain at all. Ruin asked Professor Alec if he would continue to deny the obvious facts. Hearing this, Head Tyrion Ignite stood up. The elder angrily turned to Alec. Head Tyrion was furious. He couldn't understand how Ellis dared to do such a thing on the sacred territory of the exam. Immediately afterward, the professor was summoned to Tyrion's office. The events of the 4th stage swept through the academy like a storm. The Garrehill family's tampering came to light. Thanks to Mikkel's revelation, Ruin has acquired the nickname throughout the academy of the mage exorcist, Ruin. And at the very end, Ruin was summoned to the head of the Ignite Academy, Tyrion Ignite, after the 4th stage. Entering the teleporter, Ruin found himself in a different place. It was a clearing with a chair in the middle of it. This was not Ardel's territory. The protagonist immediately noticed Theron's throne, upon which the Mage King sits. When Tyrion appeared, Ruin followed him. The chapter wanted to know what Ruin had seen, for the appearance of this place was created with the Eye of Mularok, of which the protagonist had only heard of. Malarok, the emo name, belonged to a demon leader, who invaded the continent of Frelia. He was said to have the power to make the target see what they most desired. After the fall of Mularok, his parts were turned into artifacts. Tyrion added that Mularok's eye showed the world that Ruin wanted to see. The images around him approximated what Ruin wished to see. Ruin thought about it, realizing that he wished to see Ardel territory blossom and become a better mage. Tyrion asked Ruin if he was curious about what he was seeing. Ruin immediately asked a counter-question to inquire about the head's visions. With a smile on his face, the head revealed that he had seen a world where apprentices behaved like apprentices and mages like mages. As Tyrion and Ruin approached the exit, the head said that it had not been easy to accomplish this. Before leaving the place, Ruin turned around one last time, letting the vision ripen once more. Ruin saw himself holding the cup, the students tossing it up and cheering the kid's victory. Moments after, Ruin was already wearing his alumni hat, and the chapter said that Ruin was the best alumnus ever. Tyrion led his apprentice to his study. They sat down at the table and Tyrion gave Ruin a cup of tea. Tyrion revealed that he had summoned Ruin, for he wanted to ask something, but he wasn't sure if the boy would respond. After getting Ruin to agree to answer, Tyrion asked the protagonist how he knew Mikkel had used the flaming flower. According to Ruin, Mikkel wasn't behaving as he usually did. One could immediately think of a blazing flower because of Mikkel's aggressive yet anxious behavior. Also, the flow of mana around him was not normal, and the mana itself was enhanced. Tyrion proceeded from what he had seen. Ruin did not suspect Mikkel of receiving the flower, but was certain of it. The protagonist used physical strength, not magic. And the mana barrier room only suppressed magic without affecting physical strength. Even if Mikkel was in a state of shock, his laughter despite his injuries could only be explained by the consumption of the blazing flower. Tyrion was amazed that in his 16, Ruin was perceptive enough to instantly notice subtle changes in an opponent, and able to remain calm in critical situations. As the head of the academy, Tyrion was terribly sorry for what had happened, so he apologized. From now on, Tyrion was going to personally oversee that the Garrehill family would not harm Ruin. The chapter also put forward a proposal to Ruin to attend the great festival to be held in the 7th month of this year as a representative of Ignite Academy. A representative of the academy at the great festival, a status that everyone dreams of. Ruin had his suspicions even the moment he was summoned to the academy head's office. He was grateful for the offer, but he explained to Tyrion that he didn't have enough experience. Since Ruin had not participated in any real battles in the past 5 years, due to the mana release disorder, all events were closed for the protagonist. Therefore, he didn't know if he could perform well at the great festival against other gifted peers. Tyrion didn't see it as a problem. Moreover, as a judge at the great festival, the chapter felt that Ruin was more than worthy to be considered a candidate for victory. Tyrion could say with certainty that he had every chance of winning, and far more frighteningly, Ruin would become the secret weapon that had appeared out of nowhere. From the opponent's point of view, Ruin was a dark horse. There was no information about him, so no one would be able to develop methods and strategies against the magic he used. Ruin realized what was wrong. Due to the fact that he always ended up last, no one looked up to him. Unlike Mikkel, there was no data on him, so it would be easy to catch the opponents off guard. Tyrion still wanted to know Ruin's ultimate answer. Motivated, the boy replied that he would do his best to justify the head's trust. Tyrion had assumed that Ruin would benefit more from taking lessons in the arts of the body than in magic, so a professor of martial arts was invited specifically for that purpose. In front of Ruin stood the knight Golter Pirante. Seeing Ruin's face, Golter thought he wasn't happy to see him, but it was a shock. Golter is the leader of the Knightly Order of the Faldron Territory, one of 5 knights of the 6th rank in the Kingdom of Radian. Golter turned out to be the very same knight that Ruin had crossed paths with in the 3rd stage of the practical examination. The protagonist never imagined that he would have the opportunity to be instructed by him. Golter decided to confirm a few things first. According to Professor Heidel, Ruin is a special mage who has to fight exclusively at close range. Ruin confirmed those words. Golter could tell from last time that Ruin's attacks were pretty good, crisp and uncluttered. Golter decided to be honest. It was too obvious the fact that Ruin hadn't studied martial arts properly. Ruin's skills might work against an ogre, but a skillful knight would read him like an open book, no matter how strong Ruin was. Opponents who had studied body arts would be able to figure out his next moves. Ruin realized that Golter was right. His movements were the product of repetition of the same blows within a task, so their application in practice was very limited. Golter convinced Ruin that there was no need to worry. After all, after his lessons, Ruin would be able to advance beyond the basics. Therefore, the knight suggested that he start training right away. The most important thing for a knight was his feet. They gave strength to the sword, and allowed to predict the actions of the enemy. So, you must first learn how to walk properly. Golter said that only after that could one begin to study body art. In the training center, the celestial martial art was usually studied. The first thing Ruin did was to strike forward with his palm, developing air around with the exception of sword techniques. The heavenly martial art included 36 fighting techniques. Golter continued to instruct Ruin. The lad followed all instructions, modifying his attacks and movements. Before training, Ruin wanted to know why Golter was doing this. After all, his training wouldn't do the knight any good, but he would have to come to the academy every day. If Ruin needed an answer, Golter decided to present this training as an investment of sorts. Golter asked Ruin to imagine that he had met a man who could become a great magician. If he could be of any help to him, it would be considered a worthwhile investment. Ruin bowed to the knight, saying that in that case he would follow Professor Golter's steps. The knight said that it was getting awkward, so Ruin could call Knight Hyun, for he isn't even in his 30s. Golter was glad of his instruction, for Ruin was doing well. The lad was not lacking in stamina. As early as the 3rd stage, Golter examined the dead ogre's body, noticing that his jaw was broken. Ruin was a melee mage, physically stronger than an ogre. That piqued Golter's interest. When 3 weeks had passed, the body art skill level was upgraded to level 10. The achievement of the whole body as a weapon had been obtained. As a reward, Ruin would receive the effect of the Madness Mage skill and could fill every part of his body with magic. Ruin remarked that the effect of mastering a celestial martial art was incredible. Joyful Strang agreed, for he had advanced to the 3rd rank because of it. Ruin felt a tremendous amount of strength, for his strength index in the system had increased to 2,130. Strand said that Ruin was getting stronger surprisingly fast. After all, Draca had been gaining 2,000 strength for over a year, and another 6 months after meeting with Strand, while the protagonist was rejoicing in his successes. A tired Jason came running to him to break the news. As it turned out, a list of participants in the Great Festival was displayed at the entrance to the academy. At the induction ceremony, Ruin introduced the new students and spoke from the stage, winning 1st place. Because of such successes, Ruin was envied and cast incredulous glances in his direction. Justifying their hidden hopes, all these years Ruin has only shown himself to be pathetic. Therefore, Ruin could only watch from afar as Mikkel received all the laurels and glory among the disciples. But now, everything changed. Because on the paper that said the participant of the individual competition was Ruin's name as a representative of the academy. As soon as the disciples noticed Ruin, they all rushed over to him and started congratulating him for accomplishing such a goal. It took Ruin a long time, But in the end, he still became a representative of the Academy once again. Professor Heidel revealed that he was quite surprised to hear Sir Golter say that he had mastered the celestial martial art. The protagonist received a 5th-grade education at 16. Heidel was sometimes intimidated by Ruin's brilliance. Preparations for the great festival went smoothly. Even Professor Heidel believed Ruin could handle it. All the participants of the Great Ignite Academy Festival gathered at the train stop to travel to the festival site, Altine. There were only 2 transit points in the Radiant Kingdom, but it was said that there were over 100 in the Raynak Imperial Federation. Some guy called the students rednecks, saying they'd never seen a train, so they should have kept their mouths shut and not embarrassed themselves. The guy's name was Henkes. He was Mikkel's backup singer who had participated with him in the Magic Festival last year. Henkes was sure that Ruin would not perform a miracle at the great festival. After all, he was proud, even though he had only gotten good grades in the first semester. Another student jumped into the dialogue by saying that the representatives of the other academies were like ghosts. They would have had a better chance if Mikkel, who had already fought against other students, had been chosen as the representative. Neither Henkes nor his small group recognized Ruin as an apprentice, so they had to manage on their own. Jason was getting pretty angry listening to this. Many were eager to gain an advantage by somehow serving Gerhill's family. But Ruin's team had to perform well, even if someone disagreed with his candidacy. Ruin had a hint that Mikkel would be flattered, for his dogs had remained loyal even when the owner had been kicked out of the academy. Henkes wanted to clarify what Ruin had called them. He replied that Henkes must have realized that he had deliberately expressed himself as clearly as possible, so that even a person of low intelligence would understand everything. Ruin said that this festival would be a level above the ones Henkes has attended. If achieved well in it, the students would get opportunities better than the connections with the Gerhill family could provide. Henkes realized this, but wasn't sure if they would accomplish anything at the festival. After all, those chosen to participate in the festival were monsters by the numbers. The hero believed it was possible, for a great festival was an event where cooperation played an important role, so it was better not to use those who interfered with teamwork. Ruin suggested that Henkes think while they were on the road about who represented the festival now, and Ruin also recalled that there was no Gerhill around them to appreciate Henkes' loyalty. Henkes said that if Ruin just tries to blow it in his first individual battle, then he won't listen to any of his commands at the great festival. When the students found themselves on the train, many students were on this mode of transportation for the first time, marveling at its speed. Strawn had swept the world into a great place, for in his time there were no such fast ways to travel. A group of guys entered the Ignite Academy's wagon. The arrogant students wanted to know who the post-academy redneck was here. Ruin glanced at the students' attire. They were wearing the symbol of the National Magic Institute of Oyota. Oyota National Magical Institute is the only educational institution in Oyota, the sandy desert kingdom. It is known for its ancient history. It's also famous for honoring its school of sword arts and extreme body training. One of the bullies of the Oyota Institute was trying to find Mikkel Gerhill, for he wanted to ask him to take care of them this year as a servant as well. The guy continued to taunt, reminding Ignite Academy that they had only ranked last before. Strand thought Ruin was too calm, for he did not even raise an eyebrow at such words. Ruin didn't even participate in such events, so he had no idea they were being so openly persecuted. Looking at the professor, Ruin realized that Heidel wasn't going to intercede. The great festival was a competition for disciples, and at the moment, he was acting as a normal chaperone. At this point, only Ruin, as the representative from the academy, held the power and responsibility for the team. The guy asked Henkes where Mikkel was hiding, who was at least interesting to talk to. The Oyota Institute student heard someone's voice. Ruin said that right now Mikkel was probably lying in bed praying that his broken ribs would heal properly. Henkes revealed that it was the current representative of Ignite Academy. The boy did not recognize Ruin, for he was seeing him for the first time. The Oyota Institute student introduced himself as Seda Malkiri, and he was a representative of his institution. Ruin revealed his name to Seda, and then said that was enough for a first introduction. In Ruin's opinion, if Seda was done looking for trouble, then he could get off this wagon. Though first and foremost, the protagonist felt that Seda should have apologized for all the insults voiced in a polite manner. Seda became angry, turning to Henkes. He asked if the latter had told Ruin anything about him. Seth asked Henkes to do it right for once, threatening to hit him in a way he would remember for the rest of his life. Ruin immediately realized that the disciples participating in the Magic Festival were trembling in Oyota's presence due to being attacked by Seth Malkiri. The plan of the Oyota Institute was to stomp out the morale of the opponents before the battle even began. Ruin offered to let Sita handle it on the spot. Even though Sita thought Ruin was crazy, he didn't refuse. Just as Seta swung to strike, his professor stepped into the wagon and ordered him to stop. The professor told Seth to sit down and calm down, for he had been making a fuss and making enemies from the beginning. A professor at the Oyota Institute apologized to Professor Heidel for the rudeness of his students. The Oyota Institute teacher began to forcefully push Seth out of the wagon to return to his seat. Seta was angry that he couldn't do anything, but threatened Ruin that he would deal with him later. Seta turned to his professor and wanted to know why he had stopped him, since the teacher himself had suggested the method. The professor said that Ruin and the other Professor Heidel were smiling, and Seta didn't notice it. The Ignite Academy Professor Heidel smirked as he watched Seta, as if he was just waiting for a fight to break out. Teacher Oyota couldn't say for sure, but Ruin definitely possessed something unknown to them. Ruin was quite different from Mikhail Garyhill. After a brief showdown with the Oyota Institute, the atmosphere in the train car changed significantly. The students learned that the first match would be a group competition without a representative. Some of the students doubted victory, but Hankes implied that they were bound to win. Ruin was times that from a certain point on, these guys, overwhelmed with envy and selfishness, began to band together. One of the students said that Ruin had acted too rashly, as the students from Oyota had literally grown up in battles. Ruin asked his friends if he was angry, for these guys disrespected them, their representative, without hiding it at all. And if Ruin hadn't intervened, they would have only gotten excited and mocked them even harder. The protagonist added that if he had remained silent, it would have fully justified the given mocking nickname. The students allowed themselves to be beaten, so they mixed them with mud for 5 years straight. Ruin didn't know the next actions of the disciples, but he believed that this wasn't the time to fight battles out of selfish motives. One of the students suggested that Ruin put Hankes in goal in the Araball game. Ruin internalized the realization that Mikkel's underlings had decided to side with him as well. Finally, when Ruin's team was able to reunite as a team, the train arrived at the Duchy of Altene. The Duchy of Altene is a state within the Raynak Imperial Federation. It is the only one recognized as neutral in the Empire. In this land, students must set aside their emotions, even if they have been irreconcilable enemies for decades. If there is bloodshed on Altene territory, the Raynak Empire, represented by the ruler of the continent, will bring the criminals to justice and reward them for their atrocities. Due to this state of affairs, large-scale international competitions, such as the Magic Festival for Mages and the Sword Grand Prix for Sword Masters, are held specifically in Altene. Ruin's group entered the territories of the Raynak Empire. One of the students pointed out that it was not an empire, but an imperial federation under the control of the empire. Jason wanted to know Ruin's impressions, for things were different here. Jason was from Daemon territory, which was considered a wealthy region, but it couldn't be compared to Daemon's. Ruin expected it to be the capital of the kingdom, with the noble antiquity of the city and the inhabitants strolling the streets without a care in the world. It was a sight that made them realize that they had come from a very small place. At this point, the students were directed to their temporary location via carriages. Heidel wasn't trying to imply anything, but he hoped that none of his students would drop in on kids from other schools, even by mistake. Glancing at Ruin, Heidel added that nothing good would come of the idea of breaking up a fight. Strand was looking out the rear window and asked Ruin to turn his attention to it, for a certain odor caught his eye. Strand was able to remember what the smell meant. Perhaps there was a Drac relic here. The next day, early morning, in the academy room, Ignite Ruin was awake. At this time, Jason was trying to wake up, recognizing where the boy was going. Opening the map, the protagonist rushed forward. Strand was confident, for the relic was visible on the map. Even for an embodiment of power like Strand himself, this was unusual. Soon, Ruin and Strand came running to the place indicated on the map. It was the workshop of touching memories. Ruin thought that the item used by the Black Dragon himself would be in a more unusual place. The notion was that the ruin would end up in a black market or a rich man's warehouse. Strand replied that Drac's relics are useless to mages who do not use power-based magic. To them, Drac relics would be just plain trash. Ruin used the player's eye. After applying the ability, a bright light pointed at one of the items. It was a ring of invulnerability. The item was a 3-star item. It was the first artifact Draca created, but it was also his first failure. Using the power of invulnerability, there is a small chance of withstanding any physical force. The protagonist was disappointed to learn that it was a failure. Strand laughed and added that there was one nuance to it. It wasn't just about attacks. Resistance can arise even from the touch of a friend or the embrace of a lover. The effect may not activate when it really needs to, while triggering on something mundane, hence the failure. Ruin needed the ring, as the accessory added 200 points to his strength. The boost alone was worth the price of admission. Putting the ring on, it fit like it was made to fit. It was as if the object had been specially designed for Ruin. Ruin was going to buy the ring. But the man did not choose to take money from the lad, for the ring had been lying idle for years now. Ruin decided to buy something else, so as not to leave the seller empty-handed. Then, noting that the player's eye was, indeed, a useful skill. Thanks to the player's eye, Ruin could easily determine the rarity of any item. Suddenly, Ruin's vision was struck by a book, the rarity of which was high. The book told of the quantum mechanisms of magic and swordsmanship. When Ruin reached for the rare book, a girl named Irina Prius, a 5th-grade mage with very high potential, also wanted to get her hands on the book. Irene was from the Seika Women's University. The Dirty King, also known as the King of Mages and King of the Frontier. Theron Artemis chose the 11 mages. The mages chosen by Theron were supposed to represent the next generation, and Aaron was one of them. The girl was rumored to be a genius close to reaching 5th grade, but Aaron was already a 5th-grade mage. Irene asked Ruin to hand over the book, but the boy stiffened as he touched the book first. Irene realized from the symbol that Ruin was from the Ignite Academy. After introducing herself, Irene said that she had come specifically for this book. The girl asked Ruin to relinquish the book. That was the moment the guy realized he was being eavesdropped on. Ruin asked Irene to tell the reason for buying the book, for such things are not simply sought after. Irene replied that it was part of her individual assignment, and she couldn't go into details. Ruin didn't think it was an institution, so he considered it an errand for the filthy king and conceded the book. That was the end of the guy's fleeting encounter, after which the protagonist went off to find other items to purchase. Jason and Henkies were surprised that Ruin had crossed paths with Irene. With a desire to learn more about it, Jason was filled with envy for Ruin, for he had only dreamed of touching that girl's hand once before. Henkies called the boys pathetic, for he had seen Irene at the Great Festival and had even sat next to her. Ruin said that Aaron was strong, but always came in second place. But the girl was terribly worried about always losing to the first-place winner, Doom Prime. Henkies replied that he was talking about the #1 ranking in the special school for combat mages. Hence, Doom is the most recognized mage among his peers on the continent. Doom was also the wielder of a shining sword. That's why Irene needed that book to defeat the first magician. A magical swordsman is not a good fit, because compared to other weapons, the magical sword did not give a pronounced increase in magic. In addition, becoming a skillful swordmaster is not so easy. Henkies revealed that Doom Prime was different from the others. The Shining Sword was an S-class artifact, and his sword proficiency level was at least that of an average knight. Jason said Doom has an artifact, good sword skills, and a talent for magic, plus a good and well-to-do family, and good looks. This magician's popularity with the girls is off the charts. Irene Prius, who mastered 5th-grade magic at the age of 16, and the magical swordsman Doom Prime, who defeats Irene every year. Such skillful mages constantly swirled in Ruin's mind, for he didn't know if he could defeat such famous geniuses. Among all the disciples, Ruin was a disciple who wasn't considered as a threat. However, he wanted to make sure of that. One of the students opened the door and said that the first lineup should have gathered for the opening day of the Great Festival. Rushing toward the light of the open door, Ruin gained the confidence to face the Great Festival. Hundreds of students gathered to witness the opening of the festival, as it was time for the kickoff matches. Ruin saw that their first opponent at the festival was the students from Oyota Magical Institute. The disciples of the institute showed up and declared that Ignite Academy were good opponents, because they were lightweight. Ruin had a different opinion of his opponents, as the Oyota Institute was well known for foul play. Even Henkies was intimidated by these enemies. Ruin, on the other hand, noticed that his allies were traumatized from their interactions with the Oyota Institute. Seda Malkiri swept the Ignite Academy so weak they wouldn't even let it warm up. Oyota Institute and his students continued to humiliate the rest of us, and not even anyone fought back. Ruin has not been provoked, so he decided to take the opportunity to show the Oyota Institute that they are not what they used to be. The protagonist turned to Seth, saying, "Mole." He saw that besides them, many other participants of the Great Festival had gathered together. Ruin wanted to introduce himself. He shouted his name loudly, adding that he was a representative of Ignite Academy. Ruin didn't want to throw words around, so he asked the Oyota Institute not to humiliate them any further, for it was unpleasant. After admitting that after being in the last places for so long, Ruin was tired of it. So now the protagonist wanted to get to number 1. The students of the Institute weren't going to listen to Ruin. They regarded his words as a joke, so they continued to oppress them. Seth Malkiri felt that in Ruin's opinion, the festival was a parochial competition, for it is not easy to win first place that easily. The smile on Ruin's face was wide. He declared that he was a secret weapon of Ignite Academy. A little while later, the students of the Oyota Institute were discussing Ruin. Having done a little investigating on his past, learning that he had failed at everything, none of them were sure why Ruin became a representative of the Academy. But at the beginning of the semester, Ruin changed dramatically and became a monster with startling results. Sita immediately remembered what his professor had said, that Ruin possessed something they didn't know about. Sita stood up to dispel any unnecessary thoughts. His confidence was still the same, that he would defeat Ignite Academy. The next day, the mana grenade toss will take place. This is a team competition in which everyone except the representative of The idea was to throw mana-filled grenades at a mithril golem. The team that destroys their golem the fastest wins. The disciples were excited about tomorrow's event, as Ruin would not be participating in it. Ruin agreed, because compared to the Oyota Institute, they lacked talented students. But even so, the commander had a plan. This is a group competition. If the students work together, they can win. Ruin suggested splitting into groups. The first group would heat mana grenades, the second group would move them, and the third team would directly attack the golem. The fourth group would be the reserve group, and would restore the enemy golem. With this approach, it would take the students longer to destroy the golem. Considering that in the Institute, the students themselves were not weaklings. This has caused even more excitement. Ruin added, he said in front of everyone, that now they would not be last. But first was the sincere intention of placing the papers on the table. Ruin added that he was going to do whatever he could to ensure victory. According to the commander's plan, while Oyota Institute would throw 1 grenade, Ignite Academy would throw 2 or even 3 at once. For teams with outstanding individual skills, the traditional approach was effective. But for a team, this method would be time-consuming. After brief persuasion, the students finally decided to trust Ruin and his plan. The team that would heat the grenade combined Henkis, Zola, Mil, Mora, Ayaki, and Freya. On the second team, it was only Taimans who had to move the heated grenades. Ruin divided the boys into groups based on their strengths. Behind that choice was the ability of the player's eye, the ability to see the essence of the target. With it, Ruin was able to minimize weaknesses and focus on the strengths of the group. Once everyone got into the perfect group for them, even the doubting guys started to percolate. Just as everyone was becoming more confident and hope was building in the boys, one of the students burst inside. A guy named Fulham fell to the ground as soon as he stepped inside. He was all beat up. Ruin immediately rushed to the battered student in order to find out what had happened. Fulham revealed that the students from the Oyota Institute had done it. Representative Oyota brought his boys with him. That's when they beat up Fulham. That pissed Ruin off, while a proud Seda was cheering with his friends. Ruin opened the door to their room. Ruin didn't listen to a single word out of Seth's mouth. He simply pointed his hand at him and told him to come out right now. Seth called Ruin a madman and wanted to know the reason for the insolence shown from him. Ruin didn't give a reason. He pressed his hand on Seth's shoulder, whereupon he dropped to one knee. Seda got angry and wanted to attack Ruin, but he easily dodged the flying fist. Grabbing the guy's arm, Ruin put it behind his back and easily disarmed Seth Malkiri. Ruin warned Seth one last time. If he touches the Ignite Academy outside the arena again, he'll end badly. The main character let go of Seth, and he fell to the ground. The excited friends immediately ran to their leader. Ruin turned to Seth lying on the ground, offering the bully a wager with him. Ruin's allies were surprised to learn that if they defeat the guys from the Oyota Institute, Seda will get a flick and apologize to all the students. Hearing this, the students got their confidence back, gaining even more desire to win. Henkis ran inside and announced that it was time for them to go to Altine Stadium, so everyone had to get ready to hit the road. A festival of mages held for the entire continent. A great festival. Historically, mages who stood out in some way within the festival became important people, writing their names into the history of the continent. Ruin was glad that thanks to Ignite Academy, he was able to be a part of the festival where legends are made. The man reported that the opening ceremony has come to an end. All students should return to their seats. Seda noticed Ruin. He told him to get ready, As this time Seda would not let his guard down, Ruin decided not to provoke Seth but instead vigilantly analyze the guy. Looking around at the other students, Ruin noticed one that stood out. It was Doom Prime, winner of a magic festival, and the man at the top of every discipline at a special martial arts school. If Ignite Academy were to win victory after victory, they would definitely meet him. Irene Prius showed up behind her, and she's savvy that Ruin is the one who causes trouble everywhere he goes. Irene revealed that Ruin had caused a lot of chaos yesterday, and even went to the extent of open conflict by visiting the Oyota Institute's house. Ruin wanted to know how she knew that. The girl replied that Altine was a small town, and everyone knew about it already. The protagonist wanted to excuse himself because he wasn't going for conflict, he was just going to have a conversation. Irene decided to give advice to Ruin since he let her take the book she was looking for. So she asked Ruin not to stand out. Ruin said that Erin offered to hide her true skills just like she does. After saying that, he ran as it was time for the first match to begin. In just a few minutes, the mana grenade toss will begin. Ignite Academy and Oyota Institute will be the first to participate. Jason suggested that the students prove to everyone that they are strong, and no more being last. The first competition had finally begun. The crowd was in an uproar over the actions of the students, because previously team competitions were won by those who possessed outstanding individuals. The division into groups within the same team, inherent in night competitions, was never common in competitions for mages. Ruin watched the actions of his allies. At this time, the public was condemning the actions of Ignite Academy in every way possible. Erin, watching this, was extremely surprised, as she didn't know that such a thing was possible. The audience was shocked. Taking a glance at the Ignite Academy's golem, they noticed that it had already lost an arm. Ruin was giving instructions to his allies. Henkes was doing a great job, and Mora and Ayaki had to help with movement, as did Jason, aiming for the golem's right arm. A couple moments later, the golem's second arm was broken. The Ignite Academy's teamwork was beginning to show the fruits of success. Seda watched his students as well, each time judging them on something as they lost out. The Oyota Institute saw that the Ignite Academy wasn't behaving as usual. Some of them were treating the golem, so it wasn't weakened in any way. Though it wasn't just Seda who thought so, but even he resorted to thinking that Ruin was surprising in his strategy. The reason why Ignite Academy was defeating Oyota Institute, who were obviously superior to them in individual skills, was purely due to strategy. Irene felt that this approach would only work if there was an accurate understanding of everyone's strengths. Realizing this, the girl remembered that Ruin had easily found the book she had been looking for so long, and also assigned the guys to groups according to their skills, getting everyone to maximize their success. Watching Ruin, Irene couldn't understand how come she hadn't seen him at any of the competitions. Deep in thought, Jason broke down the others' theories and threw the last ball at the golem. A direct hit from the magic ball into the golem caused it to explode into many small pieces. The golem's broken body fell to the ground, and the Ignite Academy began to cheer that they had managed to win the great festival. The first competition, the mana grenade toss, which was expected to end in a victory for Oyota Institute, ended in a victory for Ignite Academy. Thanks to this loss, it was Oyota Institute, not Ignite Academy, that came in last. The next competition for the representatives was to grab the flag. The students have motivated Ruin. The first match will be between Ruin Ardel, a representative of Ignite Magic Academy, and Seda Malkiri, the representative of the National Magic Institute of Oyota. After saying that, the two students stood parallel to each other. Strahan asked Ruin if he was worried. The guy replied that they were 20th out of 32 schools. It was perfect. After last year's win, people are showing renewed interest in Ignite Academy, but it's still not enough to remove the label attached due to past failures. Overwhelming victory. If they have an overwhelming victory against the Oyota Institute, the rest of the world will start to look at them differently. Even Strahan understood Ruin's intentions. He wanted the Ignite Academy to prove itself to the Magician King's satisfaction. Inside a flying building, 6 mages watched the students through a blue sphere. Dirty King Theron was one of those watching the event. His attention had fallen heavily on Ruin. Theron had made the point that he had previously considered Ruin as a candidate for the next generation of representatives. He added that he had a habit of memorizing talented kids. Ruin was born with so much talent that he was able to instinctively learn magic at a young age. Because of this, the king was incredibly disappointed when he found out he had a mana release disorder. Tyrion didn't think Theron was disappointed, but thought Ruin was a useless child. Theron replied that this time the student not capable of proper sorcery had been chosen to represent the academy. There was a reason for that, for he did not think Tyrion held anything in reserve as he had before. The king assumed that Ruin had overcome his curse, but Tyrion only smirked and told him to watch it. Strahan asked Ruin about his plan of action. After all, whether it was binding or freezing magic, Ruin should get close to the enemy. The protagonist didn't think his enemies were particularly smart. Strahan wanted to know Ruin's plan in such a case, and was told that the plan would be what it always was. The plan was that Ruin would fight Seth Malkiri head-on with no strategy whatsoever. The announcer alerted the students to the start of the match. Ruin immediately rushed into action after the start of the match. Seda began charging the lightning ball and said he would repay Ruin for what happened earlier. The leader of the Oyota Institute used the magic of summoning a battle defender. The magic lightning shot summoned a warrior in iron armor. The warrior was many times the size of a human body. The knight swung his pike and was about to stab Ruin in the face. The time refraction ability worked, and while the knight swung, Ruin rushed straight for Seda. His speed was so fast that Seda didn't even have time to react when Ruin was behind him. Seda turned around and tried to hit Ruin, but he easily blocked the blow. Ruin replied that he had expected that. Seda tried to pull his hand away, but he couldn't do it. According to Ruin, now was not a good time to chat. Seda turned around and saw the defender flying at them. The protagonist asked Seda to leave on his own, but no matter how much Seda pulled his hand, he couldn't move at all. Seda realized that Ruin's power was real. It wasn't because he had let his guard down. Taking his head to the side, Seda was disappointed, for he realized he had lost this fight. But suddenly there was relief in Seth's hands, and Ruin rushed to attack the magical defender. Ruin began beating the defender that was made of steel and magic with his bare hands. Each strike from Ruin created holes in the defender's armor of steel, easily defeating him. After defeating the defender, the descendant of the Ardel family began walking towards his enemy. Seda couldn't understand why he had been saved. Ruin replied that he hadn't saved the one who was bullying his classmates, but had just wanted to end it himself. Ruin put his hand out in front of Seda and reminded him of the bet that Seda would only get one flick. As soon as Ruin slapped the guy, he flew into the air and sent him flying backwards from the force of the blow. There was a large mark on Seth's forehead while he was barely conscious, his eyes looking up at the sky that seemed so blue. Altane Stadium was filled with applause, and the students of Ignite Academy were filled with joy. Ruin didn't just leave the audience in awe of his skills, but also caught one man's attention. Dirty King Theron was stunned. He was at the demigod stage, was the only 8th grade mage, and was known as the King of the Border. But even he had never heard of such magic before. Theron was filled with thoughts of Ruin. He continued to watch him, eager to find out who he really was. Theron turned to Tyrion Ignite. He wanted to know everything the man knew about Ruin Ardel. Tyrion replied that he was an exemplary student who was universally expected to give up, but fought to the last. Ruin is the one who wrapped his weaknesses into strength. A mage who acts as such more than anyone else. Theron smirked, for he believed Tyrion was trying to shield his apprentice from the king's curiosity. Theron asked the founder of Ignite Academy what would happen if he tried to summon Ruin to himself and asked him directly. Tyrion said he'd have to stop the filthy king if he wanted answers by force. Theron realized that he had been reminded that mages had the right to keep their techniques secret, under the title of Milly's Oaths. The Dirty King knew that at the pinnacle of magic should be him and no one else. Theron was going to do everything he could to learn about this magic he had seen for the first time. Ruin was puzzled after all. They had only won one competition and hadn't even prepared for the others. The students of Ignite Academy did not listen to the commander, for they were having fun drinking alcohol. Even Jason was under that temper. He motivated Ruin to have fun too after the first win. Local coconut vanilla juice and a dragon kiss awaited Ruin. Hearing about a certain dragon's kiss interested the guy. Jason has a great sense of patriotism, and the dragon's kiss is a special drink from Ardel territory. The drink's peculiarity was not only the love for his native land. One sip would make Ruin feel as if he had shared a kiss with a dragon. As Jason continued to persuade to drink the drink, a tall figure appeared behind the boys. The figure turned out to be Seth Malkiri. All the students at Ignite Academy were surprised to see him. Jason realized that Seth had lost to Ruin, but asked that they leave them alone at least for now. While everyone reasoned out Seth's purpose, he revealed that this time he had come to apologize for looking down on them all this time. Seda added that after losing to Ruin in the stadium, he finally realized that he didn't need to consider those around him as inferior just because you're weaker. There are many in this world who are stronger than him, so to some, Seda is also a weakling. In that moment, He felt that his past actions were fundamentally wrong. Jason couldn't believe those words because people couldn't change their thinking that easily. There was no way the disciples could have expected Seth to apologize, so a lot of them were embarrassed. The guy apologized again for ruining the atmosphere and decided to go about his business. Ruin wondered if Seda had only apologized because of the bet, or if it was his real feelings. Seda revealed that it was sincere. Ruin held out his hand, thanking him for having the courage to ask for forgiveness. After saying those words, Seda Malkiri and Ruin Ardel shook hands, dispelling the enmity between them. The guys accepted Seth's apology too. At some point, they all started celebrating together. Hanging their hands on each other's shoulders, the students drank the dragon's kiss and immersed themselves in the intoxicating atmosphere. The next thing Ruin saw were the faces of his students in the bright room. They were glad he was awake. Taken aback, Ruin barely rose in bed. His friends immediately wanted to know how he was feeling. Henkes asked Ruin if he remembered what he had done yesterday. After all, it turned out that Ruin liked to drink very much. Ruin barely cried his eyes out while simultaneously shouting his gratitude for the students believing in him. The students immediately started laughing because they didn't know he had such a second side to him. The protagonist was angry because his friends immediately laughed at him as soon as he came to his senses. A drink that makes one overly emotional. Ruin will avoid it at all costs in the future. As he walked down the hallway, Seda appeared, cheerfully asking Ruin if he had slept well last night. Seeing Seth, Ruin immediately remembered everything. How they had become friends while drinking a dragon kiss. Seth's courage was great, and Ruin didn't know if Seth had any concept of embarrassment at all. As Ruin went about his business, Professor Heidel appeared and stopped the lad. The professor had noticed that Ruin was perpetually haunted by problems. Ruin thought it had something to do with his past, but it turned out that Heidel was here for another reason. Someone wanted to see the main character. The head of the academy seemed alarmed, saying that he was a dangerous man under a mask of guile. When Heidel revealed that Dirty King Theron wanted to meet with him, Ruin was quite surprised. The professor added that people who hide their true nature, like the Dirty King, are dangerous. The exact time to meet the king will not be given until after the competition is over. The disciples rejoiced at the news of Theron, so they had another reason for victory. Ruin came up with a code name for the operation: Protect If You Can. The idea was that he was going to run directly to the gate. Arrow ball is a game in which the ball is a live arrow that constantly flies around the field. 9 participants are divided into teams of attackers, defenders, and goalkeeper. The team that aims the most arrows at the opponent's goal wins the game. Despite the simple rules, the game requires the development of complex strategies and tactics. When to use defense spells, when to use crowd control magic, how to grab an arrow ball and guide it into the goal. There are many aspects to consider. The time had come for the start of the arrow ball match. Ruin immediately rushed into the group of enemy disciples. The enemies used a multitude of spells. Ice, fire, and grass. All sorts of magic struck him, but Ruin repelled it with ease. Seda motivated Ignite Academy by shouting motivational speeches to Ruin and his allies. The guys of Oyota Institute didn't understand what had happened to Seda after all. He was still hysterical about losing to the Everlast Academy just yesterday. Seda got angry and said that real men become friends after exchanging blows. One of the students began to scoff, for there was no exchange of blows there. Sato was only beaten by one party. Still, Seda was convinced after that match that Ruin was a next-generation mage. Irene Prius, from Seika Women's University. Dalian Malkin from the Holy God Magic School of Frelia. And Doom Prime from the Special School for Combat Mages. All of them are powerful. Seda knew this because he had personally competed against them as part of the Magic Festival. Seda considered Ruin stronger than each of the previously named mages. And it wasn't just strength. Ruin had leadership skills and was capable of application. Seda could never expect him to be his friend. One of the students distracted Seth, for their match was coming up soon, and it was worth discussing strategy. The disciples tried to stop Ruin Ardel, but using all their magic they didn't have enough strength. It was impossible to hit Ruin with magic. With every second, he was getting closer and closer to the enemies. The protagonist put his fist behind his back, noting that it was now his turn to attack. Ruin struck the ground, creating a huge wall of ice. This caught the enemies off guard. Fists started hitting the ice. The wall shattered, and small shards of ice rushed forward. The chunks of ice were flying so fast that no one was able to block them and had to run away. Jason jumped into the air, saying that he too should be feared, for he had an arrow ball in his hands. The students wanted to take the shooting ball away from Jason, but the defenders had already lost, and there was nothing to do. Throwing the arrow, lightning strikes flew around, and the power of the arrow ball became greater and greater. Team Ruin was scoring more and more points, and their opponents couldn't resist it. Even after that, the opposing team was focusing their efforts on Ruina, and Jason and the other team members were successfully taking advantage of the loophole that had opened up. When the enemy's attention waned and they were unable to stop his team, their defensive formation would immediately collapse. In Arrowball, a score of 3 or 4 points was usually expected, but the enemy team of students decided to surrender. After scoring 11 points, the team conceded defeat. The winner of the match was Ignite Magic Academy. Proving their superiority, the Academy won by a staggering margin of 11 points. Thanks to another win, the students were beginning to believe that they could actually take first place. At this time, Professor Heidel entered the room and informed Ruin that the time for the meeting was set. Dirty King Theron was expecting to meet at 7 p.m., dinner time. Before doing so, Heidel asked Ruin not to eat anything before the next meeting with Theron. When Ruin was at the meeting place, Tyrion Ignite greeted him, pointing to the room. After saying hello to the head, they decided to enter the meeting room with the king together. A red carpet lay in the middle of the room, and on the red throne was the filthy king. Strawn was surprised to think King Theron was a dragon, for his mana seemed strange. Ruin knew that the king was a mage, standing on the border between human and demigod. While at the table, Theron revealed that he had known Ruin a long time ago, for he had had the opportunity to observe him. It had been 5 years since Theron had chosen the 11 children. Ruin had been one of the candidates, but now it was as if a different person was in front of him. Getting to the point, the filthy king asked Ruin to tell what had been happening to him all this time. The current Ruin is an eyesore, living proof that the border wizard wasn't perceptive enough. Theron wished to hear from Ruin that he wasn't really wrong, so he decided to say one word to him. Words of talent might be an exaggeration. They couldn't override the effort. That was Ruin's opinion. As the teacher is, so is the student. Tyrion and Ruin spoke in the same key, which is why Tyrion respected his apprentice. Theron wanted to know about the effort Ruin was talking about. As it turned out, he had recently become interested in body art. Theron assumed that Ruin had studied the body arts to overcome his disorder, making him as strong as an ogre and able to conjure without releasing mana. But the king refused to believe it. More likely, the cause lurked in some kind of artifact. But the king had never heard of an object with such an effect. Tyrion interrupted the king's speech. Theron himself realized that there was more competition to come. Theron decided to see if his efforts would help him stand even against the king's chosen children. Ruin also wondered how different he was from the children chosen by the Mage King himself. The following events took place at the Colosseum for the magical festival. Tyrion noticed that the king was being more polite than he had intended. Theron replied that he needn't have worried, for he was always happy to have a talented mage. Just curiosity had gotten the better of him. Unfortunately, Theron's curiosity was not filled, for he was never told what they were hiding. Because of Ruin's insolence, the matter was put on the back burner. Tyrion asked the king not to be so strict, for the boy was still young. Ruin wasn't afraid of the king at all. Most others would be begging and crawling at his feet by now. Theron wanted the one he nurtured to become at least a little interesting compared to Ruin, too. The students shouted his name. A guy came out from behind the door. It was the same Doom Prime. Doom was angry about the applause, for to him it was meaningless support. One of the students ran into the room and was greatly excited, for he had some news for Doom. Hearing the news, Doom got angry and asked the boy if he was sure. The apprentice replied that he had seen it himself. The apprentice saw that Ruin Ardel, a representative of that very academy, was visiting the magic tower. Turbulent emotions covered Doom. He became terribly angry, for the Dirty King was dating someone other than him. Doom has seen some matches involving him. Ruin is the man who has put everyone on edge. But he paid no attention to him, for despite all his hardships and battles, Doom did not see him as his rival. Ruin could only arouse curiosity because of his unusual approach to sorcery, but it didn't give him peace of mind. Doom hit the wall, his anger overwhelming his body. The disciples immediately wanted to know what had happened. Doom could not forgive Ruin Ardel, for he believed that only he was worthy of being recognized as the king of mages. Ruin re-entered the tower where he had met with the Mage King, but he had no purpose. Once Ruin was inside, Doom Prime appeared in front of him, and he clearly wanted something. There were clearly features of anger on the mage's face. He wanted to know what Ruin was talking to the foul king about. Ruin was confused, thinking that Doom had waited for him here for a lot of time just for that question. Doom just wanted to hear the answer, but Ruin wasn't going to answer, for he was sure he didn't have to respond. The guy drew his sword, an aura filled the room, and Doom repeated again that he needed to hear an answer. There was a murderous aura emanating from Doom. Ruin thought he was challenging him, but they weren't at the tournament. Doom realized that if nothing else could be done, they would fight. Ruin and Doom's eagerness matched one another. Ruin watched his opponent. He was definitely strong, and he didn't see a single weakness in him. Doom didn't hold back either. This was tensing Ruin up, as the mage was clearly going to bare his sword outside the competition grounds. Irene Prius entered the hallway. With a loud shout, she dispelled the oppressive atmosphere. Irene noticed that they were all in the same place, but they didn't know if any meeting had been planned. Ruin replied that nothing was planned, but he was already thinking about how to properly introduce himself. Doom snorted, turned around, and started to walk away. Ruin wondered if Doom always acted like this. As it turns out, this situation is an exception to the rule. Usually, you can't get a word out of him. Doom Prime loses his temper in situations involving Lord Theron. He wants Theron to recognize him and set him apart from everyone else. The girl added that such individual encounters were completely out of character for the filthy king. Irene wanted to know if Ruin was really going to fight him one-on-one, but she was rebuffed, for he did not want to be disqualified. Ruin believed that Doom Prime wasn't going to fight for real either, and was only going to give him a scare. Doom Prime is like a wall to Ruin, a thick wall that can't be breached with a normal attack. However, the protagonist did not think he would lose, for no matter how thick the wall was, in a few blows, it would fall down too. Irene warned Ruin, for Doom knew no mercy, and because of what had happened, he would not let him out of his sight. Jason was extremely disappointed. Ruin reassured him that everyone had worked as hard as they could. Henkies picked up the slack as they managed to place 4th in the team competition without Ruin's help. Ignite Academy's winning streak was broken, but the students showed everyone that they were no longer weaving at the bottom of the list. The students wanted to know Ruin's plans, for it was getting close to the individual bouts. One of the boys ran inside to share a drink. Ruin said the plan is to pull off the win. He needs to stay at the top of the list. At this moment, Ruin was aiming for the first place in the individual competition rankings. Among everyone, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of the competition. Therefore, unless something significant happened, the next game was especially important for Ruin. The Battle of Survival is a battle royal between representatives of 32 schools, originating from the top of a man-made island. The first place winner will receive 32 points, and the last one 1. Points will be awarded also for the quality of the performance, so changes in the ranking are inevitable. Henkies believed that Ruin would make a good showing, but he should have prepared like the rest of us. Jason added that in the sense that the other representatives were already forming alliances in a big way. Alliances were allowed to be formed to survive the upcoming battle. Dividing everyone into allies and opponents, as well as forming strong groups, was considered a valid tactic. During survival, everyone will move in groups. Therefore, Ruin won't be able to fight them alone. Irene came to Ruin's mind first, but he wasn't sure if she would team up with him. In a desperate search for allies, Sita swung open the door and promptly proposed an alliance. Ruin agreed, and Sita told him not to ditch him in the middle of the competition. Ruin considered as well. He realized that Sita was speaking sincerely, and he could trust him as a member of the team. Ruin was in a hurry, for he needed to team up with one more person as soon as possible. Seta didn't know who he was talking about. When the guys arrived at the right place, they heard rumors that the man had not agreed to form an alliance with anyone. Seta realized that Ruin was trying to invite Irene, one of the strongest candidates, to join him. Being on the same team as Irene was amazing, but Ruin asked him to calm down, since they hadn't even asked yet. Irene had turned down everyone who offered her an alliance, so Seth's confidence faded into the background. Ruin replied that he shouldn't have thought about the bad things beforehand. As soon as he stepped inside, Irene smiled and said that she had been expecting him all along. The girl was pleased, and suggested that Ruin start the meeting right away, by discussing the plan. Ruin asked Irene if the largest alliance included 14 people. The same group gathered around Dalian Malkin of the Holy Magical School of Frelia. Dalian is a genius who always finds himself in the top 5 of the top contenders for victory. According to Irene, Dalian mainly used holy magic and light magic. Seta didn't choose to take it in numbers. As expected, his group would be the biggest hindrance. Ruin added that the other problem will be Doom Prime, as the course of the contest will depend on his actions. The students of the academy gathered on the flying boat. The organizer wanted to know if everyone was wearing protective gear. The man said that if the strength of the defense was exhausted, the student would be automatically eliminated from the competition and teleported off the island. The ship landed and began to sail through the sea, approaching the island quite quickly. Seth took stock of the fact that they hadn't started the competition yet, but he was already on pins and needles. The mission on the island was to survive for 72 hours straight. Noticing Doom, Ruin savvy that this was expected, Doom Prime decided to go it alone. Ruin's group took a boat to the main island. In order to get the mission started quickly, the boys entered a certain area that was safe, but the barrier would diminish over time, so the boys should have hurried up and gotten a good spot on the island before anyone else did. Seth didn't want to contradict, but he needed food since the guys hadn't bought any when they came in. Irene teased that Seda himself had agreed that the trap should be set first. The joyful discussion of the boys was interrupted by a huge explosion that happened in the middle of the forest. Ruin swept up to see that it was their turn. There was a reason why he hadn't decided to bother buying food, and now Seda would be able to eat to his heart's content. It was all about Ruin and his group's victim finally showing up. They were going to attack a couple of weak students. The mages thought they should have taken care of the food later, for the heaviness was preventing them from walking. An unexpected blow from above caught the naive students off guard, but they oriented themselves that it was an ambush. Seda gathered his magic again and swept his eyes over the group of students he was already expecting to show up. Irene attacked as well, creating a large ice magic ball above her head. Ruin noticed the girl's magic. He was a bit startled, for she easily summoned 5th grade ice magic. Seda was surprised himself, for he had expected nothing less from Irene for summoning such high-level magic. With only 3 disciples left, they fought back and fully explored the composition of Ruin's group. The students began blocking the enemy's attacks, then pushing them forward into the attack. After studying his enemies, Ruin realized that they were strong mages, after all. They were representatives of schools. But the time had come for Ruin to make his move. He jumped down from the tree and was about to attack. The students didn't realize what it was, but they must have heard some strange sound. One of the disciples realized that it was an enemy, so he immediately channeled his magic there. Ruin was expecting this attack, so he was able to duck and managed to dodge the magic attack. The time refraction ability raised Ruin's speed and he circled his enemies. Ruin found himself at the last student's side and quickly disarmed him, while the others only realized they had been bypassed. One of the students used a binding tree, with the hope of disarming Ruin. But while the magic was flying, the protagonist flew into the air and was about to attack again. The frightened disciples noticed Ruin's explosive burning mana and ran in different directions. Ruin's allies used their magic to close the escape route to their enemies. Seconds after, Ruin's magic reached his enemies, and part of the forest was covered in an explosion. The enemies fainted, and their protective armor blistered, marking their defeat. Ruin approached the enemies, and noticed that there were only 4 of them left, but was ready to continue the fight. The magician was so scared, for he realized they couldn't win, so he told them they had won. Ruin was glad of the news, so he wanted to know if their enemies had bought enough food. The food the group took from the passers-by would be enough for the next 3 days, for they had picked up all sorts of things. There was an explosion in the distance. Seda remembered that Dalian's group was heading that way. Irene immediately recognized whose explosive power it was. Only Doom Prime could wield such power. Seda was terrified, for in just a year that they hadn't crossed paths with Doom, he had become significantly stronger. Ruin's group climbed into the house. There were no signs that anyone had been here before. Irene wanted to know from Ruin how he knew what was going to happen, since he had predicted everything perfectly. The central settlement is the only place on the island where a large group of people can find shelter. Ruin speculated that Dallin Malkin would go there with his group, as would Doom Prime. Irene didn't think Doom would go it alone, even knowing that he would be facing the largest team possible. But Ruin thought otherwise. Showing up there is the best way to win alone thanks to kill points. The mage will get points for each enemy eliminated. That kind of Doom Prime thinking. Ruin's subterfuge was just trying to ponder how he would have acted in Doom's shoes. Plus, Doom Prime has no choice but to take a risk to at least get the Dirty King's attention in some way. Changing the task, the boys decided to make a duty schedule. Irene went first. Irene woke Ruin up in the middle of the night. As it turned out, there was a visitor at their building. As it turned out, there was only one guest. Irene had cancelled the light magic so they wouldn't be discovered. Ruin told Irene to wake Seth up, while he would guard the entrance in case of danger. Being near the door, Ruin assumed that this one person was Doom Prime. The cloaked man opened the door and stepped inside the building while the protagonist prepared to attack. Ruin stood up, picked up the guy and threw him to the ground, quickly disarming the enemy in front of him. He fixed the enemy in one position, and Aaron used light magic to identify the apprentice. The student turned out to be a representative of Column Academy, Callus. He apologized, saying he hadn't meant to break in, but was just looking for a place to rest. Seda looked out the window. Ruin was trying to find out where his teammates were, for there were supposed to be 6 of them. Callus revealed that Doom Prime had eliminated all 6 students that were with him. At the beginning of the challenge, They boldly moved forward as their alliance was quite large. They were going to ambush Malkin's group and earn themselves kill points, and that's when Doom showed up. He targeted them, the group that had split off to look for food. When Dalian Malkin heard the explosion, he sicked his entire team on them. They defended themselves desperately, but they didn't hold out. Only 2, including him, survived to escape. This wasn't the end of it. Right at that moment, Doom Prime appeared in front of them again. He first started the fight himself, noting that when the battle gained momentum, Doom hid and waited for it to end. He analyzed the situation and did what was to his advantage. Doom benefited from the entire battle. Callus seemed cocky, but asked Ruin's group to have him on their team. Ruin refused to accept the guy on his team, questioning how he managed to escape. After all, if it was about Duma, he would never leave Callus alone, even if he were injured. There were only 3 possibilities. Either Callus was lying, or Doom had purposely spared him and was now hiding out somewhere. Resorting to the third option, Ruin used the player's eye, but identifying Callus was impossible. Ruin immediately realized what was happening, so he decided to hit the guy to check for sure. The body was gone, leaving behind only clothes and a trail of broken flooring on the ground from the impact. Ruin swung the doors open and motioned for the allies to speed up, for they had to leave right now. All signs pointed to the fact that Callus was taken out by the same person who created the puppet. Therefore, it's highly likely that all members of Callus's group were eliminated. Irene assumed that Cherky had created a puppet. As one of the 11 chosen children, he was a top student at the Delphiniac Magical College, and excelled at creating potions and puppets as well. Cherky discovered Ruin's group with the help of a puppet. Now the other teams will hunt them down too. However, the western part of the island will soon become inaccessible due to the narrowing of the barrier. Ruin revealed that there was one saying from the waters of the Mazaroth Ocean nearby. Therefore, pirates should have been used to fight pirates. Ruin's group had to catch opponents with the help of opponents pointing them at each other. Cherky reported the location of the enemies. They were on the western side, but at the very last moment they had brought his puppet out in the open. Cherky himself couldn't understand how Ruin had exposed his puppet, but he hit her without hesitation. Dalian is confused as Irene Prius, Seta Malkiri, and Ruin Ardel are problematic opponents. Dalian decided to take down his opponents, aiming the full combat power of his students at them. Gathering his army of apprentices behind him, Dalian swept up as they approached the western base. In front of the disciples, a large lightning strike struck the ground, illuminating the surroundings with its power. As the battle unfolded near them, Dalian was sure that Ruin must be there as well. Dalian rushed forward, along with his students, to burst into another's fight. 3 figures that looked like Ruin's group spotted Dalian, shouting out an ambush. Dalian confidently summoned his magic, creating a magical bow with a holy arrow. But the lad's confidence plummeted, as the figure in the shadows did not turn out to be Ruin Ardel. Against all odds, Dalian still decided to attack. The lightning beam disappeared and a light blast appeared. Irene immediately recognized Dalian Malkin's holy magic, and everything went according to plan. Seta scoffed, for all the enemies had fled as soon as they heard the fireworks, but they weren't there. Ruin finally decided to go to the battle site to collect all the kill points. Dalian and his group could not have expected this at all. Ruin attacked the enemies while they were trying to realize the situation. One of the enemies had fallen. The group gathered together, and one of them reported that Ruin Ardel had been sighted. Irene realized that the story about Doom Prime was true. Even so, Dalian's group was outnumbered. The 3 students did not attack Ruin's group. Seta considered it a temporary alliance and decided not to attack back. The enemy rushed to attack. For even united, Ruin and his group were only 6 in number. Ruin had no sooner moved than a strong pillar of fire erupted, making him wince. Firestrike managed to disarm one of the students in Dalian's group, giving him a good scare. The protagonist immediately realized that this power belonged to none other than Doom Prime. While everyone was trying to recover, Doom rushed forward between the 6 students. Irene and Seta felt that Doom had revealed that he was in an alliance with Ruin for the moment. Doom wanted to get rid of Dalian's group first. With all the survivors gathered here, they would soon know the outcome of the match. Some of the students started to run away while Cherky tried to defend himself. Dalian asked the students not to run away. Ruin prepared for battle. He informed his allies that he should have made his move. Using the refraction of time, Ruin was able to easily bypass all the students and end up at the last one's place. Hitting the ground, the whole place shook, throwing the students off balance with one good punch. Doom cleverly appeared behind Ruin. He told him that Doom would get rid of Ruin with his own hands, a short time later. The organizer's room was buzzing with discussion. Tyrion spoke of a way to determine the 10 finalists. Theron agreed, for it included all those who were to be. Theron remembered Ruin's words that he would prove himself better than the 11 chosen children. The Dirty King was most interested in whether Ruin would be able to defeat Doom Prime. Settling in at Base B, located near the center of the island, Ruin found time to train. As a result of the last battle, only Dalian Malkin and Cherky remained of the largest alliance. The group of survivors who had temporarily become allies disappeared with Doom. After much training, Ruin finally managed to complete a mission for the first time in a long time. After waking up, Aaron left the house and wanted to know if Ruin had been training, to which she received a confirmation. Irene proceeded to feast while Ruin praised Seth's amazing cooking abilities. The girl had a question that had been troubling her for a long time. Irene wondered what he was going to do after graduation. Ruin wanted to know the purpose of the question. It turned out to be ordinary curiosity. After all, Ruin's approach seemed extremely unique. Once the mages that competed here enter the society, they begin to live in symbiosis. These mages could join a knightly order in their homeland, defend the country as a member of the Empire's army, become a servant of a mage tower, or join a special group to earn money. All of these are the so-called standard paths. Ruin didn't think about it at all. He was the worst student before, so he couldn't waste time thinking about the future. Still, assuming that after this competition and returning to the academy, a couple of ideas should definitely come up. It was Irene's turn to answer the same question. She didn't know the answer either, for she had never been sure what kind of mage to become. After all, she had always acted according to what people around her said. Even so, Irene had a first goal, and that was to fight Doom Prime. It seemed to her that after this, she could figure out what kind of mage she wanted to be in the end. For Irene Prius, the perennial runner-up, Doom has become a mountain that must be climbed, a kind of homework assignment to be completed. Ruin respected Irene for that ambition, especially since everyone had their own problems to solve. The barrier was narrowing faster and faster, so the guys should have left the place within the hour. In that case, the only safe base for the night would be Base A in the central settlement. Assuming Dalian and Chichurki were hiding there, taking over the village was a good idea. Ruin brought up the point that we shouldn't forget that Doom Prime could have been there as well, but waiting for the others to join the battle was not something Seda wanted to do. Irene added that then they would be in danger from the barrier. The whole group was in agreement that it wasn't worth drawing attention to, since everyone was wary right now. Ruin shared the idea, because at this stage, climbing even one rank would bring a lot of points. But he had to proceed with extreme caution. Moreover, since they had already attracted the attention of their opponents by raising a ruckus this morning, there's a good chance that most people won't react to every rustle. It was a chance to get Doom. Dalian and Chichurki had lost their team members. The remaining survivors, the weakest of them all, would be in hiding. But Doom would show up, because he was confident in his abilities. Besides, if left unchecked, Duma will be in a quandary for them. Reasoning where to find Doom, Ruin revealed that it would be his task, and he could bring him in. Late in the afternoon, Ruin was racing through the forest. Stran wondered how he was going to find Doom, assuming the use of a minimap. Ruin wanted to look at the number of survivors. If there are 3, then those are the survivors. If there are 2, then there's Dalian and Cherky. But Doom would only be 1. A little while later, Ruin found a building with only 1 person in it. The main character walked closer to the house and shouted to Doom to get out of the house quickly. Hearing this, Doom actually decided to go out, but his anger made Doom break down the door. Doom was enraged. He looked at Ruin with hatred and wanted to know his purpose. Ruin asked the guy if he'd gotten enough sleep since they had somewhere to go together. When Ruin brought Doom in, Seda thought he had been captured, but he was quickly convinced of the opposite. Seda reminded him that he was supposed to take Doom by surprise and ambush him, but Ruin blurted out that he hadn't planned anything like that. Ruin turned around and told Doom that his opponent now would not be him, but Ms. Irene Prius. Doom didn't consider her as an opponent after all. If she was eliminated now, the Dirty King would be disappointed. Therefore, Aaron should have held on a little longer to increase her rank. Irene revealed the truth that this was not her goal in this competition. The real goal was to defeat Doom. Henke said that Irene always came in second place in spite of her power. She felt bad about always losing to Doom Prime. Irene decided to start a duel. Using her ice magic, she aimed it at Doom. The blizzard spell reached its original target. A violent blast of ice surrounded the forested area. Doom Prime counterattacked Aaron. His attack quickly overpowered Blizzard, shattering her completely. The ground around Doom shook, after which scraps of earth rose into the air and a murderous aura enveloped him. Irene was struggling to cope. Noticing this, Seda asked Ruin if it was normal for them to just observe it. Ruin didn't want to interfere, so the fight continued. With each attack, Doom showed more and more dominance. Under a great oppression of attacks, Erin realized that she could no longer dodge. Before Doom's attack hit the girl, Ruin stepped in and blocked the beam of fire. The protagonist subverted that he promised Irene battles with Doom, but they didn't agree on a reading that he would eliminate her. After all, Ruin couldn't lose a precious teammate for the sake of victory. When the fire beam ended, Ruin asked Doom for permission to engage him in combat. Doom didn't think Ruin wanted to go into battle alone, so he clarified if he would take Seth with him. Ruin replied that he wanted to fight one-on-one, for to go 2 against 1 is the act of weaklings. Irene retreated. Ruin was confident in his abilities since he had learned how to fight against an enemy with a sword from Sir Golter. The most important thing for a knight is his feet. They give strength to the sword and allow you to predict the enemy's actions. Ruin stood in a stance and awaited the attack, watching Doom Prime's legs carefully. As the enemy got closer, Ruin took advantage of the moment, dodged the swing of his sword, and was about to strike back. Once the guy was confident in his attack, Doom used magic and struck him down. Ruin injured his shoulder, and Doom revealed that he was not a knight, but had been a mage all along. People think that sword mages can't do much because they're not really mages and not really knights. But they only think that because they've never met a real sword mage. Doom continued to land countless blows, but this time Ruin managed to dodge each one. He held his own with difficulty against Doom, for he had never before met with such an enemy. All the times before, during battles with Ruin mages, he attacked at their moment of weakness, when they were summoning their spells. This approach didn't work on Doom Prime, as he levels this disadvantage with his sword. After dodging all the attacks, Ruin felt a weakness in his leg. As it turned out, he had missed a small hit. The wound from the sword was called a glow mark. The wound would whimper with every movement, and at some point Ruin would not be able to move a finger. Doom wanted to end this fight. He concentrated magic on himself and summoned a purple beam. As soon as the pillar of magic dissipated, Doom had large black wings and concentrated magic in his hands. Ruin was terrified, for he saw the natural 5-star magic in front of his eyes. The magic of the Keaton wings was activated. Another beam of magic appeared. It was directed at Ruin. The protagonist managed to hide behind a rock. He had fully expected such power from a man that he had won the magic festival every year. Ruin tore off a piece of his shirt to bandage the trail of radiance that was preventing him from fighting. While he was doing so, the guy noticed that his ring glowed, signifying his willingness to do so. Doom said he was expecting something, but in the battle with Ruin, he got a solid disappointment. Ruin stood up. He recognized that Doom was strong. So much so that for a moment, it seemed to him as if Doom was an insurmountable wall. Doom considered it an admission of defeat, but Ruin replied that he couldn't do that. Putting out his fist, Ruin added that there were many who believed in him. The desire to destroy Doom only grew stronger. Doom thought Ruin was reckless, but was going to teach him a lesson to keep his mouth shut. The protagonist used the ogre's rage, unleashing a terrifying aura that caused Doom to nearly fall over. It was the final attack for both sides. Doom put everything he had into it, just like Ruin did. Doom revealed that if Ruin didn't dodge his attack, he would just plain die. There was no response. Ruin only collided his fist with Doom's magic sword. Using the power of invulnerability, there is a small chance to withstand any physical force that affected the wearer's body. That very moment worked, and Ruin destroyed the magic sword. Ruin's attack broke the sword and struck Doom's shoulder, leaving a large gash on it. He wasn't going to stop there. Ruin delivered a kick with his foot, letting Doom fall down. Ruin asked his opponent to let him say one thing before losing to Doom. Ruin revealed that he had no enemies, and the arrogant belief that there was no one better than him was the reason for Doom's failure. The next moment, Ruin struck a blow that caused the heavens to strike the earth with lightning. Seth was afraid, for if Ruin lost, he would certainly not stand a chance. Irene seemed upset. Ruin turned to her to apologize for interfering in the fight. Irene herself apologized, as she had put the entire team in jeopardy because of her selfish desire to do so. Ruin subbed out that because of him, the girl was unable to accomplish her goal within this match. Irene didn't consider it a problem since that goal was no longer there. She was no longer interested in Doom. She had a new goal. Irene was now eager to defeat Ruin. With Ruin, that goal wouldn't be any easier. But Irene promised that she would one day surpass it. Thus, besides Ruin's group, there were still 2 disciples left. Dalian Malkin and Shirky fought as hard as they could, but the 2 students could do nothing against Seth Malkiri, Irene Prius, and Ruin. Soon the battle was over. Dalian and Cherokee had lost, leaving only 3 apprentices. Ruin turned to Irene. Offering her a duel, he added that he had no intention of giving in to her. Irene decided to give up at this point as she was not in the best of health. Seta was confident in his strength. After all, he wasn't going to back down, and last time he hadn't shown his true strength. Ruin immediately stood and proclaimed the start of the duel, but there was no way Seta was ready for it. After a short battle, Ruin easily defeated Seth, who was still not ready. Ignite Academy students celebrated the winner in yet another magic festival competition. Irene and Seta also showed up. They revealed that they were looking for Ruin in the dormitory, but he wasn't there. Irene and Seth couldn't miss a congratulatory party in honor of Ruin, with whom they shared their joys and sorrows. After a battle of survival, he was the only winner, but everyone was acting as usual. Doom Prime got a lot of kill points, but his rank dropped a lot due to his relatively low number of survival points. The other candidates to win, Dalian and Irene, have also fallen below Ruin Ardel. If he can keep this up, winning is no longer just a dream. Jason was crazy about sitting at the same table as Irene Prius, because he was a fan of hers. While Ignite Academy celebrated the victory, Doom was in the locker room listening to his friends discuss the defeat. Doom was broken. He still couldn't accept the fact of his defeat and weakness in front of Ruin. Glancing at his broken sword, Doom didn't expect Ruin to target the weapon instead. He was able to notice it at that very moment, but when Doom put up his sword as a defense, it was different, realizing that he had lost in front of the filthy king. Doom asked his apprentice if Theron was looking for him. It turned out he wasn't. One of the students revered that Theron did not summon Doom for his own good, knowing that he was tired and needed to rest. Doom said he wanted to be alone. The students immediately got up and went to the exit. Anger overwhelmed Doom. He showed weakness, but he couldn't do anything about it anymore. In the streets of the city where the festival was held, everyone shouted Ruin's name, for he had defeated Doom. Tyrion expected Ruin to put on a good show, but he had absolutely no expectation that he would defeat Doom Prime. Theron noticed that Tyrion's smile was still on his face. It hurt the king's pride as an organizer, and it was impossible to look at Ruin's face in the competition hall without tears. Hearing about the competition hall, Tyrion wanted to know more. Theron confirmed that the great festival was coming to an end. Several days had passed since the end of the Battle of Survival. Meanwhile, in the group competition, Ignite Academy secured 4th place with a total score of 5 wins and 2 losses. For the Academy, it was akin to a miracle. And all that remained was the final individual match, Triathlon. It was an obstacle course around the outskirts of the city, divided into 3 categories: athletics, martial arts, and swimming. Since this is a battle between mages, you can complete the course by riding a summoned beast, or traverse time and space using teleportation. Seta wanted to know Ruin's feelings, as everyone was screaming his name. He was the center of attention of the whole competition. Ruin couldn't say that. He wanted to savor the awesomeness, but he couldn't yet, because it's too early to celebrate a victory before the final winner is determined. Seth's savvy will not give in during the individual competition. As soon as the command to prepare was announced, all students got into a ready position. The shot to start the race rang out and students used their techniques to advance. The observer's attention fell on Ruin as he didn't budge after the race started. The 3 disciples surged forward. Doom on the summoned beast, Dalian with the help of holy magic, and Aaron gliding on the ice. Moving forward a bit, a problem arose in front of the students from a small bunch of goblins. Dalian suggested that Irene form a triple temporary alliance. Irene replied that she wasn't much of an alliance person. Doom didn't respond anything to the offer. He only advanced and defeated the enemies. Irene and Dalian realized that Doom intended to do things his way. Malkin didn't understand why it was so hard to make friends with Doom, since they had known each other for 6 years already. As Doom continued to kill the goblins, he couldn't understand why Ruin hadn't caught up with them yet. No one could believe that Ruin could outrun them, so there was no end to the questions. From the start, Doom was running ahead of everyone, with only Dalian and Irene by his side. Doom wanted to ask Irene for an answer. The girl didn't know where Ruin was, and she thought it was strange too. The 3 leading mages stayed ahead of everyone for a long time, but no one, including Ruin, seemed. Even Dalian realized that enough time had passed to catch up with them. But no one showed up. But right after those words, Ruin appeared in front of everyone, happy that he was able to catch up with them. Irene wanted to know where the other students were. The boy replied that they were no longer here. A little earlier, Ruin had been waiting for this day ever since he decided to participate in the great festival. As someone who had trained his stamina for over half a year, he was more than confident in this matchup. but he is a melee mage, will be at a severe disadvantage, opening his back to opponents following him. Coming up with a strategy, Ruin decided to eliminate everyone, one by one, starting at the back and moving forward. After Ruin defeated a dozen disciples, he stopped counting how many enemies he defeated. As Ruin ran, he caught up with Seth. The boy was surprised that Ruin was so fast. Ruin dispatched Seth with a single blow, sending Seth's magical protector and himself into the air. Irene assumed that Ruin had eliminated everyone else. He replied that some had surrendered of their own volition of desire. Ruin said that at this point, there was no one else here but them, so they could compete fairly. Doom saw this as a great opportunity and was confident that this time would be different. Doom wanted to point his sword at Ruin, but several people were still following them. The mage summoned a magical horse and rushed forward, hoping they would cross paths with Ruin up ahead. Dalian couldn't believe that Doom wanted to force his way forward since there was a trap zone in front of him. Once, the castle, filled with traps, served to protect the treasure. But now that all the valuables had been captured, the available traps served as obstacles in the competition. In this dangerous place, the recommended method of passage was to disarm the traps beforehand. Thus, this zone became an ideal testing ground for magical knowledge and skills in dealing with crisis situations. Ruin felt that this method was taking too long, so he decided to find another method. Strahd suggested that Ruin destroy the castle wall, since that was the method Draca used. Strahd realized that Ruin wouldn't be able to break through such a dense wall, but there weren't many options. Ruin replied that it was the ruins of an abandoned castle, so it was worth aiming for the dilapidated areas. Therefore, Ruin studied the castle walls with a player's eye, trying to find the place that was weakest. Soon, one of the walls came into Ruin's sight. It was old and ready to collapse. Dalian was surprised that Ruin wanted to break the wall, but that was the approach Irene had expected from Ruin. Dalian understood the friendship between Irene and Ruin, but felt it was too much of a... Although they didn't believe that Ruin could break the wall with his bare hands, the wall soon fell. The guy went inside the broken wall while Dalian tried to realize how this had happened. Dalian approached the hole and asked Ruin for permission to use the same path, but was refused. Hitting the wall once more, Ruin was able to fill the holes with another large stone, angering Dalian. Strahd was impressed, for Ruin could break through a strong wall with only 2,000 strength. As Ruin made his way out of the castle, he noticed Doom had also managed to get through the obstacles. Doom was in a big hurry, for he had gotten an arrow in his shoulder from one of the other traps. Ruin had a good opportunity in front of him, as the time for summoning the spirit horse had expired. Doom rushed to run, but Ruin knew there was no way he could be overtaken in a normal run. Out of desperation, Doom took up his sword, trying to stop Ruin with long-range attacks. Ruin grabbed Doom by his clothes and rushed along with him, as they both raced toward the final stage. After a high fall, Doom Prime and Ruin fell into the water of a deep waterfall at the bottom of the mountain. Ruin would be at a disadvantage if he used magic to go down a cliff. As he tried to swim quickly through the water, Doom began to freeze everything around him. Ruin didn't understand Ruin's motives. After all, there were other people floating here, so there was no point in freezing the river. Doom felt he had no point in worrying about such a thing within the competition. Ruin didn't want to fall off, so he tried to get out of the dense ice as soon as possible. Thanks to his searing fists, Ruin was able to burn the ice and quickly escape the trap. Seconds after, Ruin managed to catch up with Doom, and even so, he couldn't understand how he had caught up with him. Soon, Doom and Ruin arrived at the Altane Stadium. There were no obstacles left in the way, so all that was left was to run. The protagonist rushed to attack. He wanted to set up a rematch between the two to win for sure. Doom realized that this was the worst time to fight, as his condition had worsened after the traps. The screen showed the impact between Ruin and Doom. A large cloud of smoke and dust rose, not revealing the winner of the bout. Observers noticed that someone had arrived at Altane Stadium, but only an outline was visible. When the dust cleared, only the magical horse was visible, and no one around it. It was another sensation for observers to see that Ruin was on his feet, while Doom was on the ground. Ruin realized that Doom had overextended himself going through the trap zone, and his movement seemed kind of clumsy. Guy reminded of Doom's words that he shouldn't have thought of such a thing within the competition. Sticking to this logic, Ruin decided to move forward and take his victory. The protagonist won 2 awards in the battle for survival in triathlon, winning individual events. Coming in first place at the end of the day, many shouted his name and began calling him the next generation mage instead of a failure. Words to him, 6 years passing through suffering, locked in a dark cave of isolation. They only signified that Ruin had done a great job after all this time. The cheers of encouragement were a reward for Ruin's hard work that he had put in for so long. Ruin thanked everyone for the praise. He didn't want to lose that support from the others now. Dozens of chariots rushed forward, each dominated by the graceful decorations on them. Jason realized that the chariots were filled with select nobles. Hinkies noted that not everyone had been invited. All of these nobles were only invited for the purpose of seeing Ardel's ruin. Ruin was terribly bored at this ceremony. He wanted to get back to the academy as soon as possible. Irene came to the hero, finding it odd that people didn't try to talk to him. People might have thought Ruin a smug man, for he showed up to the banquet dressed without enthusiasm. Irene didn't argue with that, but based on what she had heard, that wasn't the only reason. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that most of the nobles came here to meet Ruin. But even though he looked smug, no one even tried to establish communication with him. There was a rumor that someone had secured Ruin. A man so powerful that no nobleman would even think of talking to him. A certain man announced that it was time for the evening banquet to begin. Representatives from 32 schools were to follow the man's lead. Dinner with the Dirty King abounded with dishes as if prepared for the emperor's meal. But in fact, under the guise of a dinner was a debriefing of the competition. This meal was also known as the guillotine banquet among those who had underperformed. Ruin noticed 2 empty seats. He thought that only the filthy king would be present. But 2 seats had been assigned to the honored ones. When everyone had taken their seats, the man announced that the filthy king and the guest of honor were on their way. The filthy king was the first to start walking, each of the guests bowing their head to the esteemed Theron. Ruin bowed to my lord the filthy king. He didn't want to call him my lord, and it even made his fingers cramp from it. Theron addressed someone respectfully and motioned for the guest to pass. Ruin had no idea that the filthy king addressed someone respectfully. An unidentified young lad entered the room, hoping he wasn't interrupting the godfather's meal. Everyone around Ruin bowed, kneeling down. The crown prince was an honorable man. The students tried to behave honorably in front of the crown prince without showing any sign of doing so. Theron said that none of the chosen 11 could defeat Ruin Ardel even once. Through such a large gap in strength frustrated the king, and he became uncomfortable calling his students his children. Doom lowered his head. Swallowing his anger, he said he wouldn't dare show his bad side again. In Theron's opinion, second place was nothing more than an illusion created by incompetent people. The only thing that the great festival proved was that the old saying that a dragon could emerge even from a small brook. Ruin was uncomfortable, for the banquet was organized to slap the 11 chosen children in the face. The Dirty King wasn't the only one Ruin was worried about. In front of him was a man who had long since burned a hole in him with his gaze. Crown Prince Shomerton Raynak could not take his gaze off Ruin Ardel, nor his smile. Even with the disadvantage of being the third son, using his bright mind and outstanding political acumen, he successfully kicked his brothers to the edge of the empire, thus becoming the sole crown prince. The crown prince possessed the art of speech and fighting skills close to perfection. The powerful man Irene spoke of may have been the crown prince. Dirty King Theron wanted to know Ruin's feelings after winning the great festival. Ruin said he felt uncomfortable because his victory was used as an excuse to belittle the efforts of the other contestants and cause irritation in them. Theron's point was that according to Ruin, his success was used to annoy others. But that feeling of inferiority is the best food for growth. The hero only saw this as an attempt to ignite hostility towards him. If we compare pointing out weaknesses and reinforcing the desire to become better with glowing hostility based on feelings of inferiority, Ruin noticed that it was a very different approach. And he did not come from a small stream. Ardel was not a large but beautiful country, and Ignite Academy, where Ruin was trained, just shouldn't have been belittled by calling it a little stream. The tense atmosphere was dispelled, for Shomerton Raynak burst into loud laughter. Raynak said that Ruin had the nerve to snap at his godfather. Theron said that's why he was interesting. Having a good laugh from what he heard, the crown prince wanted to visit the beautiful country of Ardel. Irene asked Ruin if he was going to say something like that again. Ruin awkwardly replied that he wasn't. Theron thought it was a great victory speech, but since he had heard a similar story from the head of Tyrion, it would not change his thoughts. Ruin's words sounded better than Tyrion's, so he waited eagerly to see what the future would hold for him. The king wanted to end the banquet, but Raynak asked him to wait a moment, for he wanted to invite Ruin for a cup of tea. Raynak didn't want to hear Ruin refuse his offer of privacy. Ruin wondered what the crown prince meant by bringing him to this room. Raynak had offered the lad to work for him, and he wasn't about to take no for an answer in this matter either. From now on, Ruin had a month to finalize all pressing matters. The crown prince would arrange for his transfer to a special school for combat mages and prepare a place to stay. The protagonist will also have to think about naturalization, because the Crown Prince's closest ally is not supposed to be a foreigner. Ruin asked why. Since the Empire had countless great mages like Doom Prime. Raynak replied that Doom ultimately lost, so he didn't want to take the underdog. Raynak had one nuance when talking to him. He preferred a simple yes as an answer rather than counter questions. But Ruin had his answer. The first reason was that Theron had personally recommended Ruin, since a few years ago, the Crown Prince had asked him to let him know if a promising mage came to his attention. The second reason was that Raynak liked Ruin's boldness. The boldness with which he had put on inappropriate clothes to meet him. Also the courage to stand up to his godfather and openly declare his position. And finally the courage, bordering on recklessness, to keep asking him anything despite the warning. The Crown Prince believed that in matters of politics, it was necessary at times to have someone who would put forward an interesting position. Ruin thought his role would be as a counselor, Raynak replied. Mole, he would need to protect him from brothers, unable to accept his younger brother as Crown Prince. The boy refused the offer, but Raynak reminded him that he wasn't going to take no for an answer. The highest power in the Empire belonged to the Crown Prince. The chance to become his closest associate was a chance in a million. Most mages end up teaming up with powerful people anyway. Even in the Magic Tower, where mages spend their entire lives studying magic. However, Ruin still had many other things he wanted to do. Therefore, Ruin didn't want to become someone else's mage. The Crown Prince thought Ruin was a judicious man, but he turned out to be unexpectedly idealistic. Such an opportunity hardly presents itself even once in a lifetime. Ruin realized he might regret it later. The Crown Prince decided to settle for the fact that today's dialogue hadn't happened at all. Raynak revealed that Ruin was called the brightest gem of the past festival. Collecting such stones was a hobby of the Crown Prince, and there hasn't been a mage he hasn't gotten one yet. As it turned out, Raynak was destroying those stones that he couldn't get in the end. Ruin didn't answer anything. He simply swung the doors open and walked straight for the exit, while Raynak confidently watched him. The Crown Prince's last words were definitely a threat. Therefore, it could have been a bad decision. Ruin decided to himself that he still wanted to be a mage. While he was reasoning, Henkies and Jason found him, while the boys were trying to find out where Ruin was. He had set a goal for himself again. To be a mage, firmly defending his identity. Raynak swept up. He convinced his curiosity of what kind of person Ruin Ardel was. As it turned out, he was indeed a remarkable fellow. Theron realized that the dialogue had failed. Raynak replied that it had, and even threats didn't work on Ruin. The king thought the Crown Prince was going to surrender. With a laugh, Raynak said he had no intention of doing so. Theron was well aware of the Crown Prince's passion for collecting, so Ruin Ardel would be his, for he had decided so. While Ruin was free, he continued to do his daily workouts. Strand replied that Ruin's body was getting better every day by completing tasks. Ruin said he didn't want to hear it from another man, but Strand revealed that he was a woman. He could not believe that Strand was a woman. Strand replied that he was born that way. As it turned out, incarnations could have a gender. It's just that Ruin wasn't even interested in that question. Ruin immediately remembered that they shared the same bathroom with Strand, but Strand wasn't one to look at it. Ruin was angry, for Strand had said everything as if he had already seen it. It frightened the incarnation. Getting up, the guy told Strand not to joke about it anymore while the incarnation tried to catch up with him. Soon, Ruin was saying goodbye to his allies from Ignite Academy, who were greatly worried about him. As soon as the train left, the man said that he and Ruin had to leave as well. After his friends had gone home, the winner of the great festival needed to first visit Revadane to finalize all the items on the schedule. A man who introduced himself as a street cat went with Ruin as an escort. He turned out to be a high-level mage whose characteristics could not be discerned even with the player's eye. Hence, a street cat at least on the same level as academy professors. He still hadn't been able to recognize anything other than the fact that his appearance was just under 30. Street Cat decided to summarize the next plan of action. First, Ruin would have to go to the Imperial Palace to congratulate the Emperor's palace. Ruin asked the man to address him in the first name, after which they went back to discussing the schedule. Street Cat added that Ruin will go to the Magic Tower, where he will be chosen by an artifact. The possibility of Rowena not choosing any artifact was also there, because it was the item that should have chosen him. This could mean that the artifacts in the tower have consciousness itself, like Kingram's. After that, Ruin would be assigned a mission. Due to his apprentice status, he could not receive missions, but an exception is made for the winner of the great festival. Right now, Ruin could pick the mission from the list that he liked best. Strand turned to Ruin to help with the choice of assignment, so they made quick work of the choice. Ruin arrived at the Peony Palace, the Crown Prince's residence. Everyone was already waiting for him, so the only thing left to do was to enter. The street cat bowed to him and said he would be waiting for him at the palace entrance. While Ruin hesitated to go in, the Crown Prince confidently swung the doors open in front of him. First, Ruin received 10,000 prize money in gold from Raynak. That sum is more than the annual budget of the Ardel territory. If that wasn't enough, Ruin could come to Raynak at any time and sign up to work for him. But he hurried on to the next item on the schedule. Ruin complained that the palace was too big. The street cat asked to refrain from making joking comments as the tower master was waiting for him. The street cat also wondered if he was confident in choosing that particular mission. As it turned out, Ruin preferred the most difficult assignment. But it looked interesting on his mind. Ruin entered the tower master's office. The atmosphere changed to colder tones. Theron had learned that Ruin had chosen a quest mission, but he thought a submission mission would have been easier. Ruin would have gone with the Imperial Army Guards and just wiped out a couple of bandit groups that showed up near Siciliano. However, Ruin chose to go into the lifeless wasteland with the most difficult task of all. Back then, Strand had asked Ruin to choose a celestial mountain as his first mission. Strand chose this mission because the celestial mountain was the home of the ogre Kingram. Heavenly Mountain was also known to country because it was the place where Draca lived for 100 years. A remote area north of the kingdom of Radian, where ancient ogres were rumored to dwell. No ogres live there now, however, because in addition to the living artifact housed at Kingram Academy, the rest of the ogre species died in the Great War against the Great Demon. That place became a lifeless wasteland after the ogres disappeared. And there's a reason why the search mission in that area has been given the highest difficulty level. The reason was a barrier. A barrier that could not be dispelled by any spell. To this day, no scientist or magician has been able to solve the mystery of the barrier of Heaven Mountain. This mission was to find out the nature of the barrier. Theron was curious why Ruin was interested in exploring the wasteland. There was only the hypothesis that the anger of the god of the ogres had turned the celestial mountain into a sanctuary. Others have no reason to go there. But in those lands, the destroyer of worlds, Dracahonia, lived for 100 years. Ruin's excuse was that the assignment seemed interesting because of its difficulty. Theron recommended that he choose another assignment if that was the only reason for it. The reason for the increased complexity is not the high activity around, but a mystery that no one has been able to fully solve. Ruin felt that if the 16-year-old mage could solve the mystery, his accomplishments would be even more impressive. Theron said that otherwise, Ruin would become the first ever winner of a great festival to fail a mission. The Dirty King revealed the reason why he recommended Ruin to the Crown Prince to watch over him. Theron believed that his unique ability may have been the reason for the increased interest in the mission of Celestial Mountain. Ruin didn't know if he would succeed in this mission. Strand wanted to learn more about the experiences of the main character was worried because the Celestial Mountain hadn't been visited in several hundred years. Strand replied that no one had ever been able to figure anything out in a human way until now, but Ruin would make it happen. Though he was human, he possessed abilities beyond human capabilities. There was a knock on the room. It turned out to be the mages, a street cat and a delightful boar. Strand didn't understand these names, but as Ruin explained, it's the Dirty King's preference. All the mages of the Magic Tower have similar appeals. The adorable boar revealed that it was time to proceed to the artifact room, where Ruin received his final reward. The street cat said that the artifact room of the Magic Tower is divided into 4 zones. The ruins would be held up to Area A. There was also Area X, which contained the rarest artifacts. Entrance to that area is only available in the event of a special event. Even the Emperor is not allowed to enter. Ruin followed the escorts and looked around. They started at the artifact Area C. Raising his sword, the admirable boar explained that they only collect and keep items in good condition, obtained during the Great War against the demons. This sword wasn't on par with Doom's shining sword. The artifact room of the Magic Tower was better than the storage rooms of many nobles. Ruin even managed to find a book he thought was lost. It was a transformation specialization book. Also books, beyond the 7th grade walls and exploring unknown lands in search of ancient creatures. Ruin wondered if the employees of the Magic Tower were allowed to read books. The street cat revealed that they had such permission, but it was forbidden to take the books for themselves. The zone was a treasure trove of knowledge. There was everything from forgotten magic books to rare historical editions and legendary writings, but unfortunately, none of all the artifacts in the area reacted to Ruin. Ruin wanted to clarify if there had been anyone before him who had not been chosen by any artifact. The adorable boar replied that there had been, but very rarely. Since Ruin was a mage who was allowed to visit Area A, he is considered a priori capable of attracting the attention of at least a few artifacts. The protagonist was sad that he was not chosen by any artifact, but Strawn didn't see it as a problem, for it was all garbage. To people, all of these items would be considered treasure, but the truly valuable items are not here. The only things of value on Country's opinion were in the very last X zone. Strawn was sure that there was at least one dragon-created artifact in Area X, as there was a unique, acrid dragon scent emanating from it. But there was no way Ruin could get into Area X, so he decided to focus on the available artifacts. While Ruin was looking at the artifacts, the door of Area X lit up with a bright green light. The adorable boar didn't know what to do, because a special event for the opening of Zone X had happened. It was hard to believe because it was the first time it had happened in 56 years. A stray cat informed the Dirty King that Ruin had been reacted to by the Kunhan Tooth of Area X. This could mean that Ruin is talented enough to take the throne next. Area X contained 3 artifacts with a different level of power. All 3 items in it had the same feature. The Staff of Algol belonged to the first mage of the human race, Algol. This artifact is capable of infinitely increasing the destructive power of its wielder. 56 years ago, the staff chose Theron as its owner. And before that, anyone chosen by that artifact had held the highest position in the tower. Morsha armor provided absolute protection against any physical and magical attack. They chose their wearer once a century, each of whom became a legendary knight. However, the Root Tooth of Kunhan, the first leader of the ogres and coincidentally the most mysterious artifact, has not chosen anyone for himself for several hundred years now. But today, the tooth chose Ruin Ardel. Theron believed he could wield the power of the throne. Theron wanted to clarify the ease with which Kunhan's tooth had been lifted. According to the mage, Ruin had done it too easily. This item is so heavy that it takes more than 5 adult men to move it. Suddenly, it hit the king. Incredible physical strength comparable to that of an ogre. Choosing as a special mission to search the area of the Celestial Mountain and the tooth of the first ogre leader, Theron decided to make sure of his theory, so he gave the order to summon all the shout mages. Ruin decided to travel west to reach Heavenly Mountain. The time limit for the mission was 1 month. The conductors handed the guy a permit, ID, and a ticket for the Mana train. Ruin thought the street cat was trying to tell him something, but it was both yes and no. As a magical tower mage who is not allowed to have an opinion, he had nothing to add, but he did have something to say as an elder. The magic tower is incredibly kind to the magicians who bow at her feet, but horribly cold-blooded to those who disobeyed her. The street cat asked Ruin to be careful and question everything from now on. The ancient castle of Teshiran. It is the closest city to the Celestial Mountain, created to protect the continent from invading ogres. Because of this, Teshiran is surrounded by high walls comparable in size to those of the capital city and possesses a strong army with an iron will. When Ruin found himself in the city, it was empty, and all the stories were only written in books. The city was rather deserted. Strawn had picked up on the fact that Teshiran had lost its purpose. It was built to contain the ogres, but that threat disappeared on its own. During daylight hours, the local soldiers already appeared drunk, and the stories said that everyone in this town had fought bravely against the enemies. A large soldier approached Ruin and began to extort everything he had on him. Ruin dealt with the soldier, noting that the real world was very different from the books. He approached one of the soldiers to find out something, but the man was in a deep sleep. The knight apologized for daring to doze off in front of the mage. Ruin didn't care, for he was looking for a horse. In fact, at this moment, the city of Teshiran was empty, and there wasn't a single horse in sight. But even to Ruin's question about the nearest stables, the knight replied that this stable was the only one. Strawn couldn't believe there wasn't a single horse in the entire stable, and couldn't stop laughing. There were 3 horses this morning, but they were all taken away. For so long, only flies have been guests. But today, there were many visitors. It seemed strange to Ruin that no one had needed horses before. But today, abruptly, someone had taken them all away. From somewhere, there are other people who want to take horses in Teshiran, where no one comes from. Strand and Ruin shared the same sentiment, but the Incarnation had realized it since the very moment they disembarked from the train. They noticed that Ruin was being followed by a certain stalker who was carefully hiding himself. Upon discovering the surveillance of himself, he immediately took action against the unknown person. Ruin told the hotel staff to inform if anyone was about not inquiring by paying him in gold coin. and then he decided to take a walk through the city to lure out his pursuers. After all, they must have realized that he had left the hotel. Ruin immediately realized who his pursuers were. The spies were men from the Rainok Empire. The spies could have been sent by the Crown Prince, angered by Ruin's unwillingness to follow orders, or by a mage king showing undue interest. But both options were equally unpleasant. It should have been resolved before Ruin went to the Celestial Mountain. The protagonist couldn't let them follow him when the spies' surveillance became obvious. Ruin turned to the staff, but even after all the questions it appeared that no one had come by. When all hope was lost, the man realized he had a memory gap of a couple of minutes. Mind Control is a high-ranking 6th-class spell capable of subjugating a human mind. The human loses the memories of being controlled, while the caster gains the ability to look into the memories of the subjugated person. The spies proved to be more accurate and stronger. Moreover, if they looked into the staff's memories, the enemies noticed that Ruin had recognized the surveillance. As soon as Ruin entered his room, he noticed the paper on the wall by his bed. The note was written by the spies. They indicated that they had no intention of harming Ruin, so he couldn't waste time figuring out identities. The guy was angry, as his enemies even showed up at his hotel room, daring him to tell them not to try to figure out their identities. The threat kept him on his toes, so Ruin decided to go after the rules of spies on his own. Immediately after, Ruin snuck out of his room and began to maneuver quickly through the city. Strand couldn't figure out what he wanted to do. Ruin revealed that he was looking for spies. Opening up the minimap, it showed the ruin, and behind it were 3 targets that turned out to be spies. The protagonist began to accelerate, knowing that the spies wouldn't be able to catch up to the first place in Trialton. The spies reasoned whether they should have caught up with Ruin. The chief replied that it was hard to refuse to play the winner of a great festival. The spies decided to chase after Ruin, but the only rule was not to kill him. But once they got to Ruin's location, his trail completely broke off. The chief spy realized that Ruin wasn't hiding, but just waiting them out. And after this assumption, Ruin jumped out of the barrel next to them. Ruin's speed was much faster than his enemies, so he was able to knock out one of them. The second spy was frightened. In a rush, he began to create a wall of magic as Ruin swung for a strike. But the magic barrier was not fully formed and was weak, so Ruin broke it easily. When the 2 spies were defeated, the last one, who was the ringleader, stood before Ruin. The leader laughed. He said he wanted to know what Ruin was like, but he turned out to be a monster. According to the spy, they were sent by the head of the tower. He wished the spies to become observers of the younger comrade. The ringleader said at the end that he was pleased to see Ruin's abilities. Tearing the piece of paper, the ringleader disappeared, replaced by a small cloud of smoke. Looking over the unconscious bodies of the mages, they had skull tattoos on their necks, denoting that they were vicious mages. They were a group shrouded in mystery. The only thing Strand knew about them was that these magicians of the magic tower did only dirty work, a secret organization of vicious mages. From the available information, there is only the name and the presence of their tattoos. What exactly they do, how strong their mages and who is their leader is truly unknown. Ruin's feelings after the skirmish were twofold, as these mages were even weaker than the representatives of the great festival. The spies used a high-level 6th-class spell, so they're not the enemy's rank and file. Following his plan, Ruin wanted to first make the ringleader appear in front of him. The next day, he immediately set out for the Heavenly Mountain. The way to it was an endless barren land devoid of any life. Once closer to the Heavenly Mountain, there was no way Ruin's power circle could calm down. The edge that was a huge wall of different colors was the inside of the mountain. Draka had lived inside this field for over 100 years, but Ruin didn't know how he could get in. Ruin wanted to learn more from Sterin, about a mindfold not unlike a human's that made it possible to pass through the barrier. Strand wanted to break the barrier if he were human, but that was not possible. Since this barrier cannot be broken by human means, Strand recalled the existence of the ogres. Ruin thought it would be a good option for them to break the barrier, but Ruin was convinced that the ogres of the Celestial Mountain were completely dead. Strand replied that this was only the opinion of the humans. Incarnation reminded that Ruin's ability was not to confirm or warn, but to destroy. Guy touched the barrier and told the ogres not to pretend, for he had come to pass on Kunhan's tooth. Ruin continued to hold on to the barrier, asking the ogres to open if they could hear him. After a while, the barrier reacted to Ruin's urging, creating a gap of bright light. Ruin managed to pass through the barrier. The head who was watching couldn't believe his eyes. The man immediately rushed to the barrier, not believing that Ruin could when no one before him had mastered the solution to this mission. But he didn't get through in time, and the barrier closed. leaving the spy puzzled about what had happened. Ruin once again passed through the barrier to deliver a direct blow to the body of the spy ringleader. This time, Ruin was sure that the spy had been caught, since he wouldn't be able to escape from this distance. Striking the earth, the main character's immense strength split the earth, epitomizing an earthquake. Immediately after, Ruin used binding tree magic on the leader of the spies. The spy had been neutralized. Ruin had gotten a glimpse of the naive enemy, thinking he could only get him at that moment. But he was caught in a trap. So Ruin offered to end their game of catch-up. As he negotiated with the spy, an indistinct figure threw itself high into the air. The shadow was an ogre, rushing straight for the bound spy, and its intention was to kill him. Seconds after, the ogre's club appeared bloody, and the ogre's gaze fell on Ruin. Ogre turned to Ruin. He wanted to know who the person before him was. Strand warned Ruin in advance that ogres have the mindset of the most common beast. Fortunately, Ruin was able to pass through the barrier of the Sky Mountain, and once he did, he thought he had entered another world. The ogres didn't understand what the human was doing among them. But when they sniffed him, Ruin didn't smell like a human. Strand once again warned Ruin, as ogres were ignorant of human morality. So far, it seems to Ruin that the ogre has done nothing to him because of Kunhan's tooth. But there's no telling when they'll want to take his life. Soon, the ogre led Ruin to the appointed place. They found themselves on a celestial peak. The huge ogre turned around. The celestial peak was an ogre, not a mountain as Ruin thought it was. The great ogre introduced himself as Chiftan Harhan. He immediately asked Ruin about the Kunhan relic. Ruin couldn't stop wondering, for Chiftan Harhan was much larger than the rest of the ogres. Chiftan first greeted the lad as a guest, for he had not yet decided to tear him apart and throw him out to feed the ogres. The protagonist confidently stated that back at the entrance, he revealed that he was the one chosen by Kunhang's tooth, silently. Chiftan didn't want to believe it, as the man couldn't match Kunhan's teeth. To prove his point, Ruin took a tooth out of his pocket. After that, the ogres became even more interested in him. Chiftan had smelled Ruin's scent ever since he had come to the Celestial Mountain, and it was filled with power. Ruin's immense power was interesting to Chiftan. He wanted to know the identity of the man first. Ruin asked Chiftan about the name Dracagonia, which belonged to the dragon that lived in the Heavenly Mountain. Chiftan wanted to know from what sources Ruin had gotten the information about the name. Ruin said he heard it from Kingram, further surprising Chiftan with the newfound information. Chiftan learned that Kingram is alive as an artifact of Ignite Academy. He is one of the professors. Ruin decided to reveal who he was. He is a friend of Kingram, the former leader of the Celestial Mountain, the man who was chosen by Kunhan's tooth, and the one who inherited the power of the Destroyer of Worlds, Draca. After that, Chiftan did not want to send Ruin to be eaten by ogres, but instead to welcome him with all cordiality. A little while later, Ruin found himself in a small arena with dozens of watchers in the form of ogres. Strand revealed that the ogres were undergoing a rite of passage. This proved that he was worthy to be treated as an equal. This ritual was done by arm wrestling. After the explanation, one of the ogres stood before Ruin. Ogre recognized Ruin, the man they were greeting, so he introduced himself as Omeruhan's son, Omerush. The hero was not confident in his abilities, because his opponent was a giant and he was an ordinary man. Ogre and human took a stance. The watchers continued to motivate Ogre instead of Ruin. Strand wasn't sure if Ruin would go to bird food if he lost to an ogre in a game of arm wrestling. Ruin was really intimidated by Omeros's huge physique, but he didn't go for it blindly. A match between an ordinary human and an ogre sounds more than ridiculous, but thanks to the artifact, Ruin also possessed extraordinary physical strength, and ever since he got his hands on Kunhan's tooth, his strength had increased by 1,000 units. Right now, Ruin's strength was 3,520 units, so winning was possible. Omerush didn't think Ruin was an ordinary man, but his hand did indeed feel different. Ogre's confidence didn't lessen as he was Omeruhan's son. Ruin also decided not to give up, so another ogre decided to start the countdown before the fight began. As the duel began, Ruin poured all of his power into it, tearing his sleeve in the process. He tried his best, but the fight wasn't over, so he gathered his strength again. Gathering his courage, the hero decided to make one last attempt thanks to the Rage Ogre ability. But Omerush easily overpowered Ruin and defeated him with one easy move. Omerush raised his hands in joy as the other ogres shouted his name, cheering his victory. Ruin had lost, though he had put all his power there, and now he could be sent to be devoured. Ogre told the man to stand up, for he had lasted quite a while against Omerush, the best warrior of the Heavenly Mountain. Ruin was faced with a new task. The task required defeating Omerush in an arm wrestling match and proving his strength to the ogres. Strand congratulated Ruin, for so far he had only managed to gain the respect of the ogres. Quest added that it took Drax 17 years to defeat Omerush, but Ruin figured he'd do it in a month. At the end of the arm wrestling match, a large-scale banquet was organized near the small peak. Strand and Ruin appreciated the ogres' dishes, which were far more delicious than anyone had thought possible. Ruin didn't understand why the ogres here lived their lives locked away in the shelter of a celestial mountain. The boy realized that he might be facing something more important than a mission. Omerush wanted to know what Ruin was going to create from the tooth of the first ogre chieftain. Omerush even offered his help, as the tooth could be used to make a weapon that would only be suitable for humans. The artifact was a source of primal power and a symbol of great power. The ogre tooth that inherited the strongest willpower, but Ruin didn't know how to use the tooth for it. After all, Algal's staff and Morsha's armor had a clear use for mages and knights. Ruin suggested that he might have made a tooth into a mace, waving it around like an artifact of power. Strand recommended just taking the tooth with him and figuring out a use for it later, since the power boost from the tooth was already an advantage. Ruin had brought the tooth with him, but didn't know what to do with it, so Omerush's suggestion might do some good. Ogre explained that the chief's tooth was quite hard and heavy, so not everyone could make something out of it. Omerush wanted to listen to Ruin and make a weapon out of a tooth, according to human ideology. It had been half a month since Ruin had come to Heavenly Mountain, and in the intervening time, much had changed. During this time, Ruin often helped the ogres hunt cattle, which were later used to make dishes. Either he was performing drills that he was previously unable to perform due to weakness. Something else occupied most of Ruin's day. He was constantly losing to Omerush in arm wrestling. Ruin was angry that he was losing all the time, but Strand noticed that he was getting better every day. Thanks to Omershua's advice, Ruin was gradually figuring out how to use his power properly. Ruin has set his sights on defeating Omerush before he leaves the Heavenly Mountain, scaring the ogre a bit with his single-minded determination. A few days later, Omerush couldn't believe his eyes during a familiar arm wrestling match. After 16 defeats out of 17 matches, Ruin got their first victory. Ruin exulted in his victory while completing the task he had received from the system. Omerush swept up that Ruin had surprised him many times, but this time he lost in a fair fight. Ogre finally realized that the man was ready. Ruin assumed it was related to the artifact. As it turned out, the artifact had been remade long ago. Omerush was just waiting for the right time to hand it over. Omerush waited for the day when Ruin would defeat him, for after all, the will of the leader is an important aspect to the ogres. While Ruin was in thought, Ogre held out his palm and allowed the man to take the artifact. Omerush has created the gloves of Kunhan's tooth. The 10 parts of the tooth cannot be broken by physical force, and will destroy anything in its path, and when put on, increases the user's strength by 2,000. A gauntlet-shaped artifact created by splitting a Kunhan tooth into 10 pieces and attaching them to the gauntlets. It is the perfect weapon form for a melee mage. Strand and Omerush wanted Ruin's opinion on the ogre's hard work with the artifact. Ruin was amazed, for he felt much stronger with the addition of 2,000 to his strength. So he asked Omerush to gather all the warriors of the Heavenly Mountain. The ogres gathered in bewilderment. They were promised that the man wanted to have an arm wrestling match and defeat 100 ogres by himself. Even if Ruin was lying, or if it was a call of pride, the ogres would gladly accept such an invitation. From the ogre's point of view, such an offer sounded brazen, but the atmosphere was quite unpleasant. And the ogres, who respected strength and had a love of competition, appreciated the man's fighting spirit. These events brought back a land of memories, for Draca had liked to do such things before as well. But after 30 years on the Heavenly Mountain, Draca was only able to defeat 17 ogres in a row. If Ruin had been here a little earlier, he would have agreed that it was impossible. But the sensation of putting on the gloves changed his mind. As soon as the first arm wrestling match began, Ruin easily defeated the first ogre with ease. After a while, Ruin was about to return and bid farewell to the ogres before leaving. Omerush and his gathering thanked the man for giving them great memories. Ruin held out his hand. Omerush thought of it as an offer to arm wrestle, even after 100 victories. Clasping his hands together, Ruin revealed that such a touch was called a handshake. A handshake was a human way of greeting each other when someone was welcome, and a way of saying they would see each other again. Back at the Mage Tower, the street cat informed the filthy king that there had been no news since then. Theron hesitated, for it had been quite some time since the 2 mages had returned with serious wounds, and there was no word on the Scream Mage that had gone after Ruin. Even the tracking team Theron had sent following reported that they had sensed no sign of human presence near the celestial mountain. Another mage entered the room. He informed the king that Ruin had arrived in Revadane. As soon as Theron heard of this, he ordered the mages to summon Ruin to his tower. Ruin explained that Theron was right, for when he reached the celestial mountain, he realized that the task was beyond him. According to Ruin, the barrier was so strong that it was impossible to pass through it. Theron knew Ruin was lying, so he wanted honesty. For at the very least, Ruin is the mage that Cunhand's tooth picked out, and the mission he'd chosen involved the ogre homeland. Theron himself realized it was a convenient coincidence. Theron feared that Ruin might become an anti-magic tower mage. The protagonist asked Theron if everyone who goes against the will of the Mage King becomes an enemy of the tower. The king only said that this was becoming the majority, but quickly got to the point about what Ruin could see on the heavenly mountain. Theron was fanatical about the matter. He was eager to learn all the information he could about the ogres. Theron also said that he didn't need the obvious lodge, for he could look into Ruin's memories. Ruin was sure that a great king wouldn't stoop to such a level, especially against an ordinary disciple. The king considered it a challenge, especially since considering Ruin an ordinary apprentice was an overly modest title. The king decided to accept Ruin's lies, deeming his first official mission a failure. Ruin played on the Mage King's pride, and luckily it worked. Theron didn't resort to extreme methods like magic. If the foul king had been even slightly reckless, Ruin would have been caught red-handed, and the thought of such an outcome horrified the lad. It wasn't the end yet. The Zone X artifact had chosen Ruin, and he, along with Theron, knew what the Master of the Throne meant. Though the Corran didn't report it directly, it was clear that he would continue to keep a close eye on Ruin. The protagonist didn't know what to do, but first he decided to leave the city as soon as possible. As soon as Ruin returned, the students of Ignite Academy began to toss him around, congratulating him on winning the festival. When Ruin was in his room, Jason brought him a box of letters, for the winner of the year's main tournament had become popular. There were tons of letters in the box, but these were just the ones that had come to Ruin recently. Jason opened the closet, from which sprinkled many times more letters. These were the ones that had come even earlier. Among all the messages, there were even letters from princes that addressed him as a brilliant magician. Many called Ruin a true patriot, for he rejected the offer of the crown prince of the empire. While Ruin read the letters, Jason wanted to know what the kid was going to do on his upcoming vacation. Smiling, the boy replied that he was going to spend this vacation differently than usual. It had been 5 years since Ruin had last been to his homeland. Until last year, he had always stayed in the dormitory, even on vacation. Ruin lacked the courage to look his men in the eye. He wasn't sure he could smile and answer their questions about his studies. But now Ruin could proudly show himself in front of them and finally see his family at last. The people of Ardel territory were surprised to see Ruin, worried about his long absence. Ruin's sister and father also quickly rushed over when they heard he had returned to his homeland. Ruin was surprised that his sister had changed so much during the period he was away from the academy. The Ardel family gathered together, Ruin telling each one everything that had happened in the past time. The Ardel family was amazed to learn what Ruin had been able to go through and the heights he had reached. Until now, the people of Ardel territory didn't know that Ruin had won in a massive competition and had personally met with the crown prince of the empire. It's been 2 months since this news, but for the remote place of Ardel, this news is new to them. Ruin's father finally realized that this was the reason why the noble families and ruling families sent many letters. Mr. Beggins decided to tell the news, but Ruin's father asked him to stop as the subject was closed. Ruin insisted that his father tell, for he would be disappointed if he heard it from anyone else. Father decided to revel. It was a matter of many letters that spoke only of Ruin. Many of them offered substantial grants of money to the Ardel territory under the pretext of respect, and some of the letter writers offered high positions at all. The nuance was that Pilkos Monzo used this as leverage against the Ardel family. Monzo is the only trading town near Ardel territory. Most of the goods produced in Ardel pass through Monzo on trade routes. The Monzos actually asked an absurdly low price for the goods of Ardel territory because they wanted Ruin as a defense mage. At this rate, the Ardel territory would run out of money. But Ruin's father didn't know how to solve this problem. A bountiful harvest often pleased the family and the people of Ardel, and everything was done first to please Ruin. Ruin decided that since Monzo was so eager to see him, he should have visited the port city. Ruin was given some dried meat and water for the journey, harnessing it all to his horse. Also, Beggins wished the young master good luck fiercely. Beggins apologized for blaming the situation on Ruin, even though he had just arrived. Ruin didn't want to hear an apology. because Beggins was only doing his job. Beggins asked Ruin not to let the Lord's efforts go to waste, for he was doing the best he could. Even covered the losses due to Monzo out of his own pocket, most in the Dominions not even aware there was any problems. The current situation had only been achieved at the cost of the Lord's sacrifice. Ruin was uncomfortable with his impudent thoughts. The main character was confused, wondering why his father just tolerated it, and the thought that he could have worked things out for himself. Though even from his childhood, Ruin knew that his father cared and loved his lands more than anyone else. Ruin handed Beggins a small box, asking him to give it to Ruin's father. Beggins first wanted to know the contents of the mysterious box. Ruin revealed that the box contained 10,000 gold coins. The news shocked the man. This money was the prize money in the great festival. So Ruin hoped that these funds would be enough for what was required. Ruin felt that the money could be used to purchase new land, but in the future they should become self-sufficient and not rely on Monzo. Beggins thought Ruin was right, but that would be very problematic as no one would be willing to sell them for now. Ruin offered to take the lands himself, suggesting some sort of purge. Ardel territory could claim rights to the troubled territory of the Wolf Hills and the Jinhung Plain, occupied by the Mud People. With these funds, people could be hired to clear the areas and then cultivate the land and rent it out to newcomers. That way the Ardel family could manage even more money. Beggins said it was possible to get mercenaries for a reasonable price. Then it was worth the try. Ruin decided to leave the subtleties to Mr. Beggins and his father, for it was time for him to go straight to Monzo's place. The trading city of Monzo was the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom, where all the resources of neighboring areas accumulated. The landlord of the city was Pilkos Monzo. There were many bad rumors about him, that he had bought his title, or that he had been the leader of the Whelp gang before. In other words, Ruin had to be prepared for anything that might happen in the city of Monzo. Ruin dashed to the gate and informed the guard that he was the young gentleman of the Ardel family, trying to find out about Lord. The knights couldn't understand why the Ardel family was always making a fuss, after all. If something didn't go the way they wanted it to, then there would be complaints. It made Ruin angry that his father could face this attitude every time and how many times it could happen. The knights let Ruin go in and look for the Lord, and since it's Ardel, they'll just chase him away. But this time the circumstances were different, so they should have opened the gate in front of Ruin faster. Ruin is not here as an apprentice, but as the son of the Ardel family. But if he accepts rudeness as the norm, the people of Ardel territory will change their minds. Ruin put his fist behind his back, surprising the knights at the entrance. He stated that they should have been taught deference. After which, the protagonist struck at the knight, sending him flying a couple of meters forward. Pilkos Monzo noticed Ruin and went to him. A knight was walking with him, and Pilkos immediately recognized the guest of honor. The Baron honored Ruin as the hero who had won the great festival, and the magician of the next generation. Pilkos took off his hat and introduced himself to Ruin. He took a sneak peek at someone of high status like Ruin had come all the way to the humble town of Monzo, and the Lord couldn't raise his head. Ruin told Pilkos to keep his head down, for he was embarrassed that Ruin had to appear in Monzo City. Pilkos confirmed that the rumors of Ruin's straightforwardness were true, in which case, despite feeling uncomfortable, Pilkos decided to straighten up. Ruin noted that Pilkos could use a retraining of the guards, but the Lord did not understand where his men had made a mistake. The guards' mistake was their attitude towards the Ardel family, so he had to issue a warning. Pilkos turned around and noticed a bunch of guards lying unconscious on the ground. The Lord was covered in anger when he saw the condition of his soldiers. Ruin asked Pilkos if he minded. Pilkos replied that Ruin could feel free to treat his men as if they were his subordinates. Hearing this, Ruin decided to punch the guard who was walking next to Pilkos, surprising him even more. Ruin surmised that it was enough, and that man needed lessons in good manners as well. He wanted to clarify if Pilkos was going to keep him outside while they made their way to the Lord's chambers. Pilkos said of the artwork he collected as a hobby. Ruin replied that just looking at the scenery made him uncomfortable. The Lord replied that everyone's tastes are different. To assemble such decorations and call them beautiful was strange, for it was primarily done for the purpose of intimidation. Pilkos poured tea. It was a fairly rare type of tea from the south called perimi tea. Ruin decided against tea, and the Lord offered a soft drink instead of tea. Taking a cup of tea, Ruin poured it on the ground and asked Pilkos if he really didn't understand why he refused to drink this tea. The Lord thought that Ruin thought the tea was poisoned, but he had no intention of becoming his enemy. Pilkos only wished to become good friends with Ruin, but the latter was doubtful, for the friends threatened each other. Pilkos did not consider it a threat, for it was simply a well-meaning suggestion. This infuriated the Lord's interlocutor. for Pilkos had called the nefarious trick of bringing Ardel to decline a proposition. In the end, Ruin replied that such an offer didn't interest him at all. Pilkos responded that the cost of goods from Ardel would remain the same at the strong loss level. Ruin replied that it would be better if Pilkos brought the prices back to their original level. The Lord stood up and called Ruin a redneck who didn't make any sense, and he couldn't just disregard his offer. Pilkos added that magic school students could not use magic on vacation, so he decided to train Ruin into submission by calling a small army of soldiers into the interview room. Ruin had fully expected that Pilkos had not planned to let him go initially upon his arrival in Monzo. Pilkos ordered the soldiers to kill Ruin, as he wanted to make his corpse into an effigy for the gallery. Ruin thought the Lord madder than at all he could have imagined. Strand found himself in complete agreement. Pilkos was only a pompous swaggerer caught in the trap of wealth, so there could be no fruitful conversation. Ruin decided to confront the Monzo Knights, but he couldn't use magic against them. Ruin decided to give the knight a flick, sending him to the other side of the interview room. After a couple of moments, Ruin easily defeated each knight with light blows without magic. He put on his gloves, activating the unique Rainwheel skill that gave support to the first Kunhan chieftain. Kunhan's spirit appeared overhead and would move with Ruin. Pilkos was frightened by the smoke he saw. The target area grew to the length of Kunhan's arm, and an orange spirit ogre appeared around Ruin. Ruin's life was in danger even on vacation, and he could use magic. Some opponents found themselves stunned by Kunhan's aura, consuming them with the deepest terror. Covered in terror, the knights decided it was time to flee from the impending danger of the Kunhan spirit. The actions of the spirit and Ruin synergized, he said. Running wouldn't help the soldiers. The explosive burning mana created an explosion that destroyed Lord Pilkos' estate. The explosion was so powerful that it destroyed the entire collection Pilkos had amassed his entire life, as well as his prized portrait of him. Ruin turned to the Lord and asked if he still had time to worry about his collection. After all, it was about time Pilkos worried not only about his collection, but also about himself. Ruin told Pilkos that he would bring the cost of goods from Ardel back to normal and compensate him tenfold for losses incurred through his fault. Pilkos could not believe such huge sums of money, but Ruin ordered him to bring the money now. Ruin had finally wrapped up business in Monzo, and wondered how much his father would be surprised when he reported the matter resolved. Thus, Ruin sorted out the sales problem and headed back to Ardel. But during the trip, Ruin had a rather unexpected guest waiting for him. It was Irene Prius. About 2 months ago, Ruin wanted to return home, while Irene began to take an interest in Ardel's territory. She was glad that the banquet had ended without incident, though she feared that something terrible might have happened because of Ruin. But Ruin couldn't help it, for they not only belittled the student's efforts, but also spoke ill of his estate. Irene wanted to know if Ardel was that beautiful. Ruin proudly confirmed this, that Ardel is a beautiful place and brings peace of mind. Ruin said that Irene should have visited Ardel, but then not to turn down the offer. He couldn't believe that Irene would actually come yet, and at such short notice. Ruin's sister was angry with him and wanted him to explain himself. Ruin couldn't realize what had happened to his sister at all. The sister wanted to know what kind of relationship Ruin had with Irene, where they met, and what the status was between them. While Ruina volunteered to show Aaron around the area, Ruin chatted with his father. His father thought Irene was Ruin's girlfriend, noting that he could be honest with him, but Ruin continued to deny it. Since Aaron wasn't his girlfriend, this news saddened his father. But Ruin didn't understand his family's mood at all. Father decided to put aside personal matters and discuss something else, whereupon the door behind him opened. Beggins entered the study and placed the box on the table, his father thanking Mr. The father pushed the box away from him and told Ruin that he could not accept this money from his son. After all, it was Ruin's money, not Ardel's. It misled Ruin, for he is one of the Ardels. There was no denying it. Ruin was the heart of the territory. But beyond that, Ruin had other things to do. He was well aware that it was set out of concern for Ruin, and knew that his father was a deeply righteous and moral man. He respected those qualities in him. But Ruin was hurt that he was discussing governance without any input from his son. Ruin declined, noting that he wanted to use the funds for the benefit of Ardel. Beggins felt that the young gentleman should know how his father had been supporting Ardel all this time from personal funds. His father told Beggins for the future that he would prefer that he discuss things with him first, rather than make any hasty decisions. Whatever Ruin's intentions were, he couldn't accept his money. He was not yet ready to take responsibility for the estate on his shoulders. Ruin's father still had 600 gold pieces. It was legitimate money in Ardel's territory. But getting it under the current circumstances was like finding a long-forgotten stash of gold. Ruin appealed to Beggins, for he had given him much more money. Mr. replied that his father refused to accept the rest. Ruin did not understand his father's intransigence, and Beggins gave up trying to reason with him altogether. The protagonist has returned to his sister and Lady Irene to see if she enjoyed the tour of the estate. Ruina went about her business, wishing good luck to Irene, who was left alone with Ruina. Aaron thought Ruin's words were strange. At this time, Ruin suggested that the girl take a walk. The couple went for a walk. Irene talked about how Ruina was a very sweet little sister. Irene noticed that something was bothering Ruin, for he was deep in his thoughts. As the heir to the Ruin family, he would like to do something for his territory, but he had no ideas. If you counted the prize money for the great festival and the money received from Monzo, you would have 40,000 gold pieces. Father said that Ruin could use it at his discretion. Aaron said that there was still no way Ruin could stop thinking about her region, even though she had come all the way to the manor. Ruin had forgotten that he hadn't talked to Irene about anything. He immediately wanted to know how the girl had gotten to Ardel, since they were quite a remote area. As it turned out, the journey took not much time, for Irene had made it in 2 days from Revadane. It was only a modest question to make amends. Irene pointed her finger at the mountain range and noted that it was a short walk to Ardel, which was a long way from Ardel. However, the answer was the solution Ruin had been searching for so long: the southern mountains. Although they are part of Ardel's territory, the harsh terrain makes the process of cultivating those lands impossible. Also, the reason why those areas were empty was because of the local dangerous monsters. However, given their proximity to the Eight Lake, their geographical importance is high. It was possible to take advantage of the neighborhood and build a trade route through the southern mountains. By building ties with places of the same importance as Monzo, Ardel will be able to establish itself as an independent territory, and will be the only powerful Yugra estate with a path leading to the Raynak Empire. Ruin couldn't believe that he hadn't thought of this before, for it would be of great help to the Ardel region. Taking Aaron's hands in his hands, Ruin began to thank her, for she had helped him find a solution. Ruin told Irene that they would see each other again, and ran off to attend to urgent matters himself. Irene laughed, noting that Ruin was a rather entertaining person. When the protagonist excitedly told his father about his idea of realizing ports across the southern mountains, he replied that it was impossible. As it turned out, my father had already tried to do this, but all 8 of Eight Lake's trade guilds said no. Eight Lake refused on the grounds that they do not consider Ardel to be a profitable locality. Beggins told the young gentleman that even my lord knew how great an opportunity this was for the estate, but it was not possible. Ruin proudly declared that things had changed. Ardel's territory was small, but it was developing. Just because the trade guilds refused once didn't mean it was worth throwing away the opportunity. The trade guilds could change their minds when an offer is made to them by the winner of the great festival. His father swept up that Ruin had already settled the matter with Lord Monzo, so there was no reason for him to stop his son. As soon as Ruin exited the building, Irene noticed that they were in the same boat. Ruin realized that Irene had crossed Ardel's border without permission through Eight Lake, which was illegal. Crossing the border through the abandoned lands alone was also very dangerous. Irene didn't think it was comparable to Ruin's actions, for he had once broken into someone else's dormitory, and without regard for any risks, used unconventional means in competition. Ruin's victories at every stage don't compare to a little prank on Irene's part. Ruin was planning to go farther. Irene wanted to follow him. After all, she had already become an illegal migrant. So the boys headed straight for Eight Lake, deciding to cross the southern mountains, thus scouting out the situation. Because the landscape was too uneven, even with a compass it was difficult to navigate. It was decided to find the right place with the help of search magic. Irene had broken the rule about not using magic on vacation, but they had no choice in the matter. However, the search magic tracked the humanoid monsters first, causing the group to find themselves in a werewolf lair. Ruin had no choice but to rush straight into battle against the bloodthirsty werewolves. A pack of beastmen depended on their leader when he died. The boys managed to escape. The death of the main werewolf was the trigger for a new assignment from the system. Next, using the magical trail, the boys set off again towards the site of the town of Eight Lake. After continuing their journey, Ruin and Aaron no longer encountered countless problems. So before long, therefore, the couple reached their goal, finding themselves at the gates of the city of Eight Lake. Eight Lake is a huge city-state with 8 large lakes connecting to the sea. It was also a neutral country under the control of the Empire. In place of the king, representatives of the 8 trade guilds, called the Joint Government, had power. As a trading city, it dominated trade on the continent. It was believed that Eight Lake even traded with pirates, Once the boys were in the town of Lake, the next stop was the Hall of Gold. The knight stopped the couple in front of the hall, which was a large manor house where representatives of the trade guilds gathered for dinner. Ruin had no appointments, so he asked the knight for a message. The man replied that the official filing would take some time to process. The protagonist proudly announced to the knight that Ruin Ardel and Irene Prius had arrived at the Hall of Gold. The knight was stunned, for he had not recognized the winner of the great festival, but now he knew him straight in the face. Ruin exulted in his success as the knight rushed to relay important news to the merchants above. Due to their popularity, Ruin and Irene were easily able to enter the Lake Hall of Gold. The furnishings of the hall completely lived up to its name, so much so that Ardel couldn't even compare it to the Hall of Gold. Ruin tried not to worry. After all, he had come to the Hall of Gold for a fair deal, not a petition. Ruin and Irene entered a room that contained a circular table with 8 representatives of the trade routes behind it. The old man wanted to know what had brought an honorable next-generation mage to Lake. Being the winner of a great festival carried weight even in trade negotiations. Ruin was worried that coming uninvited would backfire on him, but the conversation could take place. The merchants at the table were only interested in matters that would benefit the guild. The protagonist revealed that the purpose of his arrival was to inquire about trading with the Ardel territory. The hall immediately fell silent at this. Some merchants had no idea what Ardel was, which was in the south of the small kingdom of Radian. Ardel traded in fish and sweet potatoes. The lord of those lands had already come to the Hall of Gold, but was refused. The denial was unanimous as it was not favorable. The motion proved to be one-sided. The elder smirked and said that in that case, there was nothing to discuss about trade. Ruin fully expected the merchants in front of him to think only of profit, and as soon as they heard something that crossed their interests, they would change immediately. Ruin was both a next-generation mage and young master Ardel, but in the eyes of the merchants, he's only a would-be Lord of Ardel, a poor young gentleman from the countryside trying to steal their money. The dualistic cold approach was obvious, but Ruin had another trump card, for he didn't even have time to voice his suggestion. Taking out the sacks, Ruin revealed that in front of him were 30,000 gold coins. After that, he realized that merchants might be interested in his offer of trade. Ruin was going to purchase 30,000 gold worth of weapons from the city in favor of Ardel territory. In return, he wanted a trade permit. 30,000 gold is a 3-year budget for a rural area like this. This amount is equivalent to the annual budget of a medium-sized city. But after what happened in Monzo's territory, Ruin realized something. Power naturally attracted wealth. Since gaining power required weapons, Ruin intended to put all his resources there. The protagonist said that he knew of representatives who each specialized in something different. Weapons were the responsibility of the first representative. Weapons, iron ore, flora and fauna, ships. Their family provided an extensive list of goods. The girl in front of Ruin seemed even younger than he was, but her gaze was devoid of childish naivete. There was an incredibly strong presence emanating from her. The first representative wanted to know what Ruin planned to do with the weapons she had received. For as a vendor, she couldn't help but feel concerned. First of all, Ruin planned to organize a large-scale monster hunt near Ardel's territory, then conduct a trade route connecting Lake and Ardel. Ruin had planned for the trade route to pass through the southern mountains. The news of that very mountain silenced the hall once more. The elderly man asked Ruin to refrain from mentioning those very mountains in the Golden Hall. Ruin didn't understand why the atmosphere became tense, but he could immediately see that it was caused by the first representative. The pale girl said that it was impossible to cross the southern mountains because of the demon dwelling there. Ruin revealed that he had personally crossed the mountain range last night, which the first representative did not believe. Slipping his hand into his coat, Ruin pulled out the mane of a silver werewolf and revealed that this scrap belonged to said demon. The first representative was stunned. She immediately rose from her seat, and Ruin's task was complete. As a reward, he received the respect of the Valtrace family, and the theory was confirmed. The first rep fell on the table and started sobbing, because that demon was finally dead. 3 days later, Ruin awaited the arrival of the first representative, which apologized for the wait. The girl did not think that one day she would find herself at these mountains again, for the heaviness on her heart had not gone anywhere. But at least there was relief, as the monster that took her father's life no longer dwells in the mountains. By building a road through the southern mountains, Lake would be able to establish trade with the Sand Kingdom of Oyota through Ardel. No more wasting time and money using a bypass through the central region. The first representative stated that the Valtrace family will actively promote the construction of trade routes. Ruin thought that they would begin to establish trade relations by purchasing arms, and the issue of a trade route would be resolved much later. But the Valtrash family would assist. Not only has Ruin's offer been accepted, all products made in Ardel will be purchased above market value. The girl introduced herself as Cecilia Valtrace, promising to express the gratitude and trust worthy of a benefactor. Ruin shook hands with Cecilia, thus successfully sealing the deal between Eitlake and Ardel. Everything ended perfectly. Ruin and Irene started walking back to deliver the good news to the people of the territory, and her father. In Ruin's opinion, Cecilia has shown herself to be a more than worthy person, despite her young age and the loss of her father. Irene noticed a surprising sentimentality in Ruin, and he replied that it was easy to sympathize with someone who was in a similar situation. And anyway, Irene could expect changes, for if she were to visit Ardel again, she might not recognize him. Irene saw in Ruin's words a true love for her homeland, and she wanted to feel the same way. As it turned out, the girl didn't miss her home. Ruin wondered if Irene would invite him to her house. Irene didn't give a definite answer. Ruin understood that she didn't want to talk about it, but he was sure he would visit Prius one day. When Ruin returned, his father couldn't believe that the purchase of goods would be at higher than market prices. Beggins was also surprised that the notoriously cold-blooded member of the Valtrace family had promised to assist directly in the supply of weapons. Transporting the weapons will take 3 months, and work on building the trade route will begin as early as this month. A direct trade route with the Empire would finally enrich Ardel's territory, and his father was glad that his son had grown to such serious matters. Ruin wanted his father to entrust him with another matter concerning the survival of the people of Ardel territory. Ruin's goal was also to avenge his mother, so he wanted to open a hunt in the Jinhong Plain. When Ruin turned 6, a birthday that was supposed to be remembered for something good turned into a worse nightmare. The mud people who had taken over the Jinhong Plain stormed into the village. Many people lost their lives. The saddest was the death of Ruin's mother, out of all the others who died in the invasion. He could not recall her face without looking at the portrait. Many had died that day. No fewer were seriously wounded. It was then that Ruin promised himself for the first time that he would become stronger. As the young lord of Ardel, he would not let such a thing happen to his land again. After the extermination order was given, the residents began practicing daily spear strokes. The atmosphere in the village had changed. Ruin was glad of this, for all the villagers had worked so hard to try. The unusual spear fighting technique was taught by the local warlord of Ardel village. In the past, Ardel's greatest knight, Sir Bolvar Peyton, was nicknamed the Flash and fought on the front lines for the kingdom. Had it not been for Bolvar, the invasion of the Mud People would have done far more damage. The way the knight had cut down 5 monsters at once with a single blow was still in Ruin's mind. Sir Bolvar noticed the young gentleman and went to greet him, for the training had come to an end. Bolvar was proud of Ruin for his success in the great festival, and now the organization of the hunt. Sir Bolvar also wondered what kind of lady was beside young Mr. Ardel. Irene introduced herself and remarked that she was honored to meet the spear-wielding saint, Sir Bolvar Peyton. As it turned out, the damsel remembered being told about Bolvar at the night's performance. Suddenly retired and disappearing from view at the age of 30 is legend Bolvar Peyton. The man didn't think anyone remembered the obscure stories of his former fame. The tale of how Bolvar broke through 10 high-ranking mages in the Fern Confederation was truly legendary. Peyton was pleased to hear Irene's reverence, but now he considered himself a regular old man. Ruin wanted to know why Peyton had covered it up, but he wouldn't tell since he hadn't asked about it. Even so, it rolled with the frustration of hearing stories of exploits from someone else. The knight said that Ruin knew more about him than anyone. After all, those stories were only a part of who he was. Peyton was someone who loved to fish and lived in his house at the bottom of the hill. Peyton had gone on walks and played with Ruin and Rowena when they were little, but now he was enjoying watching them grow up. Ruin had the wrong thought after all, and he really did know Sir Bolvar better than anyone else. Peyton motioned for Ruin to join, as he was going to help the young lady with the sword. Ruin didn't mind being a watcher, but Peyton insisted on sparring with him. Irene and Ruin watched Peyton and the apprentice battle, whose skills were amazing for the age of 12 years old. The girl had perfect balance, consistent movements. It was proof of a deep understanding of the fundamentals. Sir Bolvar used only his left hand against the girl and did not use his main specialty, spear techniques, in battle, instead swinging a wooden sword. Sir Bolvar praised Rowena, for her skills were already so advanced that even he couldn't compare to her. Ruin himself understood his sister's excellent abilities, but the knight interrupted him, reminding him that it was Ruin's turn to speak up. At the age of 9, he and Sir Bolvar had wooden sword matches. Even a mage had to understand sword techniques to fight knights as equals. Since Ruin has been honing his martial arts all this time, now it's his turn to show what he can do. Sir Bolvar defeated Ruin with ease, but said his movements have improved in 7 years. Ruin wanted to know how good Sir Bolvar's skills were compared to what they were now. Guy cited the example of Sir Golter Pirante, who was the only 6-star knight in Radiance. Sir Bolvar remembered that 20 years ago, when he left the Order, he had been a 7-star knight. Suddenly, the protagonist was given an emergency mission to battle Peyton. He had to defeat the knight Sir Bolvar. What made this assignment special was that in addition to complex queries, it had a time limit of 3 days. Ruin wasn't confident in his abilities, as his sword skills left much to be desired. Iron swept the unique opportunity of the lessons of a 7-star knight in front of Ruin. That's because Sir Bolvar is the only knight of the Kingdom of Radiant to take part in the Tournament of Knights. Even Ruin realized that this was an incredible chance to gain experience. Because of the fear of defeat, he almost missed such a great opportunity. The young gentleman rose, and Sir Bolvar remarked how much he liked the expression on Ruin's face. Ruin was looking forward to his next sparring session with the knight, as there were only 3 days left to complete the task. To successfully complete the task within the deadline, Ruin fought Sir Bolvar every night. Struggling, he pondered whether it made sense, but he continued, because there must have been a reason for the assignment. Even though Ruin lost every time, he didn't give up, continuing his countless attempts. Sir Bolvar praised Ruin, for after a time, the effort began to bear fruit. Time passed and the next day came. Ruin, though tired, but kept trying. After the time spent, the task was almost complete. But Ruin had yet to strike a critical blow. With 30 minutes to go until the end of the mission, making a critical strike seemed impossible. As time drew to a close, Lady Irene and Ruin's family rushed over to watch the fight. Neither Ruin nor Mr. Baggins understood why Ruin had worked so hard, spending sleepless nights on it. Ruina asked her brother to rest at least for now, but Ruina asked for 30 more minutes. The lad himself was well aware of this, that it was unlikely to get the unattainable in half an hour. Ruin thrust his sword into the ground, telling Baggins that this was his last attempt, so he was going to try something else. Ruin took a fist stand. At first, Sir Bolvar did not believe in the young lord's decision, but he insisted on his point. In a few days of sparring on wooden swords, Ruin had learned to predict a knight's movements. And if he did, Ruin could win by using his specialty. It seemed strange to Sir Bolvar that they had fought night after night, but now Ruin wanted something from the knight. Peyton asked for the opportunity to add one rule that for the next 30 minutes Ruin could use magic. But the other side of the coin will be that Peyton won't be deterred in the fight either. Without a sword in hand, one had to shorten the distance. In return, the body itself becomes lighter, and balance improves. Getting so close, the sword was becoming a hindrance due to the blind spot, but there was a nuance to this fight. The problem was that Sir Bolvar was preventing Ruin from getting any closer. He defeated Doom Prime in a great festival for the sole reason of destroying his sword. Knights of Sir Bolvar's level do not engage in direct confrontation, but redirect the force of the attack. Sir's point is that Ruin's plan to get out of range of the sword is a good one, but once it's guessed at, it becomes almost impossible to execute. Ruin found himself in a stupor. For Sir Bolvar was right. All his strategies had seen through him. However, Sir Bolvar overlooked one nuance. Ruin could use the magic he used to summon light. Light magic created a small explosion around the battle site, also raising a curtain of dust. When the light cleared, the situation had changed, and Ruin found himself victorious in his battle with Sir Bolvar. The knight expected Ruin to use some kind of frightening magic, but he couldn't expect a flash of light. It was the only thing Ruin could think of. If Sir Bolvar had been in good health, nothing would have come of it. But finally, Ruin had completed the task. He now had the Steel Destroyer skill, which allowed him to destroy all weapons and ammunition. Ruina was angry that even as part of sparring, he couldn't throw Sir Bolvar to the ground. Ruin reached out to Sir Bolvar and apologized for the time he had wasted. The young gentleman had learned much during these sparring sessions, and Sir Bolvar was having a good time. The short vacation has come to an end. It's time for Ruin to leave the Ardel homelands. Ruin and his father stopped to watch the hard work of the nearby workers. The young gentleman picked up on the fact that the new workers were sent by the Valtrash family. Since the construction of the Ardel base required a lot of labor force, weapons will be delivered along these paths, and they will also be used to exterminate monsters. Moreover, the workers will visit Ardel's restaurants and hotels, so all this will be of great benefit to the territory. Suddenly, Ruin took out a box and clarified that it contained 12,000 gold, which his father was to use for Ardel's development. The young master kept 400 gold pieces, so his father could accept such a gift. The father was insanely embarrassed, but this time he couldn't refuse his son's gift. The vacation had been quite productive. Ruin said goodbye to everyone and set off with Irene. When it was time to disperse, he wanted to say goodbye to Lady Irene, but she said something to that effect. Irene wanted to help Ruin in destroying monsters after graduating from the academy. Thus the boys parted ways, promising each other to meet again after graduation. After traveling to the academy for a week, Ruin crossed the border and stepped into the eastern region. Unlike the southern region, the eastern region boasted more people. The town was full of noise, in the midst of which a man attacked a guy that was many times weaker than him. The lad asked the offender to let his sister go, for he too was a knight, and so he threatened him. As it turned out, it all happened because Knight's family didn't pay the money. Exclusively because of this, the man was going to collect everything his father owed him. The enraged fellow took up his sword and rushed to the attack, for he could not allow this to happen. But the lad's attack did not take place at all, and he received a punch in the face from the formidable man. The man stepped on him with his foot, humiliating him for the profession of knight being such a weak link. Even though the guy was in a lose-lose situation, he kept saying that the man would be sorry if he hurt his sister. From Ruin's observations, the guy did look like a knight, but he was terribly weak. A knight's desperate eyes are not something you see every day. They belong to a man who had something to protect. A passerby stopped Ruin and asked him to stay out of trouble. He would be in trouble if he got involved with Anguille Lambert's gang. The main character couldn't understand why no one tried to stop the rowdy man. It was a cause for shame. The guy's eyes belonged to someone who could become stronger, and Ruin suddenly wondered what the true value of that knight was. The man hadn't expected the sudden guests, and figured Ruin wanted to find himself beaten as well. Seconds later, the man was thrown a couple of meters away, just from the jolt. Before the man knew it, Ruin had gotten close to him and dealt him a weak blow. The enemy surrendered, and the weak knight was left wondering who his savior was. Ruin turned around and introduced himself to the knight he was interested in with a smile. The guy introduced himself as Hans and invited Ruin over to his place. His story was pretty typical. A brother and sister in debt because of a drunken father, and Hans had taken up the sword. Ruin wanted to know more about Anguille Lambert's gang, for their name is funny, but their actions are vile. Hans revealed that if something pisses off the gang, they tie the annoying people to a tree and kill them. The gang is active outside the territory. They were only active in the village, and the settlements are too small to have their own guards. Ruin would have liked to deal with it personally, but he didn't have time to deal with the gang. Hans revealed that he had already heard of him, as Ruin was the winner of the great festival. Ruin asked Hans about Sir Golter Pyrant, based on the information that he was a knight of the Foldren territory. Golter told me a lot about the young gentleman, that he was a really strong mage at the academy. Hans wanted to get stronger as fast as possible, so much like Captain Golter Pirante. The benchmark was extremely good, but Hans was too weak. It was not clear whether he would be able to graduate from the academy. Every day Hans was mocked, told that he couldn't stay here at all with those skills. Everyone criticized him except the captain. According to him, Hans had a talent that the others didn't have. If Hans kept trying, one day he would shine. Hearing this, Ruin realized that their story was similar. Professor Heidel and the head of the academy believed in Ruin until the very end, just as Sir Golter believes in Hans. Ruin said that if Hans moved slower than the others, persistence would one day pay off. The guy also forgot to warn that his sister's cooking skills are extremely specific. Outside the small hut, a multitude of people had gathered to come deal with Hans and Ruin. No one answered, so the bandits decided to kick down the door to break in first. The uninformed bandits had no idea who Ruin was, and he put on his gloves and thanked his enemies for easing his task. The first bandit was thrown out of the hut, and the others were shocked to see it. Soon the enemies recognized Ruin. The young lord asked Hans to keep his sister safe as danger shone around him. With a fighting attitude, Ruin was determined to repay Hans for the food he offered him. The bandits didn't lose their fighting spirit, as there were over 20 of them, and Ruin was only one. In sparring with Sir Bolvar, Ruin gained a new skill, the Steel Destroyer. The moment his fist makes contact with the sword, the weapon will find itself broken in the blink of an eye. In a different situation, the gang of thugs got off with a light punishment, but clearly the baddies were right in front of him. Ruin wasn't going to spare the bandits, so he immediately sent the bandit into a knockout punch. The terrified robbers were on the ground and begged for mercy from Ruin, for they had committed a mortal sin. Ruin realized that the enemy had realized that it was pointless to continue this fight, as they had already lost. The last thief took up his knife and began threatening Hans's sister that he would kill her if Ruin moved. The young gentleman wanted to know who the man in front of him was. He turned out to be the leader of Anji's gang, Nosal. Ruin turned around and noticed Hans lying on the ground. He was trying to protect his sister and was injured. He stepped forward. He realized that there was no other choice, and one had to work things out for oneself. The bandit threatened again. If Ruin moved even a finger, he would take the girl's life immediately. Ruin didn't know what to do, for the academy didn't teach how to deal with such situations. Ruin was faced with an abundance of choices, and there was no time to create illusion magic. Hans managed to get up and get around the enemy from behind. He swung his blade and sliced Nozel's back open. Nozel fell to the ground. Hans started walking forward towards the other bandits who were startled. Hans's power released, and he told the bandits to get out unless they wanted to repeat their boss's fate. The sister ran to Hans, and the boy reasoned that it was the first time he had ever killed a man. Ruin had convinced him that killing was a necessity, so he congratulated Hans. He realized that Hans' sword was called a Pareto sword, and the peculiarity was that it possessed an aura. As Hans slew the enemy, Ruin saw a blue aura emanating from him and his sword. Emitting a blue intangible energy, an aura, means that the knight has reached the 4th rank. Hans still wasn't able to control his aura freely, but it obviously meant he was growing up. The help was successful because Ruin betrayed Hans's motivation and kept his sister safe. Hans thanked Ruin for his help, and as soon as morning came, he headed for the academy. Before leaving Ardel, he wished the vacation would never end. But upon returning to the academy, the realization came. Ruin realized he missed this place. Jason's first order of business was to find out what was going on during his vacation. A lot of things happened on the break, but it's not something that can be discussed like this. Ruin revealed that he had been training in the sword arts, and Jason mumbled that vacations were meant for relaxation. And supposedly the art of the sword was taught in the 2nd semester as part of classes related to knights. As the boys walked down the corridors, Professor Heidel was glad to have finally found Ruin. The boy wanted to know what the professor was looking for him for. And as it turned out, the academy had a visitor. Outside the academy window was a red path, a beautiful carriage, and dozens of knights surrounding it. A crowd of knights and a golden nectar emblem on the flags. It could be the Crown Prince's men. They had exchanged letters, but Ruin hadn't expected their arrival to happen so soon. When the carriage opened, 2 guys stepped out of it. It was their highnesses the princes. First, Prince Croster Radian told his brother not to interfere with his communication with Ruin. The second Prince Foster Radian told him not to hope, for the young lord's choice would fall to him. Ruin found himself between the princes, and after introducing himself, expressed that it was an honor to meet the princes. Croster swept up that he had prepared a gift, and hoped for a one-on-one conversation. Foster hoped the same, and insisted that his gift was more valuable. The intentions of the princes were obvious. If Ruin, the winner of the great festival, would take the side of any of them, it would promote to the role of Crown Prince. Ruin had a better idea and suggested that the princes discuss the 3 of them together. The Kingdom of Radian, home to Ardel's estate and the academy, is currently known as the weakest state on the continent. Despite this, the kingdom continues to be internally divided, due to the opposition between the monarchist faction of the first prince and the reformist faction of the second prince. The kingdom's mages are stripped of their autonomy, being nothing more than pawns in a power struggle. Knowing all this, the reason for the 2 princes' arrival became obvious, and the princes continued to argue. With such infantile rulers, the country is justifiably in a terrible condition. The protagonist was confused by the sudden visit, but the arrival of the 2 princes came in handy. He immediately stated that he had no intention of choosing any of the princes as his lord. The princes were quite upset, for even the legendary strategist Jaegis had refused the offer 3 times. It was some story about Jaegis, who refused the emperor 3 times, who eventually sided with him. Even if the princes continued to offer, his answer would remain the same. For Ruin must do something as a free man. Ruin was going to return to his homeland, Ardel territory, upon completion of his training. This meant that he would not leave the kingdom even after graduation, and would eventually become the kingdom's strength. But the situation in Ardel was far from good. Ruin hoped that the princes would understand his reluctance to abandon his homeland. Croster rose and said that the future strength of the kingdom should not suffer from unfounded worries, so he would provide support in any matter. Foster also came up saying he would help with money and food. The princes argued with each other over who would assist the young lord in the development of Ardel. Ruin wasn't going to not pick anyone from the princes, because it's far more favorable for him to be fought over. Both princes were about to be sent a wonderful gift on the occasion of his graduation. Ruin was fine with the gifts, however he asked the princes to take care of what they had discussed. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied that he wasn't taking sides, and decided to leave Ruin alone for now. However, it was not without benefit. Ruin had asked for approval of the plans that Ardel territory was currently considering. Also, Ruin requested military support for the duration of the sweep. Everything was going smoothly. According to the princes, Duke of Ruin Ardel was the future and treasure of the kingdom, so he was appointed as the protector of the royal family. A protector is the closest person to the royal family, appointed to protect them. No one in the whole kingdom dares to look down on him. When the princes left, the students surrounded Ruin, praising him for his new title of protector. Once again, it was becoming noisy, for before this, the role of protector had always been taken up by members of Garihill's family. One of the students asked the others to be quieter as Mikkel Garihill walked toward them. Mikkel stated that whatever the students are doing now will still end up under him after graduation. Mikkel Garihill, after he used a forbidden potion as part of his first semester exam, was considered for expulsion. But he managed to avoid the worst outcome, all thanks to the influence of his family. The magicians of this kingdom were effectively under the control of the Garihill family. Ruin stepped forward and said that the princes were of a different opinion, so Mikkel shouldn't have been so sure of himself. The arrogant guy turned around and said angrily that they would see who had the last laugh yet. Jason said that Mikkel was just jealous. Mikkel was angry that Ruin won the great festival yet, and the prince's words left their mark. At this point, Mikkel's reputation was tarnished, which directly affected his family's honor. Most likely Mikkel had a plan, as it was about the cruel Garihill family after all. Soon Ruin went to the office where the graduates came to give lessons to the next generation. As a result, the ominous premonition was as justified as anything when Ruin entered the office. The academy graduate noticed Ruin and asked what happened and why everyone was so tense. The alumnus turned out to be Chakil Garihill, who knew the identity of Ruin Ardel and was happy to see him. The second semester of senior year is focused on practice. As mentioned earlier, there will also be classes related to the knights. Consequently, alumni came to the academy to share the current situation among mages in the wrapper of lectures. Everything was done with the best of intentions, but Ruin's premonition was not unfounded. The guest speaker was Mikkel's older brother, Chakil Garihill. He was going to speak about the relationship between the Garihill family mages and the court mages. As it was known, among the 14 court mages, 11 of them were from the Garihill family. As an elder, Chakil wanted to share the knowledge that nothing in this world can be claimed as his own. And the alleged glorification of Ruin Ardel didn't mean their lives wouldn't turn out the same way. Chakil wanted to know the young master's answer. Ruin said that even if 10 pieces of trash united in a single impulse, a masterpiece would not be born. Shackle thought it was a rebuke in his direction, but Ruin convinced him otherwise. The older brother of Garihill's family said that he had heard a lot about Ruin from his brother, and it all consisted of saying that he was a loser. Ruin said Chakil didn't hear the second part of the story where he gave Mikkel a good beating. At that moment, they both realized the rivalry between Ruin Ardel and the Garihill family would not go away so easily. With the arrival of Chakil Garihill, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. As soon as it was announced that anyone could join Garihill's family if they wished, some of the astonished students with bad grades fell under Chakil's influence. Chakil stated that if they work for Garihill, they too can succeed. The academy eventually split into two camps, those supporting Garihill and Ardel. Along with Garihill's pathetic attempts to humiliate Ruin and his growing anger in response to their childish provocations, the atmosphere at the academy was inevitably heating up. Ruin decided to have a change of scenery and went to the office of the head of Ignite Academy. Since Ruin was the representative of the students, Tyrion wanted to discuss pressing matters with him. Ruin replied that everything was the same as always at the academy, except for one element causing trouble. Tyrion has revealed that he's not thrilled with the Garihill family either, but every mage in the kingdom is connected to them in one way or another, and the academy is no exception. Unlike last year, however, this year they are only giving courses that don't affect the final grade. And even so, the Garihill family is making noise. Ruin wanted to know what kind of arrogant alumnus Chakil Garihill was. According to Tyrion, Chakil was incredibly popular due to his good looks and his tongue lilt. He got along well with the people around him, and his academic results couldn't be faulted. However, behind this facade lurked a huge snake. Chakil had a great hunger for power and extreme ambition. The protagonist realized that outwardly he appeared to be a decent man, but at his core, Chakil was rotten. In that case, there were plenty of reasons to join the fight, but Ruin didn't know under what pretext to do so. The head added that the upcoming class could now be discussed, for Tyrion had a plan in place. After the negotiations, Ruin headed to the office. He wasn't sure if the plan would work. After all, the reaction last time was mostly negative. But Tyrion convinced the lad that he could ask the question directly, and the reaction would change. Ruin entered the office where Shaquille was giving a lecture, and said that he had come to ask a question. Mikkel laughed and said that the requests coming from Ruin were only a matter of time. Ruin said that it was not that kind of request, for he had heard that Shaquille had received an offer from the head of the academy, but had declined. Therefore, Ruin decided to personally ask the alumnus to let him get a class together. In co-curricular activities, alumni who came as lecturers can participate in the training as other students. This would be an opportunity to battle with Shaquille. The students of Ignite Academy were only in favor after hearing that they could see Shaquille's skills. The alumnus said that the students were already experienced mages with years of practice. There was no need for such a class. Ruin had expected this answer, so he asked Shaquille if he had come for the purpose of teaching him something. That said, Shaquille refused to hold a joint session, even though it's an ideal chance to try out new knowledge in action. Since Garahil insisted that they were a unified group, he had no reason to act contrary to the... Shaquille replied that Ruin had howled in the Great Festival, but he was still an apprentice with little experience. Shaquille thought that there was nothing Ruin could do against a real weapon, only to continue to be stubborn. Some students stated that they would also like to see Shaquille's skills learned in battle. Even Mikkel spotted the perfect opportunity to crush Ruin in front of everyone else. Mikkel thought Ruin would regret the offer, but still hoped for agreement. Shaquille couldn't resist any longer, so he agreed to a joint session with the Knights of Faldrin. Shaquille added that the only reason he refused was so that Ruin could continue to shine as a member of the class. Ruin held out his hand and told Shaquille to agree, for as a younger man, he was eager to see his skills. In that case, Shaquille decided to accept the offer and the two shook hands. Ruin began to squeeze Shaquille's arm. He immediately felt the pain and couldn't overpower Ruin. The young gentleman told Shaquille that in that case, he could expect a class and prepare to be surprised. 3 days later, on the day the Knights of Faldrin arrived, Ruin recalled a dialogue with Tyrion. To his mind, the head proved to be quite cunning, for he devised a plan in which the Elder would have to take part. The students were waiting outside, and soon the trainee Knights of Faldrin arrived for a joint session together. Sir Golter said hello to Ruin and wanted to know how he was doing after winning the Great Festival. Sir Golter had gone to the head of the academy, so Ruin was in charge for the time being. Ruin introduced himself to the sword art disciples and wanted to know who was the representative on their side. The representative was busy. A group of students were humiliating a guy who was on the ground. Ruin found out that the guy on the ground was Hans, so he decided to find out what happened. One of the guys introduced himself as Maltiv Gagan. He was a representative from Faldrin. Father Maltiva is a knight of the 7th rank, Vengra Gajin, commander of the Golden Knights. Ruin didn't need that information, he just wanted the representative to answer his question. Maltiv replied that Hans had stopped listening lately, so they had decided to give him some individualized training. Maltivus also heard the rudeness in Ruin's words, for he had shown interest in the commoner during the exchange of greetings. The boys started laughing when they learned that commoners understood each other best. Maltivu was suddenly disgusted to be talking to Ruin, for Ardel is not particularly influential. Ruin heard someone's voice and suddenly realized why the stranger was so hostile towards him. As it turned out, Shaquille was close to Maltiv, and this was the reason for the hostility. Even if Ruin didn't know Hans, they still couldn't get along. Sir Golter asked the students to gather together, for they knew of an upcoming class together. To begin with, it was necessary to break into 54 groups of 2 academy students, and 1 trainee knight each. Maltiv wanted no part of it, and neither did Shaquille, continuing to express his displeasure. But they decided to get a group together, overcoming the situation together, as they must prevail. Hans was sad. No one wanted to team up with him, and he was at the bottom of the list. Ruin suggested Hans to join the same group. Even though he was weak, he was Ruin's friend. Jason noticed the guys reuniting, and decided to join the group as a friend too. The group formed, the guys were able to bond and removed the formalities between each other. Ruin swept up that their goal was simply to get a good score, though nothing else was necessary. Ruin's group had to deal with an annoying group of Mikkel, Shaquille, and Maltiva. Once the formation of the groups was complete, it was time for a short break. Ruin wanted to know about Hans' condition, suggesting he go to the nurse's station, but he felt fine. Hans revealed that he was glad to meet Ruin, but it was probably best to pretend to be strangers. Hans felt this way because many people disliked him. Poetically, when there were no witnesses around, he would be beaten again. Ruin interrupted Hans and reminded him that he was his friend, so he shouldn't have bothered. The player's eye spotted Maltiva. He was a 4th-class knight with high potential. Even though Maltiv was strong, but at one moment, when Hans had slaughtered the bandit leader with a single blow, a blue aura surrounded his body. The player's eye revealed. Maul Hans was at the 3rd class of knighthood with a very high potential. Ruin revealed that he wanted to deal with Maltiv, with the hope that Hans wanted the same thing. Guy couldn't believe in his abilities, but Ruin convinced him that he would be able to defeat Maltiva. Maltivus overheard this conversation and stated that he could no longer listen to such nonsense, so he ordered Hans to come over. Hans didn't listen, and Maltivus was angry that the weak knight felt special standing next to Ruin. Maltivus took up his blade and gave Hans one last warning to approach him. He too took up his sword with readiness for battle, but Ruin told him not to fight Maltiv. Ruin added that the fight wasn't worth it, for there was no point in Hans sinking to Maltiva's level. Hans would fight Maltiv, but not tonight. He should have just waited for the right opportunity to wipe his enemy out. Ruin told Hans to leave it to him, then prepared for battle, waiting for Maltiva to attack. But while Maltiv ran confidently into the fray, someone intervened and dealt a blow to the confident bully. It turned out to be Sir Gulter, who kicked Maltiva with contempt in his eyes. Maltivus started to excuse that Ruin's group had started it first, but that was no reason for Sir Gulter to bare his sword. The Grand Knight stated that from this day forward, Maltiv was no longer a representative of the trainee knights, and upon his return to the walls of the institution, he would be subject to disciplinary action. Maltiv said that if he was stripped of his position, his father would not keep quiet and the situation would worsen. Sir Gulter was sure that until the moment he heard that his son had drawn his sword at the academy and tried to stab someone with it, Ruin noticed how Maltiv acted pompous but trembled with fear at the mention of his father's name. The first in the joint sessions was a close combat and defense training session. Sir Gulter Perante taught how to neutralize the magician's main weakness, spell creation time. Professor Heidel demonstrated how to predict the knight's movements to buy time. Each group practiced these techniques. Not everyone succeeded, but they tried hard. Maltivus was terribly angry with Ruin. It was hard to train where people like him abounded. Chakil didn't know how he should train here. Everyone expected him to unleash his skills. Hans asked to rest, but Ruin didn't want to. Jason was surprised that Ruin was still not tired of fighting. Ruin said all the fighting had only softened him up, surprising his allies even more. Sir Gulter turned to Ruin, asking him to give him a moment because he wanted to be sure of something. Ruin didn't understand what he was talking about, and Sir Gulter revealed that it was impossible to master such swordsmanship skills on one's own. Not expecting this development, Ruin realized that Sir Gulter was more attentive than he had thought. That was why the knight wanted to ask Ruina for the favor of conducting a sword duel. None of the students believed the suggestion was serious, nor did Ruin, thinking it was a joke. Sir Gulter didn't expect Ruin to win in sparring. He just wanted him to teach the other apprentices. Sir Gulter was sure that among everyone else, there was no one with sword skills better than Ruin's. This was a great opportunity. If Ruin performs well, he'll get a chance to put some people in their place. Ruin agreed and was eager to learn something new from Sir Gulter. As soon as Ruin expressed his agreement, Sir Gulter rushed forward with the intention of attacking. Hans couldn't believe the amazing speed of his commander, that he was serious about sparring. Ruin thrust his sword forward and blocked the attack without any difficulty, surprising not only the students, but also Sir Gulter. Sir Gulter swung his sword, the clash stopped, and Ruin was thrown backwards. The knight couldn't believe Ruin's skills, so he asked again where the young lord had managed to learn it. Sir Gulter assumed that Ruin simply didn't want to reveal his mentor's name. There weren't many options, so Ruin pondered whether or not he should reveal the truth. There was no point in keeping it a secret, so Ruin said his mentor was Sir Bolvar Peyton. Gulter wanted to know how Ruin had met Sir Bolvar. Ruin replied that the legendary spearman lived in Ardel, and that they had known each other since they were children. Maltiv stood up and told Ruin not to lie to everyone around him, which Ruin didn't understand at all. As it turned out, Maltiva's father had personally told him that Bolvar Peyton was dead, and there was no way Ruin could prove his words to him. The young gentleman said he had no use for proving anything, for he was not in the habit of calling the dead alive. If Peyton was alive, it doesn't change anything since Maltiva's father is still the strongest in the kingdom. The strongest knight in the kingdom is officially recognized as Maltiva's father, Sir Vengras Gagan, commander of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight Bolvar Peyton turns out to be alive, it could affect the next order of business. Ruin didn't care what Maltiv thought, as Sir Bolvar didn't care about any regalia. For insulting his father, Maltiv challenged Ruin to a duel with real swords. Sir Gulter hit Maltiv and wanted to know more about his feisty desire to fight Ruin. Knight has decided that the first match of tomorrow's group sessions will be a battle between Ruin's group and Maltiva's group. As soon as the next day arrived, the groups stood in front of each other and prepared for the start of the match. Chakil wanted to know if Ruin was ready to fight because he wanted to do a good job of it. As soon as the sparring began, Shaquille's speedy hand was a meter away from Ruin's face. The protagonist jumped back, but he didn't realize where his opponent got that speed from. Applying the player's eye on Shaquille, Ruin noticed that he had 6 artifacts with him. Under cover of the previous night, Sir Vengras and Commissioner George were conversing in the mansion. The commander of the Golden Knights, Vengras Gagan, said he had heard of Shaquille, who was invited to give a special lecture at the academy. George Garyhill was surprised to be invited by the head of the academy himself, Tyrion Ignite. It was about Maltiva, who turned out to be too troublesome a fellow, so he was sent to Sir Gulter. George added that he had only come here because of Ruin Ardel's academy representative. Vengras was aware of the rumors of Ruin winning the great festival, and even attracting the attention of the Empire. But to the Great Knight, Ruin seemed like an ordinary upstart from the provinces that shouldn't be able to make his way so easily. George agreed. Ruin should not have been given the opportunity to win the princes over to his side. As Shaquille's group battled Maltiva's group, George had some sort of idea for victory. Vengras was stunned as George offered to hand over the artifact to Maltiva. Vengras thought it was a forgery, and George asked for the pendant in exchange for an artifact for Maltiva. It didn't matter, since the members of the Garyhill family already possessed the artifacts. They should have eliminated Ruin before he caused more trouble. George mentioned that Bolvar Peyton was still alive, and as it turned out, he was teaching the sword arts to Ruin. It wasn't enough to get attention from the princes. Ruin received sword lessons from an illustrious knight. Vengras understood the gravity of the whole situation, so he decided to make a deal with George. Shaquille used plant magic, disarming Ruin's entire group, though he had bragged before the fight. Ruin expected his opponents to use some sort of trick, but he didn't think they would stoop so low. Shaquille held back his magic and repeated to Ruin to show his amazing power. At this time, Maltivus was about to attack from the other flank. Ruin, on the other hand, was still immobilized. Jason couldn't understand why Ruin stood idly by and kept asking him to dodge it. Maltivus lands a devastating blow to the ground, but Ruin dodged it at the very last moment. The wooden sword didn't break from hitting the ground, and it became a cause for doubt. In fact, the Amulet of Fortitude contributed to this. This artifact was shaped like a pendant. It enchanted weapons, making them sharper and stronger. Maltivus lunged again, threatening that this strike would manage to kill Ruin Ardel. Ruin decided to use the Steel Destroyer's ability against Maltiva's wooden sword. He struck a blow, after which the wooden sword under the effect of the Fortitude Amulet was broken. Maltiv was thrown to the back of the battlefield, and Shaquille couldn't believe his eyes. Shaquille didn't understand how this was possible, despite the artifact that Maltivus wore. Ruin said that if possible, he wanted to get by with little bloodshed, but that wouldn't work in this situation. Taking the matter seriously, the chief's will activated, and Ruin's strength increased manifold. Screams of fear could be heard on the battlefield. Ruin's aura had become so large that it formed an illusion of an ogre. Ruin said it was time to end the fight, as even 6 artifacts didn't help Shaquille. Channeling the ogre's spirit, Ruin ran his finger around Shaquille's neck and was able to rip all the artifacts off of him. The students were surprised that the older one used 6 artifacts against the younger one. Shaquille said that Ruin would not last that long, for Garyhill's family would not sit idly by. Ruin mockingly asked who would attack him next, assuming it would be George himself. Shaquille was angry about that, but a light snap of his fingers from Ruin managed to disarm the arrogant fellow in an instant. Strawn wondered if it was worth it for the people around him to see the ability to ogre. Even Tyrion Ignite himself couldn't hide his surprise. He was in complete shock. Ruin replied that he wouldn't be able to hide it forever, which Strawn was in complete agreement with. Mikkel was on the ground the whole time, for after using the ogre he fainted. All 3 opponents were on the ground. Ruin and the organizers understood that the duel had come to an end. Hans took the 2 swords. Rising, he stopped Sir Gulter and asked him to wait a moment. Hans threw the sword to Maltiva and told him to use another if his sword broke. Maltivus didn't understand Hans's intentions, but the guy's arrogance made him extremely angry. The previously weak knight was quite confident in his abilities now, so much so that even his sword was covered in aura. A knight who possesses at least rank 4, and therefore has mastered aura control. 4-star knights have a blue aura, and the higher the rank, the color of the powers change. 6-star knights have an aura color approaching violet. Further, the aura color had no specific color and reflected the individual traits of the knight. In other words, even among those who have already officially become knights, there are those who have only yet to reach the 4-star level. Strawn offered to stop the duel as it came to an end, but Ruin decided to observe. Ruin once again noticed Hans' peculiar gaze, which was full of self-confidence. Maltivus took up his sword and rushed to the attack, saying that he would never accept this. In Maltiva's opinion, Hans is the most ordinary commoner who has miraculously mastered aura. The enraged guy couldn't believe that the pathetic Hans was held to the same standard as him. Though it was the enemy's opinion that Hans should have been lying on the ground, he continued to fight back. Hans said that Maltivus could only cling to statuses, but he was actually lucky to be born into a good family. Maltivus covered his sword with his aura and decided to fight Hans at the peak of his possible strength. Maltivus leapt high into the air to deliver the final blow and defeat Hans. Ruin was the first to realize the danger of the situation and immediately rushed to Hans's aid. The collision between the representative and Hans was violent, with no one able to run to help in time. When the shockwave passed, Hans was the victor and Maltiv was falling to the ground. The representative was on the ground. The students checked his condition, and he was found to be unconscious. Ruin still rushed over to Hans to see how he was feeling after his fight, though, but Hans had no time to reply. For Ruin could not diminish his surprise as the knight's sword drew his attention. Hans' aura changed. His sword now glowed with a red aura, elevating his rank. Tyrion couldn't even begin to imagine that he would actually defeat an alumnus so easily. Ruin jokingly pointed out that Tyrion personally invited Shaquille to the academy, so he assumed this outcome initially. He wanted to take the chance to temper the Garryhill family's fervor a bit, but instead he threw wood into the blazing desire for vengeance. Rumors of the duel had already reached the capital. Since the defeated man was Garryhill's eldest son, the nobles were already discussing whether this could be the downfall of the family. George Garryhill will do anything to restore the honor of the family, which means Ruin could be in danger. As head of the academy, Tyrion couldn't let Ruin be in danger, so they came to a certain staircase. Tyrion and Ruin came to the stairs leading to the basement of Ignite Academy. A few days ago, Kingram awakened from a long sleep, and the first thing he said was of his kin's scent. Tyrion motioned for Ruin to come downstairs, as Kingram was waiting for him with a prepared gift. Ruin couldn't understand why Tyrion didn't ask about the ogre's shadow, since there was no such magic in the world. It didn't matter to Tyrion what would appear before him. Ruin would remain the same apprentice he trusted. Still, Ruin decided to go downstairs, for Kingram was desperately waiting to meet his kinsman. Kingram was glad to see his friend, calling him the young destroyer Ruin. Kingram could not believe it, for he could smell from him the scent of his own kind dwelling on the heavenly mountain, and even the scent of his father, Munkin. Ruin told Kingram about everything that happened on the Celestial Mountain, and how he created the artifact using Kunhan's tooth. The great ogre laughed at the news that Ruin had arm-wrestled 100 ogres in a row. Not only had Ruin played 100 matches, but he had won every single one of them. Kingram believed that his kin must have been having fun. Ogre thought he would be trapped in this artifact forever, but he was glad to hear of his homeland again. Kingram thanked Ruin, for in this endless boredom he was proving to be his blessing. Ruin unlocked the achievement. The title Friend of Ogres was upgraded to Lord of Ogres, and the protagonist's strength became boosted by 1,000. Incarnation of Strange's power reached 5 stars, unlocked new effects, and increased Ruin's power by 500. It was Kingram's gift. Ruin's strength rose to 7,000, and the incarnation received 5 stars. Strand happily jumped to the ground and remarked that he had been in this form for far too long. Strand's transformation had begun, and he was finally able to shift into his human form. Strand became a beautiful girl with brown hair, happy that she was finally human. From reuniting with Kingram, Ruin received 2 other gifts that helped him. The first gift was the power of the chief, allowing you to command the ogres as their lord, and the special privilege of calling on Kingram, who has lifelong ties to the academy. Before he left, Kingram said he should only have been summoned if there was a real threat to life. Strand was beginning to get excited about her new form, and even Tyrion had questions. Once Strand transformed, she was seen by the others and proved she was a girl. There was only one man going down to Kingram, and when they came up, there were 2 of them. Tyrion thought Strand was a spirit, but she claimed she was a level above, an incarnation of the... Ruin and Strand were bound by a symbiotic relationship, so they cannot stay apart from each other. Tyrion decided to contribute to the problem with Strand staying at the academy. Ruin had to pretend that Strand was his cousin and had transferred his senior year of high school. Even though Strand was lesser in stories than Ruin, she jumped several classes like a genius. Jason got down on one knee and offered Country a walk through the academy, which she had yet to fully see. Once Jason believed in the existence of Cousin Ruin, he began propositioning her for dates in every way possible. In addition, this day was Han's last day at Ignite Academy, so he came to say goodbye to Ruin. Ruin had promised that he would definitely visit Foldrin sometime, and Hans would welcome the visit. Hans wanted to come to Ardel when he graduated, something Ruin was just as excited about. Hans revealed that he didn't want only to be a guest, but to accept the title of Knight of the Ardel territory. He wanted to do something meaningful, protecting Ardel, which Ruin would be in charge of. Jason said he would also go to Ardel and help do mundane things. Ruin continued to joke, but inside he was glad that his friends would be coming to Ardel after graduation. Ardel's future was becoming more and more exciting, and events moved to the Radian capital, D. Radian. The man was angry that he had lost a lot of invested money. Maltiva, Chakil, and Mikkel had been defeated by Ruin, which meant that the era of the Garahil family was over. The Garahil family maintained their status as a house of magic, while at the same time Vengras Gagan was addressed as none other than the strongest knight in the kingdom. This status was maintained through the support of nobility from across the Radian kingdom. If the support disappeared, the fall would be inevitable. The man kept saying that when their sons took over, things would be even closer to collapse. A lot of nobles decided to change sides as soon as possible and join Ardel's side, but the current head of the family, Delin Ardel, did not accept money. But they had to be liked by everyone, even Garahil's family. George Garahil entered the study and remarked that the nobleman was having an entertaining conversation. George had been under the impression that the Garahil family had been in power since the founding of Radian. History did not tolerate lies, so the experiences of the nobles would not materialize. The ruin was a big problem. George wanted to use it as a stepping stone for Chakil and Mikkel, but he stomped Garahil's honor into the dirt. The eldest of the Garahil family has set his sights on killing Ruin Ardel, no matter what it costs him. The next major activity of the second semester involved a visit to the capital city. As part of the lesson, they will visit the magic tower and the royal palace where they can see new magic and learn things from current magicians. Strand knew that during this class, they would be able to come face to face with George Garahil. The head of the Garahil family must have held a grudge against Ruin, and a visit to the capital was compared to a visit to an enemy's lair. George was also dangerous, for he was rumored to be a 7th-class mage, as was Tyrion Ignite. Strang was not afraid of 7th-grade mages, for in her past form she would have been able to defeat George with one finger. Mages of this class were not to be underestimated, for Ruin could not look up information on Tyrion that was at the same level. Ruin had to be on guard at all times, for they had finally arrived in the capital of the Radian kingdom. Radian is but a glittering grandeur unworthy of such a small kingdom. While the students flaunted the sight of Radian, someone's voice greeted the head of the academy. A certain voice turned out to be Chairman George, who came in person to meet with the students. He justified it by saying that when young talents arrived in the capital that would one day lead the kingdom forward, he, as the protector of the country, should have welcomed them all. That wasn't the only reason, as George wanted to look at the kids to see how they were able to overpower his sons. The head of the Garahil family immediately noticed the outstanding winner of the magic festival, Ruin Ardel. The player's eye reported that George Garahil was a 6th-class mage. Will confirm that he is a cheat. Ruin didn't understand how he managed to deceive everyone about his power. But a glance at his hand, the answer came by itself. It was covered in dozens of artifacts. Ruin laughed, which made George angry. When asked what the guy saw that was funny, he didn't say anything and decided to leave. The enraged head of the Garahil family took Ruin's hand. From anger, his body was covered in aura. Tyrion attempted to intervene to stop the chairman from abusing his apprentice. George told Tyrion that he was only the head at the academy, for in the capital, it was the Garahil family that was in charge. Tyrion replied that he couldn't accept that if it somehow tried to justify threats towards an innocent apprentice. George knew it was Tyrion's idea to make a laughingstock of his son in front of the entire schoolhouse. Tyrion told him to shut up, releasing his aura around the strong gusts of wind. Ruin turned to the head of the Garahil family and said that the reason for his laughter was the dozens of rings on the man's hands. He recalled the cases of Mikkel and Chakil, suggesting that liking to accessorize is a common trait of the rich. George was confused but said there was no reason. It was just a coincidence that they all wore a lot of jewelry. The man asked Tyrion to leave his credentials here, for from this day forward, George would be conducting all of the retreats. The trip to the capital was far from ordinary. George Garahil said he would be in charge of the entire schedule, but he disappeared without a trace. However, despite the low information content of the tour, the atmosphere was not bad. There was only one nuance to the trip, that the magician guides did not hide their glances in Ruin's direction. When Strand and Ruin were in the dwelling, they looked out the window and noticed a strange man. It was the same guide who had been watching them since they arrived at the dormitory. Ruin sensed a faintly perceptible magic in the surrounding space. It seemed that the magician had created the surroundings with illusionary magic. The scenery from the windows and even the passers-by were not real. In addition, The magician has erected a barrier. Strand complained, for she had not noticed it, and it was a long time before her former strength was reached. Suddenly the man started to run away, but Ruin knew it was a ploy to lure him outside. If they were fighting in an enclosed building-type space, Ruin would have the advantage, but the mage knew he couldn't let his students get hurt. Looking at the guide with a player's eye, Ruin recognized his name and the fact that he was at the level of a 6th-class mage. The protagonist realized that there were many opponents in front of him who were 6th-class mages. The already slim chances of victory could become even slimmer if George Garyhill enters the fray. Ruin decided to head downstairs, figuring this evening was going to be a rather long one. A few hours earlier, George was furious because not enough people showed up for his meeting. According to one of the guests, the others were purposely avoiding the meeting. George was sure that today he would be done with Ruin. Usually the meeting room is filled with people so full that they didn't have enough seats. But now only 4 people showed up. The meeting was about the information of the night guards that consisted entirely of the people of the Garyhill family. One of the guests added, "Maul, last night they received confirmation that the assassins had arrived in Ardel. After midnight, the assassins were to break into the estate and take Ruin Ardel's head." George was glad that father and son would be gone on the same night, but he also learned about Ruin's sister. Venras Gagan also added that in addition to the entire Ardel family, Sir Bolvar Peyton was also to disappear. At this time, Sir Bolvar was chilling in the streets of Ardel, which were suspiciously quiet. The young lord's recent victory over Garyhill's eldest son had brought Ardel to the attention of many of the nobility. Delin immediately told Bolvar to report back if he saw anything suspicious. Sir Bolvar approached one of the residents and wanted to know if there were any suspicious visitors. The man remembered the 5 traders in robes who would sell nothing and carried swords with them. From that moment on, the great knight understood everything. Assassins often disguised themselves as merchants, and now they had disappeared from sight once they entered Ardel's territory. As soon as Sir Bolvar realized the danger of the situation, he rushed to Ardel's estate. At this time, the assassins were walking around the building, but they couldn't find Ruin Ardel, even though no one noticed them. As they wanted to go to another room, one of the assassins mysteriously fell to the ground. Sir Bolvar Peyton entered the room, a legendary spear in his hands and a temper to slay his enemies. The intimidating knight asked the assassins if they realized where the enemies dared to climb to. The assassins didn't know how Bolvar had guessed it, but that was to be expected from a 7-star knight. This was not a bad turn of events for the assassins, for it was within the scope of the assignment to kill Sir Bolvar. Everyone who invades Ardel's territory is at least a level 6 master. Against them was Bolvar Peyton, who had not held his spear in his hand for a long time. So many thought that his skills were no longer the same. However, underestimating the legendary knight was a fatal mistake, and in the blink of an eye, his spear was covered in aura. Bolvar wanted all the assassins to attack him together because he was able to easily defeat his enemies in one blow. The remaining assassins were scared shitless after all. They had dealt with level 7 knights before, but Bolvar was different. Bolvar might have turned out to be an 8-star level knight, because no matter how much he tried to evolve, the limit of what could be achieved in terms of technique had been obtained. Another assassin tried to attack Sir Bolvar, but he was stabbed through and through. The last mercenary stated that Vangraw was a liar, and he would never have taken the assignment if he had known the strength of the enemy. Sir Bolvar took the mercenary by the neck and told him to return to deliver the threat to Vengras. Ruin went outside of his own free will at this time, which made Hazen Garyhill extremely happy. But Hazen didn't know about Ruin's incarnation, so he assumed he had brought a friend with him. Ruin stated that he wasn't going to die here, and after his words, 6 more enemies appeared around him. A man decided to share the advice that the best way to prolong his life is to stay out of sight. But now Ruin had only one option left as all 7 mages prepared for the attack. The Night Guardians rallied their magic into a single attack, creating a fiery blast across the area. Hazen watched the beautiful sight of Ruin quietly accepting his death. For he had brought this fate upon himself. Soon the fire dissipated, and the incarnation along with Ruin stood as if nothing had happened. The reason for the powerlessness of the attack turned out to be Stran, that he was a creature unable to die. Incarnations were immortal and indestructible creatures. The only way to incapacitate Stran was to kill Ruin. Ruin decided to strike back, summoning the aura of will of the ogre leader Kunhan behind him. Kunhan and the main character's combined strike was devastating, and that meant an easy victory. Hazen found himself on the ground. He hadn't expected such force, but he had one last hold on him. Hazen Garyhill held onto Ruin's leg and decided to go to extreme measures of dark magic. Witchcraft practitioners are those who practice forbidden dark magic that all mages have rejected. The Seal of Water is a spell invented by a water wizard. It will not leave the person it comes in contact with until it has sucked out all life forces. Ruin had no idea that the enemy mages would go so far and resort to black magic. The mages grabbed Ruin and sucked out his life force, and Hazen only scoffed in derision. Killing the winner of the great festival was part of Gary Hill's family's plans, so this is good news. Once Ruin was weakened, Strand also became a non-issue in a battle against a group of strong mages. Hazen added that after his death, Ruin would not be alone, so he could take it easy. Ruin couldn't believe his ears, for according to the mages, his father and sister should be dead before now. Hazen realized that Ruin didn't know this, but he first asked him why he went against the senior advisor. As the man continued to ramble, Ruin's hand grabbed his face, interrupting his speech. The mages that used dark magic were neutralized and ended up on the ground. Ruin was enraged. He clenched his hand forcefully and easily blasted the head of Hazen Garyhill. Hazen's breathless body fell to the ground, and the blacksmiths couldn't hide their fear. Ruin said he didn't care now, for the enemies had crossed his intended line. The protagonist used Kingram's unique summoning skill, and the Ogre King appeared behind him. At that moment, in Ruin's mind, there were only motives for the murders. As the once destroyer of Drax's worlds, he wanted to destroy them all. Ruin told Kingram that he had been summoned for the purpose of killing everyone he saw, without mercy. The ogre swung his axe sharply while the startled mages ran away pathetically in fear. Kingram swung his weapon, taking the lives of all who were caught by his heavy weapons. All those who survived couldn't escape as Ruin was rushing after them. He would never be able to forgive those mages. At that moment, Ruin didn't care what his fists would destroy, or who his magic would kill. Strand decided to subdue Ruin. Killing those mages was enough for the young lord. The last survivor called Ruin a psycho, and that he wasn't much different from them. Strand asked the lad to calm down, for nothing had happened in Ardel. The young gentleman had to confide in Sir Bolvar Peyton. Ruin might have gone down the same road as Draca. He was called the Destroyer of Worlds because in his final days he went mad with limitless power and ended up destroying everything. The protagonist decided to calm down on the advice of the Incarnation and ask the mercenary a couple questions. The man revealed that Myongdan's group consisted of assassins no lower than rank 6 and 5 of them had come to Ardel. Continuing his tale, he was quickly interrupted, for a spear thrust into the mage's body. The killer turned out to be George Garyhill, who came to see if the mercenaries had won. George was disappointed that Garrickill's best men couldn't handle the usual upstart. Ruin wanted to know from the head of the Garyhill family how he dared to threaten Ardel territory. George used dark magic to lower Ruin to the ground, telling him that he was required to just be quiet. He was facing a dungeon for using black magic, but George was sure that if Ruin died, it would remain a secret. Ruin couldn't move at all, and Kingram's summoning had already ended, putting him in an awkward position. George used another spell, summoning a dozen magical spears. The guns rushed straight at the protagonist, who couldn't do anything about it. But at the last moment, the head of the academy, Tyrion Ignite, stepped in and set up a protective barrier. When the barrier dissipated, Tyrion unleashed an aura, blinding George Garyhill with it. The illusion field is an artificial world created by George's henchmen, 6th-class mages, so that no one from the outside can know what's going on inside. However, this magic only kept ordinary people outside. A mage of Tyrion's level can immediately detect an unnatural flow of mana. In addition, a serious disadvantage of magic was that if a mage of a higher level than the one who created the barrier applied his spell, the illusion would immediately dissipate. George Garyhill laughed, for he thought Tyrion planned to destroy the entire city to win. But as it turned out, the head had set up a barrier in advance to prevent destruction in the capital city. For getting involved in dark magic and harming Tyrion's apprentice, George was going to mete out punishment on his own. Strange had picked up on the fact that the gulf in skill between Tyrion and George was wide. The head of the academy, a 7th-grade mage, has won a crushing victory over George Garyhill. As soon as the battle was over, the students woke up and rushed to the windows to see what had awakened them. Before their eyes, they saw the head of Tyrion and Chairman George, who was in a terrible condition. Immediately after that, the princes arrived. They heard that the head family of Garyhill had completely seized control of the capital's guards, and so they realized that he was targeting Ruin. The two princes of the Radiant Kingdom were greatly worried about Ruin's condition after the battle. Chapter Tyrion revealed that the chairman tried to use black magic but was stopped. Croster stated that George committed treason and directly called out the royal family. Foster was in complete solidarity with his brother. The fact of black magic was confirmed, so every member of the Garyhill family would be taken into custody. Ruin turned to the princes and asked for their help, to which they responded cheerfully. The protagonist wanted to make sure his father and younger sister were safe, which was the basis for the assassination attempt. In order to get information on the state of Ardel's territory as soon as possible, a request had to be sent to the nearest trading town, Monzo. It took more than half a day to deliver the information, but the man said he had news to report. Ruin exhaled a sigh of relief as Ardel was safe, and Sir Bolvar had successfully neutralized the assassins that had been sent in. The prince believed that the scheme was only at George's hands, but the general knew of the accomplices of the most involved was Sir Vengras Gagan, captain of the Golden Knights. Foster decided that from this point on, Sir Vengra was officially stripped of his captaincy. All titles and powers vested in George, including counselor and defender roles, were also withdrawn. In order to remove the titles of Vengras and head of the Garihil family, it was necessary to temporarily appoint executors of their duties. The deputy captain will take over the captain's duties on the defender's case. Foster asked Tyrion for help. Though Tyrion had no interest in politics, the situation of the Radiant Kingdom was not a good one. It was widely known that the princes had been trying for a long time to bring the head of the academy to the capital, spending a lot of effort and money in doing so. However, the head remained adamant and refused all offers, piously believing that a teacher has no place in politics. The students of Ignite Academy believed that this role was perfect for Tyrion, and there was no one better than him. Tyrion could not resist from wanting his apprentices, so he accepted the position until another candidate could be found. At this rate, there might not be another candidate, but Ruin was glad it had ended well. As soon as the trip to the capital was over, the period of final exams would begin. The long and yet fleeting stay at the academy will come to an end. The trip to the capital, which didn't work out from the start, has prompted talk about whether it should have been cancelled. As a result, the students stayed in the capital for a few more days. By chance, Ruin heard that Mikkel Garihil was leaving the academy. Mikkel decided to drop out of the academy. His father, Josh Garihil, was placed in an underground dungeon. His family's mages, whom Garihil trusted implicitly, scattered. In addition to Mikkel and George, rumors have also swirled about Chakil, who has mysteriously disappeared. The Garihil surname disappeared without a trace. This era was a turning point for great surnames. The capital began to spread the news of the Ardel family's triumph. Soon the news was being discussed not only among the nobles, but throughout the kingdom. Inside the kingdom, Chakil tried to enter, but the guards stopped him, which even caught the crown prince's attention. Chakil fell to his knees and sincerely apologized for his unscheduled visit to the crown prince. The guy understood that his behavior seemed disrespectful, but he wasn't trying to do anything wrong. As it turned out, Chakil had come to the Raynak Empire to seek refuge in the empire with his relatives. Chakil wanted to serve the crown prince and contribute to the future boundless glory of the empire. Shotherman Raynak did not believe this, and wanted to know what crimes were committed by the Garihil family, which was the most powerful in the entire Radiant Kingdom. Chakil said that the crime was attempted murder. The crown prince did not believe it, for a simple murder would not be a reason for rejection by an influential family. No matter how small the kingdom of Radiant is, providing shelter for Garihiles who have committed a crime would be an act against justice. Shotherman decided that he would not honor Chakil's request, but he would not arrest him either. A desperate Chakil decided it was worth telling the truth. As soon as the crown prince learned of the assassination attempt on Ruin, he became interested in. Shotherman invited Chakil for a cup of tea, for information about what had happened was a valuable link for him. Despite the series of events, there have been no serious accidents since the trip to the capital. 3 months have passed since then. Like a winter snowfall, the academy has accumulated a huge number of nobles. The reason for this turned out to be the final exam. The academy graduates were demonstrating their skills in front of the audience. The demonstration gave the magicians a chance to get work from the nobles who were watching. The 6 years spent at the academy seemed both long and fleeting at the same time to Ruin. Jason decided not to even bother with exams, as he planned to go to Ardel after graduation. Ruin was much relieved to see his sister, his father, and Sir Bolvar with his own eyes. Aside from the joy of his family's arrival, Ruin was ashamed that his family had been exposed to danger. Delin Ardel said that this should not weigh on his son. In fact, his father was proud that he had not gone along with the demands of the Garihil family. Ruin had not at all forgotten to thank Sir Bolvar, who was doing his honorable duty. Ruina's sister had a different question altogether. Who was the girl who was beside him? The cousin excuse wouldn't work with his folks, and his sister was angry that Ruin had met another girl while Irene was out of sight. While Ruin was trying to explain to his sister about his girlfriend, It wasn't just his family that came to see his abilities. Hans and his sister had arrived, having completed his training and become a full knight. The visits didn't end there. Also Seth Malkiri and Irene Prius joined in as well. Ruin's next guests were Princes Croster Radian and Foster Radian. His most powerful connections among the entire kingdom showed up for Ruin's examination. Even though the meeting was warm, the organizers started calling students to begin the exam. It's time for the final exam. Ruin has to give it his best. After all, everyone has been supporting him. Ruin noticed two strange people he had never seen before, but had a feeling he had met them before. Strawn already knew of these people and told Ruin that he knew strange two individuals. The man on the left was a disguised Dirty King Theron that also came for the exam. The man on the right turned out to be the Crown Prince, who followed the filthy king. Strand said that magic couldn't fool the eyes of the incarnation, for aside from the altered faces, the aura was still the same. Ruin didn't understand why he would change his appearance to become a watcher, but assumed they had come secretly to discreetly see how much stronger he had become. He wasn't going to change his answer to suggestions from the others, but he wanted to give a sight worth the time spent. The final exam contained stages: isolation, ice battles, and destruction. The first stage, the isolation test, required the student to get out of a room with a well-protected door. There are many ways to leave a room. You can undo the locking magic, or you can create a key using a magic stone. The method used did not matter, because the team of 6 out of 7 mages left the rooms almost simultaneously. Only the final result, escape from the locked room, was important. On the next trial, the exam became absurdly difficult. This stage required destroying an ice monster in the glacial area of the arena. The last stage of the exam required the use of the most powerful magic available to break down the wall. Once all the tests are completed, the final exam will be considered a success. Jason Damon was the first of a team of 6. Ruin realized that Jason might have been acting nonchalant, but he was actually actively preparing himself. Only 3 had passed so far, but in that time Ruin had to figure out how to complete the exam as quickly as possible. Soon it was the turn of Team 7, which happened to include the pride of the academy. Ruin Ardel, Theron and Schoderman knew that it wasn't just them, but other nobles as well who had come to see Ruin perform. The Crown Prince wondered how much stronger Ruin had become. Theron swept up wondering the same thing. The Dirty King wanted to know the Crown Prince's next move. For this time he was about to voice his final offer. If nurtured properly, Ruin's talent will be a tremendous asset, but without proper supervision, it could one day be the cause of disaster. The protagonist entered the isolation room and decided how he would get through the door, for simply destroying it would be a difficult task. But Ruin didn't want to pass like everyone else either, as the Great Festival had taught him that nothing was perfect. Ruin took on the castle and used the Steel Destroyer ability to break the castle easily. The audience was expecting a performance by Ruin, which came to them quickly, for his door broke down. In just a couple moments, Ruin was outside using an unusual approach. Normally, it would take more than 5 minutes to open the door of the isolation stage. But Ruin surprised the audience with a result of 13 seconds. In this final exam, an already famous name is once again immortalized in history. The winner will always be Ruin. Even from the moment Kunhan's tooth reacted to Ruin, Theron realized that he was an unusual young man. In the next stage, Ruin also surprised everyone with his method, for he simply presented a fireball above his head. Given the sheer size of the fireball, the ice monsters didn't even risk getting close. The Crown Prince laughed, for Ruin surpassed even the wildest assumptions. Theron was amazed at Ruin's progress, but wanted to see him pass the final stage. The main character's body was covered with lightning energy. He became many times faster and more serious. The Dirty King recognized this energy, formless, invisible magic, tearing apart everything in its path with sound waves, whose speed was too fast to perceive. A howl that mourned the dead. The funeral bell was a spell only available to those who had reached at least the 6th grade. With this, Ruin Ardel of Team 7 was the one who successfully completed the training, passing the exam in 2 minutes and 57 seconds. 6th class is a level that many mages will not reach in a lifetime, and Ruin reached it in his 16th year. It couldn't go on like this. Theron had to overthrow Ruin before he became a threat to his position. At that moment, everyone present congratulated Ruin. But in the past, such a thing was hard to even imagine. When he was bullied forever because of his weakness, he never expected to graduate in such triumph. Jason was happy for his friend, for he noticed that Ruin had risen to a 6th grade magic class. No one expected Ruin to grow so fast, so they decided to celebrate it. All the guests close to the son of the Ardel family decided to gather for a party celebrating his successes. Graduation was already tomorrow, This could be the last time everyone got together. The protagonist also learned a new fact that incarnations are able to get drunk off of people's alcoholic beverages. Head Tyrion and Professor Heidel also came to the party to see if the best student was having fun. Since tomorrow would be a busy day, Ruin decided to thank his teachers in advance. The head and Professor Heidel were grateful and regretted that it would be difficult for them to see Ruin soon. A little later, Ruin went for a walk, his head aching, for he had had too much beer at the party. The Crown Prince and the Dirty King turned to Ruin, hiding their identities. They made up a different image for themselves. But the protagonist immediately reveals that he knows the identity of Shomerton Raynak. Theron was surprised. He ordered Ruin to answer how he could know his identity, and expected an honest answer. Ruin revealed that they could hide their faces, but not their presence. The new image's eyes reminded him of the prince's. The young gentleman also learned the identity of the filthy king, impressing him even more. The Crown Prince wanted to propose one last time, as there would be no other chance. No refusal was accepted. Ruin refused, and Shomerton reminded him that he was destroying what he couldn't get his hands on. Ruin stated that the Crown Prince he knew would never stoop to infiltrating under someone else's identity and ordering the murder of an ordinary student. Shomerton did not believe that Ruin was an ordinary apprentice. But it was true, for the graduation ceremony would not take place until tomorrow. Still, the Crown Prince accepted his defeat. He decided to retreat, but threatened that the next time they met, they would be enemies. Jason went outside and beckoned Ruin to come back to the party and drink more alcohol. At that moment, the protagonist had no idea that because of this alcoholic party, he would be caught up in a calamity, the scale of which he could not have imagined. The next day, the entire table was covered with empty glasses and liquor bottles, and Ruin's head was aching. Lady Irene noticed that Ruin was awake and wanted to know if he was feeling any better. The excessive alcohol had a good effect on the students, but Ruin's condition was better than the others. Irene pulled out a bottle of Dragon Kiss, for Jason had secretly slipped it into Ruin's beer. Under the influence of alcohol, Ruin began to dance and talk incessantly about Ardel. Lady Irene asked the young lord if she should have gone to Ardel with him. Ruin replied that he was honored, so he was always happy to see Lady Irene arrive. The protagonist himself realized that the reason Aaron wanted to go to Ardel wasn't because he wanted to defeat him at all. Tyrion addressed the graduates, hoping that all the experience they had gained would be useful, and he looked forward to the day when his students would become great mages. Academy Head asked pupils to welcome this year's top graduate, Ruin Ardel. At the mere thought of Ruin being the center of attention, nerves were on edge. So much so that a prepared speech flew out of his head. As everyone knew, Ruin had won the great festival, a result he had achieved in just 1 year. But the road to this victory was not an easy one. For 5 years, he had been suffering from the condition of mana release disorder. As a mage unable to release mana, he could only lament. But the truth is, Ruin just didn't want to give up, because to him, magic was everything. Only Ruin Ardel could so protect himself, his family, and the people he cared about. So he hung on to the last, no matter who got the win, pure temperament. And if someone wanted to reach new heights or see results, Ruin motivated them to keep moving forward. Student of the Year thanked everyone for their hard work for 6 years. A little while later, Ruin was in a carriage with his sister. They were on their way to Ardel. In a neighboring carriage were Ruin's friends, who had coincidentally traveled with him. Immediately after graduation, they made the decision to go to Ardel all together. In addition to their friends, 3,000 soldiers joined Ardel as well. The princes had promised to provide support to subdue the southern territories. But he had no idea that the princes would send so many men. Ruina wanted to know from her brother if he would stay in Ardel after conquering the territories. The protagonist proudly replied that he wanted to do some traveling after these events. Immediately upon arrival, Strand and Ruin discussed a plan of action with the conquest of the Claymores. Ruin revealed that he had ideas, but during the discussion, the knights were going elsewhere. One of them turned to the young gentleman and said that his friend was going to have a duel. Hans intended to duel with a full knight after his recent oath of chivalry. As soon as Ruin arrived at the duel site, the duel had already begun. Welks was fighting Hans with vigor. The protagonist wanted to know the reason for the sparring, which wasn't at all. The knights just got bored when they were cleaning up after dinner. Even Sir Bolvar joined in watching the sparring, for he could not miss such an entertaining spectacle. Since all the knights were recognized by Sir Bolvar, their reactions are surely just as entertaining. Sir Bolvar revealed that in his opinion Welks and Hans were quite skillful knights. But Hans was obviously being crowded, though it was impressive that he held his own so well against the Golden Knight. Bolvar Peyton overheard at lunch that Welks was considered an elite knight in the kingdom of Welks. Hans had a long way to go to reach the same level as Welks. Ruin knew that Sir Bolvar would see some potential in Hans, so he had a ripe idea. If it was possible, Ruin wanted Sir Bolvar to train Hans in swordsmanship. If the legendary spearman Sir Bolvar Peyton could teach Hans one simple move, it would benefit the entire Ardel territory. On Sir Bolvar's opinion, it was not up to him, but to Hans's original decision. The fact was that Sir Bolvar had different ways of teaching swordsmanship, and he was much harsher on the knights. The first thing Sir Bolvar did was to make Hans carry a huge stone on his back. The knights were surprised at the manner of his training, for Peyton insisted that Hans move faster. Even Ruin hadn't expected such a cruel approach towards Hans, and he was already feeling sorry for the guy. After all, when Ruin had offered Hans training with Sir Bolvar, the knight had enthusiastically agreed to it. Welks and a couple of knights along with him wanted to know Sir Bolvar's name, for it was rumored that the old man had defeated 5 mercenary knights. Sir Bolvar answered nothing, and Hans, who had returned after a successful mission, called Peyton by name. Welks could not believe his ears, and in the meantime Sir Bolvar continued to be silent. As the carriage continued on its way, the knights took their knapsacks and ran after them, for this method of training was advised by Sir Bolvar himself. Ruin wondered if this training would really help the knights, for her method is a bit primitive. This method was not the best. With improper body positioning, you could get chronic diseases. Sir Bolvar made the knights train like this because there would be nothing to do in Ardel. The purpose was to harden new apprentices. A little later, Ruin and Strand arrived at the very spot that was swarming with claymen. The Jinhyung Plain was located south of the southern mountains. This area was once part of Ardel as well. But once it was taken over by the Mud People, the rulers of this land became them too. Because of their monstrous reproduction rate, from afar the plain appeared purple. So these lands were also called the Purple Plain. The others waited in Ardel while Ruin and Strand arrived on the plain to reconnoiter. Ruin's first idea was to break directly through the canyon by the sea. Strand knew that the Mud People would attack from the cliffs, so it was a bad idea. One option was to put Sir Bolvar on the front lines. He could lead the troops and crush everything in his path. This option was also a failure, for there were too many enemies. The core of the Mud People was in the head, and it could not be destroyed by conventional attacks. Even Sir Bolvar would have trouble dealing with them one by one. Now Ruin understood why all his past conquests had failed. Staring high into the sky, Ruin didn't know what to do, but he was sure they would find a way. The next day, the general pointed out on the map that there was only one way to get at the Mudmen, a head-on breakout. And if they are in doubt, there is no way they can win. Facing them head-on would be the best option. Dellen thought it was a good option, but such a plan came with huge losses. Morrow wondered if my lord had intended to attack the Mudmen with an army of 300 men before the capital's aid. Dalen was ready to fight his enemies even with so many men, but it wasn't about the number at all. To get rid of the Mud People, it was worth going through a narrow canyon, and the enemies won't let you cross that path safely. Thus, a plan must be made to traverse the canyon, not to draw out the enemies. Morrow thought it only made sense to squeeze the Mud People out of the lair. Ruin entered the room and added that his father's idea was the right one of all possible ideas. Ruin revealed his idea. He wanted to attack from the cliff tops surrounding the canyon. The commander-in-chief could not believe it, for no one would climb the rocks. Ruin replied that it wouldn't take many people. It would be enough for 1 or 2 magicians to use their powers. Pointing to Jason, the protagonist stated that he could climb the mountain without magic. Jason was able to climb the mountain not by his own efforts, but because Ruin wanted to throw him up there. Dozens of soldiers carried Ardel flags behind them. They were ready to attack the Jinhyung Plain. The conquest of the territories had begun. Commander Morrow and the Golden Knights marched in the front ranks. Even Dalen and Sir Bolvar donned armor for the first time in a long time. And behind the entire column of knights were the mages of an active plan to exterminate the Mud People. Chariot stopped to regroup and discuss a plan of action one last time. Jason was wrapped in soft material for his own safety, which he strongly disliked. Ruin told Jason with a look that even the knights looked at him, who actually scoffed. Besides laughing, Ruin added, Mole Jason could have been the main star of the current conquest. Thoughts of girls motivated the guy, and he was ready to get it done in a couple of moments. The last moment before the conquest began was accomplished. Ruin took hold of the construct on Jason's body. Ruin then threw Jason as hard as he could to the top of the mountain. As the guy flew in his protective dome, the other mages used root magic and stopped him. The landing was soft for Jason thanks to Lady Irene's amazing skills. When the blonde looked down before completing his part of the task, he was terrified. For there were tens of thousands of monsters in front of his eyes. Ruin motivated his friend, for he noticed the fear and uncertainty in his eyes. Jason gritted his teeth and realized that he couldn't disappoint his friend who believed in him. Gathering his strength, Jason raised his hands and summoned a flurry of fiery meteors from the sky. Rain of Fire. It was a third-class spell, and Jason's level wasn't too high, so the cloud didn't have an impressive size. However, it was enough to chop up the mud people enjoying a sweet afternoon nap. Ruin turned to the mission captain and told him that the rest fell on his shoulders. It was the turn of the second part of the plan, in which the acting mages of the army made their appearances. The mudmen began to move in one direction to avoid getting attacked by Jason. The place where the mud people are concentrated is that side trail out of the canyon. But Ruin couldn't let the mud people there just escape, so every single one of them had to be destroyed. Seda applied his fire shot attack, starting the war with the mud people for real.